morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of July the 17th, 2025. This is our budget work session for the upcoming fiscal year 2026. We're joined this morning by several of our constitutional officers, and as we begin this morning, I would like to welcome Ms. Stephanie Herdosia from the City of Orlando as a member of the library's governing board. We'll be going and handling that business in just a few moments as well. But I do recognize the sheriff is here, Sheriff John Mina. Also, the public defender, Ms. Melissa Vickers, and Ms. Karen Castrodena, the Supervisor of Elections. We welcome all of you here to the board meeting today. And with that, I think at this time, for our budget work session, we will now adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners.
No, not yet. So we start with the constitutional officers first.
All right. So, Ms. Vickers, okay, there you are. Okay. We'll start with the public defender, and then we'll go to the supervisor, and then the sheriff, and then we'll follow up after that with LYNX, Ms. Tiffany Humler-Hawkins. All right, so with that, Ms. Vickers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. My name is Melissa Vickers. I'm the public defender. I took office January 7th of this year, and I just want to come in and introduce myself and thank you so much for the work you're doing. I am not going to be presenting my budget today. It's already within your documents, and you have a detailed explanation for that. But I really did want to express my sincere thanks. The counties, both Orange and Osceola, pay for our IT budget is mostly what you all help pay for. And so I am extremely grateful. I will let you know that we have 120 of the best lawyers in Central Florida who are fighting for the rights of our citizens in court every day. And while we are the third largest circuit in Florida, we are #1 in our hearts and continue to grow. I think we're going to hit #2 probably in the next 3 to 5 years. So looking forward to that growth and excitement. And just thank you so much for all you do.
All right, thank you. With that, then we'll move now to Ms. Karen Castrodena, the Supervisor of Elections.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Demings, commissioners, county staff, and members of the public. Before I begin my presentation, I want to take a moment just to acknowledge the difficulty of your work as you continue or consider budget requests from each county department, as well as constitutional officers like myself. As a former school board member, I understand the challenge of weighing competing priorities and recognize that every request you receive is valid and every need is urgent. Today I come before you as your Supervisor of Elections to make the case for our budget to ensure that we continue to conduct safe, secure, and accessible elections. So let's begin. The budget request before you totals $22.1 million, representing a 15.82% increase over last year. This request includes funding for 6 additional positions, which are 4 customer service representatives, a software developer, and warehouse coordinator. It also covers the upcoming Orlando elections, March municipal elections, the fall 2026 gubernatorial primary, and portions of the November 2026 general election. This proposed budget is driven by 3 priorities: expanding access, enhancing communications, and increasing early voting opportunities. So let's discuss increasing access. For residents living on the outskirts of the county, physically accessing the SOE office and services often means sitting in traffic on one of our major highways. So to increase access, our budget includes a proposal to establish a satellite office through a co-location model with tax collector Scott Randolph, who has generously offered space at his West Oaks Mall branch location at no cost. There are members of his office here today. But this won't just be a service counter tucked away into another office. We intend to take full advantage of the West Oaks Mall location, which sees more than 2,000 residents each day. And by proactively engaging with voters and helping them register and update their information, and access key election resources. It's innovative, it's efficient, and we believe this co-location approach will be a model for the state, and we intend to add other co-locations in the future. Next is enhancing communication. Communication is critical to increasing voter participation. As many of you already know, all vote-by-mail requests now expire after each federal election cycle. Currently, only a small fraction of the nearly 300,000 previous vote-by-mail voters have renewed their request. That translates to lower turnout, especially in local elections, where we've already seen single-digit participation in March. To strengthen our communication efforts, our budget includes funding for targeted outreach, state-mandated mailers, and a new initiative we're calling the Vote Mobile. We know we must be creative in reaching underserved voters, especially young people and residents in areas with limited access to government services. Many voters don't rely on traditional news sources or even visit our website. The Vote Mobile is an on-the-ground approach to meet voters where they are: neighborhood events, senior centers, college campuses, high schools, farmers markets, community fairs, you name it. It's our office on wheels designed to engage voters like never before. Let's discuss reducing long lines at early voting. Early voting is increasingly popular in Orange County, but with that growing popularity comes long lines and wait times at sites throughout the county, including at UCF. And during the last presidential election, some early voting sites saw wait times of 3 to 4 hours. That's simply unacceptable, especially for working families who can't afford to lose a half day's pay to cast their ballot. To meet this growing demand, our budget proposes expanding the number of early voting sites from 22 to 28. We've been in contact with each commissioner to seek input on potential locations because no one knows your districts better than you do. And before I conclude, I want to highlight some of our current challenges and future challenges facing our office. For years, local elections offices relied on federally supported cybersecurity protection. But those efforts are now being significantly scaled back. And to address this, our budget includes funding for cybersecurity measures to protect our elections infrastructure we are legally obligated to secure. We are also facing new mandates under recently passed legislation, particularly related to citizen initiatives. These changes will require the SOE offices to dedicate more resources and staff to verify initiative petitions accurately and efficiently. And looking ahead, this should be no surprise, our current headquarters on Cayley Street is no longer adequate to meet the growing demands of our office. It's also for sale. For years, we've relied on temporary fixes and Band-Aid approaches, but the building is now stretched beyond capacity in every direction, and we are bursting at the seams. And it's time for a new Supervisor of Elections facility that meets the needs of running a modern elections office. We've already begun those discussions with your county staff and officials, and we are incredibly grateful for their partnership and willingness to pursue a long-term solution that serves both voters and taxpayers. And lastly, future equipment replacements, especially polling place tablets, will have a significant impact on upcoming budgets. So I'll stop with our current and future challenges, and just want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you all today. And I'm honored to serve alongside you as a partner in local government, and I look forward to working with each of you over the coming months and years. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Supervisor. We do have indication from members of the board to ask you some questions or make comments. We'll start with Commissioner Uribe, followed by Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero, Commissioner Simrad, and then finally Commissioner Moore. So we'll start with Commissioner Uribe.
I'm really looking forward to answering all these questions.
You're a teacher at heart, so I think that's why. Actually, you've given me a really great briefing, and I'm a frequent flyer at your office, and your team is phenomenal and continue to be, and thank you for encouraging your team members. I actually, they all seem really happy, and it's really nice to see that. I just had a question. You said that you are growing out, and there's actually been rumors around town that you guys were going to go across the street, that there was all these things. and when there's a for sale sign, do you guys have a timeline? And could you maybe share what you guys currently spend on rent and really what that looks like? And is it like a year away, 2 years away? Just curious if you can just elaborate a little bit more. And the reason why I ask also too is that we're going to have essentially 6 commissioners running for office next summer. They don't know who they are. I mean, there's a lot of changes that could happen between then and then, here and then. So just
Right.
curious if you could share some insight of what you think might be happening or what you guys are considering or your timeline.
Thank you very much for that question. The first one I can answer is we spend a little over $1 million a year to rent the current location. And the looks of the building are actually deceiving from the front of the street. It goes back pretty far into a larger warehouse that has been converted into other office space. We are looking at space that could accommodate a larger facility. And we're working with the real estate department in the county to identify locations that might support that. We are restricted in our location that we must be within the Orlando city limits. That's the county seat. So we can't go too far out, but we are looking for a facility that could also be more modernized and designed and more efficiently to serve the needs of our office internally and the voters. As far as the time, we recognize that even though the need is immediate, that it would take a long time to actually locate that building and negotiate another contract and build out whatever facility we identify. So it would be not before the next November election.
And Commissioner, so you know, we've been working closely. That actually was one of our responsibilities. That's under the Board of County Commissioners to provide that space. And so we've been working very closely. Supervisor Elections and her team have been very good about doing an assessment about what the actual needs may be so that we then could take that into account as we work with them on space. There are some possibilities, some long-term things that we have talked about, but for that more immediate need, as Supervisor Alexis mentioned in discussions, but that is actually covered out of the Board of County Commissioners budget.
Well, it's good to know, especially you're not looking at before the next election, which
Right, no.
there's already so many challenges with voting, and then the last thing we want to do is add another confusing layer. So thank you. Appreciate the info.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the time you've spent with me, with my whole office, with, excuse me, any of my constituents that I know have questions and have had questions along the way, and I am super incredibly grateful to have you in this role right now. I would like to support, reiterate, and emphasize the importance of those early voting opportunities, locations, and expanded days and hours. I think we all had 17 times on Tuesday, a general consensus here, like elections have consequences. Mm-hmm. And we spent the whole day really wrestling with decisions that have been made in other areas as a result of elections. And so we all can say elections have consequences, but when we see single digit turnout, mm-hmm. we know the responsibility falls potentially back on our ability to educate and to inform and to make things accessible and available. And we don't have a holiday for elections. So anytime, any place, people can go to their full-time job, take care of their families, and be an American citizen and vote. We have to support that. So we put our thinking caps on in D1 office and coming up with a list for potential satellite or early voting locations, and look forward to partnering with you throughout this the next maybe bumpy season. And I wanted to find out, we here on the board obviously have been following very closely the charter amendments that were passed in November. One of those was to add 2 new commissioners. I did not support it because I feel like right now we could have potentially gotten to the census update and we'll be back there anyway, but I want to say that we support the voters' will and making sure that that's absolutely honored and that we accommodate in every way we can. But I understand that there's a cost associated with that. Could you kind of expand on the way that that charter amendment may have impacted the budget this year?
Sure. So when when you've completed the mission of redrawing and renumbering the different precincts and districts, we will then need to send out new voter ID cards to every voter. And it's, you know, it's just a little ID card or a mailer for the voter, but when we send them out to all the registered voters, about 820,000 voters, and the cost of postage is going up. It could be over $500,000 just to update a voter ID card.
And I mean, I think that's really important for us to know, to understand that impact, and also the importance of those types of, you know, snail mail, if you will, updates, because I can't tell you how many times I heard in the last election cycle, I didn't know I wasn't going to get my mail ballot. I didn't know what was going to be on my ballot. And people had become very comfortable in the processes that that election supervisor Cowles had, and then when some of those things went away, they felt like, wait, I didn't know. And so obviously the more information the better, and I appreciate understanding a little better about how those mailing costs are impacting. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also respond whenever the laws are changed in Tallahassee, which is part of our obligation. If it affects their regular request for a vote by mail, then our office is obligated to inform the voters, and we need to do a better job of that. And that also costs additional funds as well.
That was it for me, Mayor.
Okay. All right. We'll go to Commissioner Scott.
Morning, Mayor. Morning, Madam Supervisor. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. You talked about you were adding additional locations. Do you expect all those locations to be online by the 2026 election? And if so, will one of those sites be the Kia Center?
I do expect them all to be online by the next gubernatorial election. We have identified a couple of them, and the Kia Center I know has been used before as an early voting center, and I think it would be ideal again to use that. We will be reaching out and identifying and going over those contracts with the different organizations in the near future.
Okay. And then you talked about in your presentation the reduction in vote by mail. So like the numbers of people who registered to vote by mail changed based because of Florida statute change. When you look at the trends local here and across the state, do you see that maybe that's because there's a move to preferred early voting, or is it a combination of the two?
It's probably a combination of the two. When people had their vote by mail requests end at the last day of the year last year, and then we have a March election right after that, they may not know that their vote by mail requests have expired. And by the time we get to next year's gubernatorial race, we should be doing a better job of re-upping those numbers. But out of the 300,000 previous vote by mail voters, last year we were at about 20,000 right now who have re-enrolled. And some of those are a result of the earlier municipal elections. They got some information, there's a special election. So in those areas where they've had some elections, there might be a little more information about that or outreach from candidates. But we'll see, we'll continue. A lot of people still are unaware that their requests have expired and the process to renew.
And then my final question, how are you doing? You know, you came through a challenging time, had to run over some hurdles, do some cartwheels and backflips to get things settled. And so how are things going as it relates to closing one chapter and moving on to the next?
That's the way I see it. We are closing a chapter, and I feel really good. We've got a lot of fiscal controls in place. We have great staff in place. I inherited great staff, as Commissioner Uribe noticed, and we have hired additional professionals, and I couldn't be happier going to work every day.
Happy to hear it, Madam Supervisor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Castro-Dento, for your presentation and the briefing. And I want to say that this is my second year being in the canvassing board, and I don't want to, let it go without saying thank you to the judges that also, spend
Right.
some times, volunteer time there with us, and a lot of things that we do, in discussion. So I want to say thank you to them as well. But I wanted to ask you, and this is from the resident, officially, how many days it is for early voting? How many days?
It depends on which, which election.
Okay,
If it is the general election, we operate under the maximum number allowed and the maximum number of hours.
okay,
And if it is a municipal election, we work with the municipalities to determine how long that should work. We've had a special election during the summer where we had our early voting sites open for 9 days, covering 2 weekends and a full work week leading up to and before Election Day.
okay. Because in one of our my meeting with the resident, they was just saying, and I wanted to bring it up because,
Sure.
I want them to feel that we are here, voicing what they say. Because we have the issue with the sites, that we need more sites because for people to come out and vote. The question was if there's any rule that says that it has to be only those days, or you can increase the days of early voting.
We have, by statute, a limit to how many days for early voting.
Okay,
And then we work with municipalities and resources to determine what would be appropriate for a certain election.
okay, thank you. My other question.
And then I will reiterate that during a general election, we are open the maximum number allowed by statute and number of days and hours.
And that would be what, 21 days, something like that?
Is it 15? 15.
15 days, okay. Thank you. My other question, can you explain a little bit the vote mobile, how that's going to work?
Sure, that would be like I mentioned, an office on wheels, so that we can go out to different areas of the county that aren't regularly served or are not conveniently located or close to our office, and we would be meeting voters where they are. So it might be a neighborhood center where seniors are during the day, where we would provide information and access and answer questions, update their registration and their information, provide election information, what's going on now, hand out voter guides, and do some education. And we would take that where a commissioner could request us to attend an event that you're holding. We could go to our schools and college campuses, but it would be an active part of our office in the community.
And it will be during the year or only
All
for
year.
election? All year round. Love that, like that. My other question was, and I have to say thank you to Scott Randolph for his,
Generosity.
yes.
In
putting
space
his
and
his
resources.
facility, and I love that. How are you going to, or how your office is going to, promote for people to know that you have the employees there and the offices are there as well?
We will use our communications budget and also work with the tax collector's office and letting them know that there are services there. But at the same time, we will be engaging the regular foot traffic that comes through. So 2,000 people a day come to that office, and we would be interacting with them as they're waiting, and we would be updating their information on the spot, letting them know why it's important to actually register for a party if you want to vote in a primary. So we're taking advantage of the people who already come in.
Awesome. And my last question, about the new building or building that you're looking for, you want the offices, we have the offices in front, and then in the back is the warehouse. You want a building that has everything together, or how, what are you
That would
looking
be
for?
ideal, just because we do so much cross-training with our employees who, work in other areas as we pull them and reconfigure and assign them to other tasks.
Okay, well, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Supervisor Castro-Denton.
morning.
Thank you for coming. So One, for your accessibility. I totally support all of it. And we desperately need in District 5, east of the Econ, another early voting site, because the only one we have is the Alafaya Library. That line throughout early voting is very long. I'm very familiar with it. I ran those poll lines all through the election, up and down. And we've got people that are coming from out close, near Brevard, that are from Wedgefield, that are in that early voting site. It takes them almost 30 minutes to get there because the traffic on 50 is terrible. So we desperately need another site. Additionally, I know I have told you, and I want to say it on record, Wedgefield Golf Course is gone. It's been demolished, the clubhouse, so that voting election day site is gone. So Wedgefield is a precinct. There is a school there, but people get fixed in their habit of voting. And so I have a concern about information gathering, promoting with that. Additionally, we still have a problem. Christmas Civic Center is used as a voting site. They opened a permit to replace a sign that was broken, that you supplied a letter for to help us get through the BZA process without that nonprofit having to pay. But they're trying to replace the sign in the exact same location that Orange County required them to put it in so that they can keep it as a voting site without wiping out their ADA compliance with the handicap spot. And it has been open so long that the permit request closed because we can't get it through permitting, and it's a voting location. Christmas Civic Center is a voting location that is only trying to replace their sign to keep it a voting location so that it's marked and ADA accessible. And we speak frequently with permitting, and we need some push there so that it can remain there. So I would love to advocate also for the people of Bithlo. They are highly dependent on foot traffic and pedestrian and bicycles coming down 50, and I would love to get an early voting site in the community of Bithlo, particularly since they are going to be one of the hardest hit communities with the big, beautiful bill. I would like to have them have access to a voting site that is closer to their home than 20 minutes away during early voting and accessible by foot and bicycle traffic. Thank you.
I appreciate your advocacy, and I am happy to go drive the district with you and identify new locations.
We don't have to drive it. I'll just send you a pin. But we'll get it done quicker.
I like to drive and have a field trip.
Okay, we'll do field trip. That'll be fun. And then also, I just want to make sure that within your budget, because people are we get used to our voting habits. With the 2 new districts that are coming up, just in your marketing budget, I didn't go through the line item. Do we have enough there to promote to people? Because a lot of people we try to share the redistricting process, but people are living life, and life is hard, and so is adulting. So I don't know that the message is hitting yet, and I just want to make sure you got enough marketing to make sure that we've got people aware of what's going on. Do you?
We do have a budget for marketing, but we will need to be creative and innovative in how we get that message out and use digital means as well. And we will do what we can to let people know that their districts have changed.
All right, consider us a liaison for District 5 to push your info out. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk to you a little more in a broad picture because I was looking here at the 15-year millage and budget information. And so back in 2011, even though we had the same millage rate at 4.4347, our general fund budget was $700,000 and change, and now we're at 1.7. And this year, we're looking at a 7.5% increase. Thankfully, we still have. There's about 4,000 homes that came on with an additional value, about $1 billion. And so I know Mayor Demings had tasked all of our departments to look for efficiencies because we can see the budget tightening. We have headwinds, as you know better than anybody, coming from Tallahassee. We had a DOGE letter that we received the other day. And so I know you're asking for a 15% increase, which is double what the additional revenue that we have, which makes it a little tough for us. And I can tell you we've really been working with our departments to hold the line. And so I have to ask you what efforts you did to find some efficiencies, maybe like with you're doing with the collaboration with the tax collector. Have you spend, I know you're brand new to the office, maybe that's something this year to find some efficiencies, a way to save some money so we don't see your budget exceeding whatever the increase we have, because that'll put pressure on us, and we're the one who would have to to raise the millage rate. And I know you understand that coming from the school board, how fun it is to have the legislature set the rate, and we had to always make it balanced. So that's the problem that we have here when you all come in and ask for more money than the increase that we receive. So maybe you can talk to me about what efficiencies you've tried now or what you might be able to do in the future.
Certainly, and I understand the challenge that you face, and I recognize the increase that we have, and we did go through a rigorous department by department analysis of our budget and down to the paperclip, and we truly were looking at what is the basic need or that we can get by and run our elections office without being vulnerable to anything that could go wrong. We see in our elections office that things can go wrong often, and we have to engage in immediate problem solving. And so this is basically a budget that secures a safe, secure, and fair election. And we looked at efficiencies with reducing some of our temp staff. We've reduced other areas of some of our trainings off-site, a number of people who go to our trainings. So we've looked at basically what is the foundation of the elections office, and at the same time we had to look at some of the delayed purchases and then some of the other challenges and the shifting of the cost burden from the federal government to the county government when it comes to cybersecurity.
Well, I understand the situation, but I just want you to understand the situation we're in. And so as much as you all can stay within that rate makes it where we don't have to cut our own departments. And appreciate your service. I know you're coming in to clean up things, which puts you in a very challenging situation. So I think from that standpoint, we're probably a lot more understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Moore made a statement just then about you having to come in and clean up some things. And I'm not sure, is this microphone working like it's supposed to, Miles? It sounds like we may need to adjust the volume a little bit. Okay, there we go. All right. So we went through some extraordinary times this past fall and going into the winter months. And I'm happy to see that you've kind of rectified some of the challenges that we had as you transitioned in to the office. We are entrusted with the responsibility to make sure that we spend the people's money how it is intended. And when the various departments and divisions, constitutional offices come in and request funding for a certain spending category, it's our responsibility to hold all of you to what you said when you came here, and your predecessor, and the predecessor prior to that came to the Board of County Commission with requests for funding to do certain things. And when we look broadly across all of the demands for the limited resources that we have, we approve a budget in mind to make sure that you are able to reach the objectives that you or your offices, the various offices, told us that they were going to spend money on. Of course, we had some challenges there, so it has been a breath of fresh air to have you kind of here now as the permanent supervisor of elections and making those commitments. We're here to work with you to make sure that you can execute your overall plans and vision for the office and ensure that we do have fair elections. We realize that with the upcoming fiscal year, a general election is going to be lurking, and all of those things that you talked about that you have to do will typically we do see an increase during general election years just because of the magnitude of the elections. And so we're here to support you in that. We're here to support you in identifying a permanent location that hopefully will serve your office and the people of Orange County for years to come. And so our staff, our real estate division, is being very intentional about trying to identify that. And so the only question I have of you in that regard is there a particular location that, I'm going to say a general location, that you want to be located in that you believe will create the access, the efficiency, and everything that you're looking for? Because as you work with our administrative department in real estate, they must understand your needs. We must understand your needs in that regard, and then look at our budget. So is there a particular area that you like?
Well, I appreciate your support, and there is a potential site, and it's currently owned by the City of Orlando and Executive Airport. And it so far looks like it could remedy many of the concerns we have. We have not had a discussion, but it is something that we have seen is available. So we are going to reach out to your real estate department and continue that discussion.
Okay, all right. So good to know, all of those access points that's important to you. I know you're taking into consideration. So I appreciate the presentation today, and we don't have any other questions at this time, so thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come in.
And thank you all for your support, and I understand the challenges that you face. If you have residents who have questions about the budget, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right, excellent. All right, thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move forward now to the sheriff. Sheriff Mina, if you will come forward. He brought backup this morning.
I do have some backup. Under Sheriff Mark Canty, Chief Deputy Carlos Torres, Major Dan Gutierrez, Major Robert Anzueto, Shauna Wells, Dina R., and I have newly promoted Captain Hilly and Mike McKenzie in the back.
All right.
All right. So good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be before you once again. And first off, let me thank you for the work that you do, but also let me thank you for your support and your philosophy of making public safety a top priority here in Orange County. And also thank you for your unwavering support of the men and women of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the ones who risk their lives for this community every single day. So we're going to kind of touch on some highlights, of course, talk about crime, go over the proposed budget, and then our priorities, which we are working on. So it's morning. You know I have to start you off with a video to wake you up and highlight some of the great work that we do every year. A lot of great work by the men and women of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and hopefully you all follow us. I know many of you do on social media, and we like to highlight the things they do every single day for this community. It's their community as well. So we are very happy to announce another decrease in crime last year, 29% decrease in homicides, and a total combined offenses, another 15% decrease in crime overall. And if you look at year-to-date this year, we've seen a decrease in homicides, robberies, all across the board, except for auto burglaries. So we're on pace again to have another historic decrease in total crime here in Orange County. So it just highlights the hard work of the men and women in the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Something we're very, very proud of, because there was just a story in the New York Times about this. You know, the national clearance rate in homicide cases is 61%. So very proud of our homicide unit. They're at 82% and climbing. So very, very proud of their work. Something I want to highlight, because it happens in communities all across the United States. We have seen some drastic decreases in drug overdoses and overdose deaths here in Orange County. And people ask, well, Sheriff, why is that happening? So several reasons. One, again, us targeting those drug dealers who are bringing that poison into our community. I think the awareness and prevention piece. Everyone knows one pill can kill, and people are less likely to experiment with those drugs knowing that they can kill them. And then finally, the availability of Narcan and naloxone for our first responders, and really the public in general. It's widely available now. So very, very encouraging numbers to see that, but we can't take our foot off the gas. You may have seen this story as well. The evil drug dealers have found a way to make meth into pill form, which will attract more younger people to experiment with that. So we're keeping an eye on that. We have not experienced that yet here in Orange County, but we are anticipating that we will, just like the rest of the country. And just the overall crime trend, 20% decrease since 2019, so we're in the right direction. That drastic decrease in 2021 was because of COVID, less visitors, less people out and about, so less crime. So it tracked back up, but then you see, again, huge decrease from 23 to 24. Residential burglaries continue to drop. People ask me about that all the time. So part of that is honestly, more people have firearms in their homes, and it's very dangerous to break into someone's home now. Everyone has a doorbell camera and cameras in their house, so the criminals are really targeting vehicles rather than going inside people's homes, which is not ideal, but we still don't want them going into people's homes or vehicles. Calls for service. This has been an increase of 8%. You see all the 911 calls and non-emergency calls. So as more people continue to move into our area, as we have more visitors, we are going to have more calls for service, and that kind of tracks with the calls that our deputies are responding to every day. To give you we respond to almost 1,000 calls per day. It's 40 calls an hour. It's extremely busy out there. Our deputies are busy not only responding to calls for service, but doing their own self-initiated activity and cases. One of the things complaints I get the most from our residents is traffic crashes, and historically we haven't done those, so we have left that up to FHP. But honestly, I was tired of hearing our residents say they waited eight hours for FHP to respond to a traffic crash on 417. Totally unacceptable. So that's why we have tasked our deputies and field service officers with doing these crash reports. In a year, they've done 9,300. Of course, FHP is happy about that because of the assistance, but also our residents are happy about that. There's nothing worse, and you may have experienced this, your family member may have experienced this, where you get into a traffic crash and the deputy sheriff pulls up and says, well, you have to wait for FHP, and we're not doing that any longer. And that's a service that we need to provide, and we will provide for our residents, and that's why we have an increase in field service officers in this year's budget. All right, so this is the budget. This is not the budget that county staff has prepared for you. This is the budget that I'm asking of you. $431 million is a 12% increase, and I'll explain those increases. But basically, that comes down to personnel and raises, and I'll get into that more. But obviously, we're going to give, just like county employees, for our non-bargaining units, a 5% salary increase. There's also been mandated by statute increases to Florida retirement, which has caused our costs to go up, and then the anticipated insurance health insurance costs as well. But as you know, most of our costs are personnel. So the highlights, just a 13% increase in operations expenditures. You know, trust and transparency are sort of the pillars that I like to have as a sheriff's office, and being able to show everyone what we do on a day-to-day basis, whether it's a use of force or an arrest or investigation. We need these body cameras, and you know, unfortunately, there's only one name in the game, and they really have the market on it, so they continue to increase costs. I will say the technology is amazing. Anytime a deputy sheriff removes his or her gun from the holster, the body camera turns on. Anytime they take their taser out of the holster, the body cam turns on. And everyone else's body cams in the area turn on. So if you watch some of our critical incidents that we release regularly to be transparent and have the trust of the community, you will always see video of the incident. There will never be an instance where we're like, oh, well, that wasn't captured on a body-worn camera. And so that comes with software renewal. Our auto liability insurance has gone up, and retiree health subsidies as well. The capital outlay, we are not requesting any increase in vehicle radios or equipment or computer software. So here's our staffing levels. We're at 1,910 sworn deputies. We're requesting 25 additional, 798 civilian positions. We're requesting 16, so for a total of 2,708 with 41 new positions. And I know this question will come, so I'll ask. I will tell you right now, as far as for deputies, entry-level deputies, we have 136 vacancies for deputies. But if you subtract our conditional offers, we're only at 64 vacancies. So very, very proud of that number. And I will tell you, and I'll keep repeating this, recruitment and retention is the #1 issue that law enforcement across the nation is facing. So here are the requested positions. 25 again in uniform patrol, a victim advocate as our calls for domestic violence increase, the field service officers to assist with those traffic crashes, and as our calls for service, the 911 calls come in, we're asking for more 911 operators. So just want to go over our priorities. Obviously, the reduction of violent crime, the people who are breaking into our homes and our cars. After-hours nightclubs has plagued this community and many across the state. So I'll touch on some legislation and the success of that legislation. And as I mentioned, the retention and recruitment and what we are doing that. And I always like to talk about what we're doing with our community engagement. But here's what we've been able to do. This is our top priority. So year to date, again, 41% decrease in homicides and down 27% in violent crime. Auto thefts down, residential burglaries down, commercial burglaries down, and auto burglaries are all down because of what we have been able to do and because we have the resources to do it. So we saw a disturbing trend here in Orange County several years ago revolving around after-hours nightclubs. Some of you have called us and emailed us about this. These clubs that stay open all night long, serving alcohol illegally, and as a result of those staying open and serving the alcohol all night, that attracted a certain element, and many, many crimes and shootings were occurring at that. So we worked with our legislators to increase penalties for people who are selling alcohol unlawfully. That's now a felony. So we've made, in a year, 90 felony arrests specifically related to after-hours nightclubs. We've seized 14 guns. We've permanently shut down 10 of these after-hours nightclubs throughout the county in just a year, and we're continuing that. Lots of liquor seized and alcohol. We've done 30 search warrants. We've seized 63 gambling machines here in Orange County. So it's been very, very successful for us, and one of the things we're proud of. Another one of our priorities here, you've all heard of the super speeder new bill. That originated right here in Orange County by Orange County deputies. And very, very proud of our staff who went up there to Tallahassee and were able to get some state legislators to sign on to this. And so we can now arrest you if you're going over 100 miles an hour, and we can also arrest you if you're going 50 miles an hour with the speed limit. Of course, why have we done this? Because we're seeing way too many traffic fatalities, not only in Orange County, but throughout the state, and speed is the determining factor. And if you're going over 100 miles an hour, you will not survive that crash, and no one else will as well. Right after the new law was passed,
I'm Sergeant Gabe, Sheriff's Office. The reason being stopped, the speed limit's 70 miles an hour. You're doing 104 coming up behind me. As of 3 minutes ago, it is now an arrestable offense to do in excess of 100 miles an hour in the state of Florida.
Do not go over 100 miles per hour, or we will take you to jail. We will put you in handcuffs and we will take you to jail. And no one wants that. So just slow down. It's for your safety and ours.
so you saw it took us 3 minutes to catch the first one going over 100 miles an hour. So we're hoping that this new legislation will deter people, because now they're going to be put in handcuffs. Their car is going to be towed. They're going to have to go back to court. And of course, the deputy always has the discretion not to, depending on the circumstances, but we just need to get people slow down. Again, this speeding and traffic is the #1 complaint I get to my office, and I think you would agree with that as well. Another one of our big priorities, we had a case here a couple years ago where a man tried to lure a child into their car, and then parents came out, they left the scene. Unfortunately, that crime at that time was only a misdemeanor, so we're not able to make an arrest right away. We're not able to get search warrants and arrest warrants. So again, that legislation started here at the Orange County Sheriff's Office by our sex crimes detectives. We went to Tallahassee, and now that is a felony, thanks to the hard work of the men and women of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and to keep our kids safer. So again, like I said, recruitment and retention is the #1 issue facing law enforcement in our country today. I talk to chiefs and sheriffs all over the state, all over the country, and they ask us what we're doing, and I tell them the things we're doing, and that we go to the community events, we go to college job fairs, we go to all the academies in the county and most in the state of Florida. We continue our 30-30 pledge. That's a pledge to ensure that 30% of our workforce is female by 2030. It's a very, very high bar, but we are looking forward to meeting that. And lastly, I want to highlight the employer support of the National Guard and Reserves Award. Our agency was awarded that award by the Secretary of Defense in Washington, D.C. We're very, very proud of that, and that's because of our support of the military. So here's what we've done over the past 5 years. 693 people have retired. We've added almost 300 new positions, and we've hired 900 people. So we are keeping up with attrition, but as our county continues to grow, we need to keep up with the growth as well. Here's another number that we're proud of as well. The yellow is the number of deputies hired. You see that number from 2022 continuing to rise, 128, 159, 180 last year. We were on pace to hire 202 deputies this year, and you're asking why the difference? Well, a lot of the deputies who were hired in the early 90s are aging out. 2022 was a contract year, so we were able to tout a better salary, so doing great as far as hiring. And something we're also very proud of. Back in 2021, 2022, we saw a huge exodus from our 911 staff, mostly related to COVID, related to people wanting to work from home. So with your help, we were able to raise the salaries, and we have decreased that number to 16. That is an all-time low for many, many years at the Orange County Sheriff's Office Communications Center. Again, we have comm centers across the state asking us how we have done it, and we've done some pretty unique things to retain and attract new people. So we go to all the military installations throughout the year and throughout mostly southeastern United States to get the most qualified sworn and civilian candidates. We are working with our schools from UCF to East River to Boone to Lake Nona for both sworn and civilian jobs. Really, if a high school senior, we could get them on the track to get interested in law enforcement and come right out of high school. Not everyone goes to college. Come right out of high school and you'll get a job as a dispatcher making $46,000 a year. That has helped us as well. And of course, we work very closely with UCF's criminal justice program to get them from that program into our academy. And then we do our own in-house communications center recruiting, but something, again, we're very, very proud of. We've seen a huge increase in the number of people who want to become dispatchers. And I always tell people that, yes, you can go work at a call center and do sort of the same thing, I guess, but this is meaningful work. People actually have the opportunity to come work for us and save lives. I always want to hit on our community engagement, and I always have to write these down. We do so many different things out in our community. It's hard to keep track of them. Hundreds of community meetings every year to reach the people. And of course, we have our police athletic league, our teen academies. We do a lot of things with our youth in this community. And so all that money you see is seized drug money. And we only have to put, I think it's 25% back into the community. We do well above that. As a matter of fact, in 2025, pretty much every dollar we seized off the street in drug money, we gave right back to our community, to 62 different organizations that do youth mentoring, crime prevention, drug abuse, and awareness prevention. So proud of that, it's unfortunate that we still have these drug dealers who are greedy and want to make money off of our residents, but we're taking their money and we're putting it right back into the community. And hopefully that's the results are that decrease in crime that you see. And again, just some more community events we do. We really take this seriously. When I first got into law enforcement, all I wanted to do was arrest the bad guy, and that's very, very important and a huge part of our job. But it's also engaging with the community and building trust, because they're the ones who tell us where the bad guys are. And so I want to show you one more, before I get to this. So here's another big part of our increase. So the men and women of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, they risk their lives every single day for this community, really for complete strangers. And so we are the biggest agency in Central Florida. We're the fourth largest agency, and actually have the second most sworn deputies in the entire state of Florida, because we don't have corrections. We are the busiest agency in Central Florida. We do the most work, and we're not paid. We're not the highest paid salary in this area. And you see some of those agencies, a couple of them, they don't have the workload that the sheriff's office has. They're not doing 40 calls an hour. They're lucky. So to give you an example, an agency like a co-APD, they receive 300 911 calls a day. We receive 3,000 911 calls a day. Our deputies are out there going from call to call to call. And beyond that, it's dangerous. Mayor, this job is way different. When you started, it's way different than I started. There are more people than ever carrying guns on the streets. There are more people than ever willing to use violence against law enforcement. And so our deputies are risking their lives every single day. They need to be compensated for what they do. And I really want you to watch this video. And this is just in the last month, the violence that we have faced.
That's how.
So whether it's people who are just evil and want to hurt law enforcement for whatever reason because they don't want to go back to prison, whether it's because they are criminally insane, that's only in the past 2 months, that violence against law enforcement. And, honestly, I love our county family, but this is the most dangerous job, one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, and that shows it. And, they need to be compensated for that. Our budget reflects including proper compensation for these men and women who risk their lives, and it includes funding for additional deputies. So the difference between the budget that I'm presenting and the budget the county staff has presented to you is they're asking you to not fund 125 deputies. 125 deputies. So what does that mean? That mean we only have, with conditional offers, we only have 67 vacancies. So I'm going to have to call 70 people that we offered a job to and say, we don't need you. And where are those people going to go? They're going to go right to OPD, and they'll be full. This county continues to grow, which is a great thing. I'm glad everyone wants to live here, but 800 people a week, with that many people coming to this county, I could ask for and be justified to ask for an additional 75 deputies this year. This dais is going to include 2 more commissioners. We continue to grow. We are the #1 tourist destination in the world. We have 75 million visitors coming here every single year. With that comes a big target as one of the areas that is a threat against terrorist attacks. You were all here during the Pulse nightclub incident. That killer went to Disney Springs first, and he didn't attack there because he saw all the green uniforms. So you saw the results we have, right? Crime is decreasing despite the population growing. That's because you had already approved those positions in previous years. I'm asking you to keep your foot on the gas pedal, not to go 100 miles an hour and be a super speeder, but what the budget that county staff has prepared, you're not only asking me to take a foot off the gas pedal, you're not even asking me to pump the brakes, you're asking me to go in reverse. And so if you don't fund 125 deputies, it will take us years to catch up from that. And I understand that, the issues that may be looming, but we're talking about public safety. We're talking about the safety of our community, which has to be the #1 priority. And, I won't sleep well at night if I don't. This is my 7th budget here, Mayor. 7th budget hearing with you here, and you probably have never seen me this passionate about budget, right? Because we have done it every year. You ask me about vacancies. We have done an incredible job of closing that gap. Trust me, the chiefs and the sheriffs across the country that I talk to, they're like, "What are you guys doing? How come?" Well, everyone wants. We're lucky because everyone wants to come to Orange County, and we have great opportunity. So we need to continue that. As this county continues to grow, we can't take a step backwards and have all those vacancies that it will take us years to catch up to the vacancies. Like I said, you know how long it takes to put someone through the hiring process. From the time they fill out the application to the time they're on the road, that's over a year. And now, basically, with the proposed budget that the staff is asking us to present to you, I have to call those people and tell them no. I would have to shut down my recruiting unit right now and say, hey, you guys go hit the street. We're not hiring anyone. And I just don't see that as feasible or prudent, knowing that the county is growing by 800 people a week. We're very unlike a municipality like Winter Park. They're not growing, right? They're full because they're not adding officers, right? And they probably won't because they're not growing. We're growing, and we continue to grow. We just opened up a new theme park. So we need those deputies, and the deputies they need to be compensated. And not asking to be the highest paid, I'm just asking you to keep up. And if you go back to the slide here, OPD, they're in contract negotiations too. They're going to end up 67, 68, 69,000, and we need to keep up. I'm not, we don't have egos where my deputies need to pay more than them, but they need to be paid equal, because we have great benefits here, and we are a lot busier. So with that, happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, Sheriff, good presentation. I'm going to lead off. I do have some questions. First, thank you for keeping crime down in our county and keeping our deputies safe as you possibly can during that process. However, I will tell you that, once we set your budget, as you well know, we don't dictate to you who you hire, how many you hire. That's within your budget for you to be able to do so. You do have the discretion to make some decisions about how you utilize your budget. That's something that, the governor and the state gave sheriffs the ability to be able to look within that budget and move funds around. So we've never told you who you can hire, who you can't hire, how many you can hire. When you come in to make your request to us, you make a request for an increase in a certain number of deputies, and we have always supported you in that process to increase deputies. Let me ask you this question, because in terms of pay with deputies, it's not just about the starting pay. How do we compare in terms of the top pay for deputy
So it depends what agency. OPD, top pay is way above what Orange County deputy makes. So we are, and part of this contract negotiation with them, and it's not concluded yet. They want an additional $8 million on top of this budget already. Includes.
You mean OPD does?
Orange County.
Orange County.
The FOP.
FOP. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So part of this contract negotiation with them will include an adjusted step plan and plans to adjust compression as well. So yes, we compare with some of the agencies, but not all of them.
I would like to see that. How do we compare on as they move through the ranks, how they move through the tenure, how does the bottom line at the top pay and in between? Because all of that is relevant, I think, to the pay issue that you bring up. Let me just say this to you also in terms of, I applaud you on keeping crime down. Those are good numbers that you showed. But I do think that when we talk about reductions in crime, we have kind of across the nation, across the globe, it's a three-pronged approach, prevention, intervention, enforcement, and then prosecution, and all of that works together. And I will tell you that as a county, we kind of lean into all of that. The enforcement that you do is wonderful, but I also think that part of the reason crime is down is because when we touch individuals who are incarcerated in our jails, we lean into the treatment portion of it, and then the prevention and intervention related things that are out in the community. And it has paid dividends over time because most of the people who are arrested, they're going back into the community. They're not going off to prison, whether that's federal or state prison. They're coming back into our community, and they come back in fairly quickly. So what we want to do is make sure that they become more self-reliant in a self-indulgent world, that if the crimes that they have committed is because of some addictions, behavioral related issue, co-occurring issues dealing with mental illness, we have simultaneously increased significantly across the board in our county what we are spending in that regard to fix broken people, so to speak. And so that has been very effective for us to work in tandem with all of the components of the criminal justice system, and we will continue to do that. So I'll just share that with you, that it's part of the bottom line. In terms of the call center, the 911 call center, you talked about increases in pay. Of course, we supported you in that with paying people what they deserve to get paid to work in that area. So I'm highly encouraged by what I've heard you say in that regard. Also, let me just ask you a question. In terms of the vacancies, at 136 vacancies, but 64 with conditional offers is what I heard you say. So that's probably one of the lowest you've seen in quite some time, and you talked about that. On the civilian side, you talked about 16 vacancies, I think, within the call center, but across your entire employ, what's the vacancy level for the number of civilians as well?
Hold on, let me get to that. So. Including communications and other civilians, if you take away conditional offers, 33 openings. So say there might be a vacancy in IT, but that person is in the process about ready to start, but it's still counted as a vacancy because they're not collecting a paycheck, right? So with conditional officers, that number is very low as well. Okay. And let me just, if you will, speak to a big issue that I know is on the minds of many people, and that's immigration and customs enforcement. Can you talk a little bit about your philosophy about to what extent your sheriff's agency is supporting immigration and customs enforcement or not? For example, we've made a decision here that, when there was a request that came in for us to sign an addendum to one of the agreements we had to have potentially have our corrections officers do transports for federal immigration and customs to federal detention facilities. I don't see that as our responsibility to take correctional officers out of our jail where we have primary core responsibilities for, to then do what I believe is the federal government's job to transport their inmates from one facility to the other. So we're not going to participate in that. And I know that there's been a lot of conversation amongst Florida sheriffs, but just kind of where are you on that? Yeah, so as you know, the Florida law does state that law enforcement will use its best efforts to support immigration enforcement. That is the law in Florida. So what does that mean for the Orange County Sheriff's Office? All right. Knowing that our priority is violent crime and arresting people who are breaking into our homes and cars, we did train about 100 deputies. That's way less than 10% of our force in the 287G program to show that we are using our best efforts to support immigration enforcement. But I will tell you that on a day-to-day basis, immigration enforcement has little to no impact on the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Sure, and how it touches an Orange County deputy is that we'll respond to a domestic violence call, or we will pull someone over and arrest them for speeding over 100 miles an hour, or we'll go to a bar fight. And when we run those persons through the system now, it didn't used to be like this, now that person will show up with an ICE detainer. Well, we end up arresting them on the local charges just like we would have anyway. I get the daily population reports from your jail. The majority of people who are in there have been arrested on a local charge. So to answer your question, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, our deputies are not out there seeking people who are here illegally. But just like if the FBI calls upon us, or the U.S. Marshals, or the DEA, if ICE calls us to help them, if they're calling one law enforcement agency to another for their help, we will assist them, and we will follow the law. I am the sheriff, so I will follow the law. Now, are we going on raids? Are they asking us to do any of that? No, absolutely not. They've asked us one time to help them transport people from the ICE facility here to the Orange County Jail. One time. As far as people who have been taken into custody under an immigration detainer since January by an Orange County deputy, based on your own statistics, your own jail, that's happened one time. Most of the people that we run into or here illegally have already committed a crime in Orange County, and that's how we interact with them. I hope that answers your question.
Partly, are you participating in any of the transports from our correctional facility to any other detention facility for federal inmates?
We have not. The only transport we have done so far is from the local ICE facility to the Orange County Jail. I will tell you, about a month ago, they called us on very short notice and asked us if we would transport people from here in Orlando to South Florida, and I said, you give us 4 hours notice, we can't help you. I got 2 vans and a couple of deputies, and so they said they didn't need our help, and what they have done now and what they continue to do is they just get a large charter bus, and they're able to do most of those transports by themselves and not use local law enforcement. And as a matter of fact, I got a complaint from our deputies that they were held up at the jail because there was a large charter bus at the Orange County Jail. We have since worked that out with Chief Quinones that our law enforcement will have priority before that, and he's been very supportive of that.
Okay, that's good to hear, because our core responsibility is to our community to keep it safe, and if we send our resources to other places, then it takes the men and women who we are supporting and paying to do law enforcement here. If they're going somewhere else doing other jobs, then it dilutes their ability to answer those first response calls here within our community. So I support you in that regard. I think when you did the update on what you're doing with the forfeiture donations, I think that's really extraordinary, the work that you're doing there to kind of help with some community-based organizations, because when you do that, it does directly impact all of those prevention and intervention-related programs that go into the overall strategy of how we reduce crime as a community. So thank you for what you're doing in that regard. The other thing that I will tell you is that I do appreciate the fact that since you've been sheriff, when you've had excess fees, you have returned those fees as the statute requires to the county, and we have always worked with you. Any fees that you returned, we put that into the overall strategy of how we fund the sheriff's office, and we will continue to do that. I don't think that in the last 7 years since you've been sheriff, I don't think that there's been any time that you didn't return some fees. You've always been able to do that, and perhaps Kurt can tell us more precisely what that looks like in terms of what the sheriff has returned to us, because there was a myriad of reasons why you may be able to return excess fees to us. We've had one constitutional who didn't do that, and in accordance with the law. But in either case, Kurt, what does that look like for us?
Yes, Mayor. They have returned excess fees, every year, as you mentioned. It varies per year based off, you know, sometimes they have vehicles that don't get purchased in 1 year, and so they have to roll it to the next year. So then we return the excess fees back to them that year. And then, like, for instance, this past year, in 24 fiscal year they returned 9.6 million, but then we returned the 10 million back to them to cover salaries. So we actually ended up giving that back to them in January. But some of those years, it depends on the situation, but they have always returned excess fees.
Okay, and so what we've said, even with this budget, you know, the best predictor of future behaviors is past behavior, is that you will probably work this year and stay within your budget and probably have some excess fees. What I've said to our staff is we will return those fees to the sheriff to make sure that he's able to continue. Now, in terms of how you utilize what is returned to you, that's pretty much your decision. You know, we don't make the decision on your hiring practice or what your priorities are within the sheriff's office. You make those decisions. And if your priorities are that you don't want to use the funding that we're providing to you to do hiring, that's a decision that you've made. That's not a decision on our side. What we will do here is certainly remind our board that once we set the sheriff's budget, we do not have the authority to tell you how you can move money around or what you can do with it. That's something only sheriffs have the ability to be able to do. And so there's some, what I'm saying to you is there's some control within your reach about how you spend money and how you prioritize what you spend it on inside the sheriff's office. But I just ask that when you come here, it's an honest conversation about what you're going to do, whether it's personnel costs related. You know, give us an, you know, your projection of what you need with contract negotiations and all of that, and we supported you in your contract negotiations to make sure that you have been able to make the pay raises that you have made. So those are the questions that I have at this point. I will.
So, Mayor, I just want to touch
yes.
on before the commissioners. Just want to touch on a couple of things you said. First of all, with the mid-year adjustment, we didn't get all that money back. We needed an additional $3 million and didn't get that back. And second, the only reason I bring up the 125 unfunded positions, I'm well aware what I can do once the budget is approved. But that's your document that the county staff prepared, who puts in there under the budget that they propose 125 unfunded vacancies. Well, I'm telling you, I'm just letting you know I don't have 125 vacancies because I'm going to hire those people. So just want to be clear about that. That's the reason. That's the reason I brought that up.
I don't know how Kirk might be able to speak to the 125 if he got that number from somewhere.
Mayor, that was based off historical vacancies of over 200 vacancies throughout the year. So what we did is just we took a starting salary and equated that to a number. So it's just a number evaluation. It's not saying that we're not going to fund 125 deputies. It's just equating that to the number of what we had recommended of an $8 million difference there for a total of 125 deputies. So it wasn't necessarily that we're telling the sheriff not to fund 125 deputies. It's just we mathematically equated it to that based off historical vacancy rates.
I understand, and one thing that the sheriff has made clear is that his historical vacancy rates have improved within the last year or so, and even currently, with 136, he said that he had 136 deputy vacancies, and but based on conditional offers, he has 64. That's a number that will ebb and flow and may change over time. But again, we're not saying that we're not funding 136 deputies. In fact, you requested 41, and within the budget, we assume that you're going to probably get closer to, at some point, closing the gap even further than what you have now. However, it's aspirational. I hope we see a day when you have 0 vacancies, but it tends to not work like that in my experience, where you always have some vacancies just because of attrition, et cetera. But in either case, okay, so that's the explanation for that. I will go to Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, Commissioner Simrad, and then Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Wilson, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Sheriff Mina and Under Sheriff Canty, coming to visit us and spending some time talking through some of the challenges, some of the opportunities. I think I want to start out by thanking you again for continuing to not blink when our schools needed school resource officers. We work so closely with the Sheriff's Department on so many issues, and I don't even think we got a chance to talk about it when those things were happening. But I was at the school board and got to listen to what I felt like was some fear in parents' voices and some real concern on behalf of the board members about how they were going to make every school equitably safe, because you set the standard and you were able to hold that line. So I know we're being doged here. I believe everybody besides the actual Doge office is under the Doge push. So my question is, hearing really from our residents, public safety is number one, continues to be number one, right? I think it was unbelievably helpful to hear from you directly about the fact that our population growth is a factor, and that our major economic driver, which is tourism, is a factor, right? In the amount of, I would say, continued law enforcement presence, the amount of training, all the things that cost money. So knowing that we're sort of all under these pressures, and that we received our letter, and that we've been trying really hard to figure out this budget thing and be very efficient and accountable, and was there, I know the legislative efforts were very much directed into trying to make sure that we have that criminal code to meet the demand of crimes that we're seeing in this new time. But was there any pursuit of dollars? Because I know with our MSTU general fund, and I believe there's one other revenue source besides the grants, none of it comes from that huge economic, our one really off the charts revenue source. And it would benefit tourism by the statute, right? TDT has to be something that benefits tourism. And as far as I can tell you as a traveler anywhere else, I go where I feel safe. Has there been any lobbying efforts on behalf of either our department or other departments across the state in order to break out some of those revenue sources in order to meet these gaps?
Not that I'm aware of. Look, I'm very supportive of that. I think this commission has been very good, at least in my almost 7 years here, of giving us the resources that we need. And I watch your county commission meetings, and I know we have deputies that come from our budget that work at the convention center to a tune of over $1 million. So we're well aware of that. There hasn't been any specific push by me, but I would be supportive of that. I mean, tourism is our number one industry here, and we have to deal with 75 million visitors a year. It's like hosting a Super Bowl every single day, as you know, and then beyond that, we have FIFA and MegaCon and protests that we have to deal with. So any increase in funding for the Sheriff's Office, I would be supportive of.
Well, I support you. I support what you need to do to be able to be a fully operating and functioning department. As you know, my district, I think if you watched yesterday, the growth that's where the growth is. And the thing that comes up at every single community meeting is, do you have enough, fire rescue, do you have enough? I mean, that comes with roads and parks also, but to some extent, the question about law enforcement is, and I say then, they're a constitutional officer, they always participate with us in all of our community outreach, we're great partners, and we work together on a budget. So I support what you need in order to be able to make sure that we're appropriately staffed in the areas that we know we're getting tax revenue, and that we know that we have a growing population that needs to feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sheriff, for the great presentation and answering our questions. I have a question here that I just want to say. This year, the Comptroller's Office conducted an audit of the 911 call center system and its response time. What changes has your office made to address this audit?
So first, a couple things. That audit started in 2022. At that time, we had 91 vacancies. So as you saw in my presentation, we have closed that gap to 16 vacancies. During part of that audit as well, we were dealing not only with vacancies from COVID and people leaving to work from home, we were also dealing with people who were sick from COVID and sick and out for 2 weeks, as you know. So we believe that affected our numbers. All of the recommendations that the comptroller's report included have been implemented or are already being implemented. In addition to that, we have started we're testing live 911 right now, which will actually, as the deputies driving around down Orange Avenue or wherever their district is, they will actually hear the 911 call live as it comes in. And so we have definitely closed the gap on vacancies, and we also closed that gap on response times and answer times as well.
So since when did this happen, that you started that?
Since when?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. So those were, when we had the 91 vacancies
Mm-hmm.
in 2022, we obviously saw that as an issue, and a lot of that was related to COVID, but that started then, correct?
So then the reports now are better, the time, is...
Well, yes, the numbers are improving, but I think your own comm center here from the county will tell you that the numbers aren't quite accurate. At one point, we got numbers that we were almost at 100% rate, which we knew were not of answering the call within 10 seconds, and we knew those numbers aren't correct. So we're still working with that, with the county part of the comm center as well, to make sure those numbers are accurate. But yes, we have seen drastic improvement because now we have so few vacancies.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Mayor.
And since y'all invoked the name of the comptrollers, he's sitting here. If you want to make any comments, you can. Otherwise, I'll go to the next commissioner. This is reference to audit. The audit.
I was glad to see the decrease in vacancies as well.
Let's turn his mic up.
So I was glad to see the decrease in vacancies as well, and I've told people I appreciated your response to our audit. Sometimes we'll do an audit and not get the kind of response that we got from your office, but I think your response to our audit was a textbook response. You acknowledged the issues, you owned it, and then you said, here's what we're going to do to fix it. And we can't ask for any more than that. So it's a concern, and I got to tell you, we got a lot of attention on that audit because people want to know when they pick up the phone and there's a bad guy trying to kick in their front door, they want the police there, the sheriff there as soon as possible. And I'm glad that we had the issue as far as how the times were being calculated, and we discovered something which I don't think anybody knew as far as the reported times didn't include time on hold at the call center, which that should be counted. That's time that someone doesn't have an officer at their house. So that's my thank you for raising that issue. It's a big thing. It's important. And Mayor, like you always say, public safety is number one. It's our core business. It's what we do. Those are my comments on the audit.
Okay, well, since you were sitting here, your name was involved. All right, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sheriff and officers, for all that you do in our community. As long as we're on the topic of audit, Comptroller Diamond, we have another audit coming for Visit Orlando that gets $100 million of our taxpayer money that we're awaiting eagerly to see how they have been spending it. And when you have an organization that's getting $100 million to promote private businesses, and then you have police officers standing in front of you begging for money so that they can operate and keep us safe, it is a stark reminder that a taxation model that's more than a half a century old needs to be updated. We need to have access to our tourist development tax money to fund the very infrastructure that keeps us safe, which is our police, which is our fire, which is our corrections. And it's a big pot of money, $360 million a year, $100 million going to Visit Orlando. And so, Sheriff, we need help because it's like pushing a boulder up a mountain to try to get reform on that form of tax because of the special interests that protect that pot of money. So please join those of us that are advocating for that reform because it should be coming directly back into our community to benefit our safety as well as the 75 million tourists that you are charged with to help protect and keep safe as well, which equates to about 213,000 of them a day. So it's time for us to reform that taxation model, and I support your efforts to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I expect some support for that TDT too.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
What I will tell you, we're somewhat unique as a county because we do have a law enforcement MSTU out of Florida, 67 counties. That is not the norm. That today doesn't fully fund the sheriff's office. We make up the deficit in funding from the public service tax. We make it up from general fund, and I think also the communications tax, I think are all the areas that we pull funding from to make the sheriff's budget whole. And today, we come pretty close to whatever the sheriff comes in and makes a request for. In terms of tourist development tax, expanding it to other eligible uses, tourism still is a significant economic driver for our community, and we need to protect that. But in our zeal to make certain that we're taking care of the entire community, there may be a need for some expansion, but what I will say is that supplanting isn't going to work in terms of the big picture that we have to look at. If we take from one area of existing revenue streams and dilute that down, we still didn't really take care of the entire community. And so there's additional conversation I think that has to be had about that expansion, what it looks like, what works for us in terms of funding all of the counties, different challenges that we have. But we'll see. There is obviously tax reform is a priority for at least the governor and the legislature now, and we're not certain what that will look like after the next session. We need to understand that as a community before we make any final kinds of determinations. I think the board will have to have all of the information before we make some decisions about what that looks like and how we support and what we support. So I don't want us to prematurely make commitments today before we know all of the facts. But generally speaking, I'm supportive of expanding in some way. Okay. Commissioner Moore.
I want to piggyback on what you were just talking about because that's where I'm a little bit fuzzy. So I understand that we have these funding sources, and when the budgets don't marry up, it seems like it comes out of general revenue, and that's our concern because we look at the county safety in a holistic fashion, whether it be with our services for unhoused, mentally ill, what have you. And so public safety comes from a whole set of expenditures, public education to everything we do. And so I'm a little confused about how much we're going into general revenue for this year's budget and with the discrepancy between what the sheriff is asking for and what our staff is saying, I'm not clear on where that money would come from, and do we have to make that determination today?
That is a general issue here, that we will, whatever we do, what has been presented to the board today is a balanced budget, okay? Where we have looked broadly across all of our different responsibilities and requests for funding, and tried to make sure that we were, number one, taking care of public safety, because I think 52% or so of our general operating budget that has been presented to you at this point is going to public safety. That includes the sheriff, corrections, and the fire rescue department. Last year, we, after I think it was 18 years or so at that time, we increased the fire MSTU. The sheriff and I have had conversations, and at some point, I do believe that our county needs to increase the law enforcement MSTU. And it hasn't been increased, I think, in 19 years, is my recollection. One way that you could address the sheriff's issue is does the board have the willingness, the desire to increase the law enforcement MSTU? When the law enforcement MSTU was put in place and created under the rules of our county as a charter county, it was at a time where it was believed that the law enforcement MSTU would pay for the sheriff's operations, okay? The sheriff's office, the population has grown, sheriff's office budget has grown to what you see today, and even though the rate has stayed the same, we have continued to increase the sheriff's budget. In the last 2 years alone, we've increased with the request, what we put into the budget model this year, 21% in 2 years. Is what we've definitely supported our sheriff's office is what I'm saying to you there. But if whenever we look broadly and we make, as a board, a decision on what those priorities should be and how we're going to fund them, keep in mind that any modifications to the balanced budget that we have presented to you at this point, we would have to make that up somewhere else. Okay, that means we would reduce somewhere else. And again, we're pulling from 3 other funding sources to make the sheriff's budget whole, because we have said as a public policy, public safety in the sheriff's budget is a priority for us. Okay, and so we prioritize that. So that's what I will tell you is you know, do we have the breadth, the willingness to increase the law enforcement MSTU? Is that today? Is that some point in the future? That's something that we have to make a decision about. But the general fund is the #1 fund that funds general services in the county. And those are where we do not have restrictions. Today, the Commissioner Simrad brought up the tourist development tax. Those funds are restricted. We cannot use it in our county today for public safety. That will have to require a change in law. There are other funds, enterprise funds like the convention center. We cannot pull those funds out of that enterprise fund or the utilities enterprise fund to fund law enforcement. We're restricted. So when we look at our general operations budget, this is where we have all of the pressures coming in. And you all yesterday, when Community and Family Services was here, you all lit up. You know, you were really kind to them and said, hey, you know, we'd like to increase your budget there. Well, we don't have the money to increase everywhere. So we do have to prioritize where we're going to use the discretionary funds, but it is a balanced budget at this point. Okay, hopefully that answered part of your question.
Well, it did, sort of, yeah. This is tough because we're all friends, but we've got to balance it. So are you saying that it was balanced with out the latest increase that the sheriff has asked? And and then what is the process? Do we have to vote to increase what he asks or stay with what staff recommended?
The delta between what the sheriff has requested, what is in the budget is about $8 million, okay? And, of course, we've had conversation with the sheriff. We're not, antagonistic towards one another.
Course not.
We sit down and we have conversations about the budget, and we try to get to a place where there's a happy medium where we're not sacrificing public safety or his responsiveness to the community as the sheriff. And that's, that's a debatable thing to where we are at this point. And all I'm simply saying to the sheriff is that we're still increasing the sheriff's budget significantly. What we proposed was an increase of about 10.5%. What the sheriff has requested is about 12%. And so we're not far off from that. And so, what we're saying, myself and the staff is saying, is that prioritize sheriff here's where we are, with it. It would take the board to change that, and any changes would require the budget office to go back, and whatever changes you say, if there's a change, we would have to go back and recalculate where we're reducing that from or where we're pulling that from. So
Okay.
we could say, well, okay, let's give him more money. At this point, we don't have more money in the law enforcement MSTU, because they're maxed out. We would have to go to one of the other funding sources and pull that money from that area, and then whatever the fallout, the consequences of that, we'd have to articulate that to you. We're cutting somewhere else.
Well, I'm sad about always cutting public works. I say that every budget year. And Sheriff, a lot of the complaints are on the roads, and we know public safety has to do with engineering, has to do with enforcement and education. We're doing everything we can on the education side, but if we don't have any money for the enforcement side, then we're making your job more difficult. So it is definitely, a balancing act for us to try to keep all that in place. Kurt, how much do we go into general revenue for his budget over that MSTU? And then, I don't know if sitting there, if you can calculate with his $8 million and whatever that general fund money is, what would that do to the MSBU? And that's probably too much for you right now, because I'm surprising you, and I never like to do that.
No. So as mentioned, as the mayor mentioned, 52% of the sheriff budget, which we max out, is from the MSDU, and that will directly go to fund the sheriff. And then we have the public service tax, which is about $100 million, is 24% of the sheriff's budget. And then the $84 million comes from the general fund. So, and that's about 20%. So if the board chooses to provide that other $8 million, that will come from general fund reserves, which will drop it down to, we did get a little bit of a bump up in the latest property appraiser final, maybe down to about 7% reserves is what I'm kind of estimating. The other option is look at PST, public service tax. We could take some more money out of that. It's just that's going to run out though in 2 years.
Well, but Kurt, this is recurring.
And it affects parks, yes.
But
yeah.
Where do you move? It's moving from a different source. If it's general fund, it's taking sales tax, which affects that conversation yesterday with Public Works.
And I understand that, but my question was more the MSBU.
Right. I'm
That
doing the calculations
conversation,
right now.
because I think it's better that, it'd be nice if his whole budget came from that, and we could take some of that money back into Public Works, because a lot of our safety issues and our accidents are because of engineering issues that we're not able to address. I mean, we go to Metroplan Orlando, and all we talk about is safety, safety, safety. So we're all on the same team, but this is challenging in these budget years with the state looking at us. So when does that decision have to be made? Does it have to be today?
if there's going to be a change.
Yeah, if there's going to change, if you're going to increase the sheriff budget to his proposal, we need to know, because we need to prepare the budget for the final budget public hearings in September.
And the property, I mean, the.
Well, the millage, yeah,
notice,
if you
the
have to
millage,
change the
right.
millage, that does have to be
noticed.
done today.
Right, that has to be done
Yeah,
today.
if you change the MSTU rate, that has to be approved. It would have to be increased today tentatively, because you cannot increase it in September. You could only lower it in September.
Well,
But to
this
answer
is,
your
tough
question-
at the last second. I wasn't really aware till I got here today that we had
When-
an $8 million
When he
gap.
says today, I don't necessarily know that it really means today, but by the end of our budget work sessions, if we're going to make tweaks, because the trim notices have to be sent out in a timely manner, we're running up against the deadline by which that would need to be done. But what I would say to you is that soon, after we have our full budget workshops today, we can have that conversation at the end about, once you've heard everything, all of the different budget presentations, we can come back and we can have that conversation as a board about what you might want to do if you want to make any modifications here. But I believe you deserve to have the big picture, all of the information by which to make decisions, and we'll go from there. And at that point, what we would do is, if there's any modifications or changes, the budget office has to kind of come back and tell you, okay, here's what you can do, here's what we can do. Whether it's the full $8 million, let's say if we're talking just about the sheriff coming out of reserves, you need to understand how that impacts reserves and everything else, and so you will have to have that conversation. The sheriff is requesting the closure of the $8 million gap. You know, it could be zero in terms of that closure, it could be something else, but we will have to come back and tell you what that looks like.
All right. Thank you. By the way, I'm sorry, I guess I was the heavy this morning. We love you, but we had to have this conversation. Next time, please tell us about it sooner, or maybe you did, and I didn't
So
realize that.
we did meet, Commissioner, and I expressed to you what our needs were in that meeting. I know it was a while ago, but there was a difference between, we had expressed what we need. And then to the board and to you, I was in support of raising the MSTU last year. I am in support of that again this year.
Okay, well, thank you, and sorry about that. It was a difficult conversation today, but we're all on the same team. Thank you.
I do believe at some point, the law enforcement MSTU needs to be raised. But is that today? I don't know. Okay, but you know, especially with what happened last year, especially in tax reform. Now, what I've said since I have been participating on these different statewide task forces with other counties to discuss what the tax reform may look like and what implications are. One of the things that I've said that is that if there's an elimination of property taxes, you know, and I think that that's a long shot, but if there's some change, what I've said to our colleagues in counties across the state is that we will have to advocate to exempt out of public safety. Okay. You know, we as a county, not every county has a fire MSTU either, but we have both. We increased the fire MSTU. So what I'm saying to the state, because other counties are similarly situated as we are, they're all having these conversations because their law enforcement costs, the sheriff's costs, and all the counties are going up, and they're going up significantly. And so all of the counties are forced to have the conversation, especially those who don't have an MSTU, about how they're going to continue to fund it. And without, if they eliminated property taxes, we got a problem. So what I've said is to protect public safety, fundamental reason the government exists is if you all got to do that, Tallahassee, exempt out law enforcement and exempt out the fire, exempt out the public safety components. And then we have to figure out, the pressure is all on the other services that we offer as counties, but we're a long way from knowing what's going to happen. But right now, that is how we are strategizing across the state. Okay. All right. Commissioner Uribe.
Good morning, Sheriff. It's good to see you again. Long time. I wanted to, first of all, I want to say you have an amazing group of deputies and public servants, and even your outreach individuals have become friends. I love what you're doing, especially I'll be at the next self-defense course in September in your district, Commissioner Wilson. It's in Hunters Creek. And even the shredding, I mean, everything you guys do to really get ahead of identity theft, personal protection. There's so much going on. I wish you would have presented on that a little bit more, because it's really great, because it's not just calling 911 and coming out. I'd be remiss if I don't also mention we have deputies or lieutenants come to our community meetings, our town halls. I have used and abused Captain Blanford, and he keeps taking it. And I'm just so appreciative, because that's such an important component when you talk about the community engagement, and that is a relationship of community with your local government and your deputy's office. And so, and lastly, when they volunteer under the JAG grant at our community and really engage with people one-on-one, I love seeing people take pictures with your deputies, smile and laugh. That is now developing more. I mean, I think we've always wanted there to be a relationship of confidence, where you felt that your deputies were safe. And we didn't talk about that enough, because it's really something that you have really pressed and pushed forward. Sergeant Pillay, I call him a little superhero, because he is fierce. But I want to come and ask you a little bit. I've been reading where we're actually, lots of counties across the state are looking at increasing their millage rate because of the sheriff's budget. I think most recently Seminole County is going through the same thing. Can you possibly, and I know it's not your job, but you are keeping your finger on the pulse on what other sheriff's offices are doing around the state. Because everything goes up. Cost goes up. When you've got to buy a car, when you need equipment, you need updated, when you got to make sure everybody has a camera, even all the way to the CIT training, right? Which has been a very big component. Can you kind of explain the trend we're seeing? Because it doesn't seem like what's being collected can really keep up with what's being needed to make sure our communities are safe.
Well, thank you. And so the two biggest things, I mentioned it before, are ensuring that our deputies are properly compensated. And I will be honest, there is a big competition right now. Everyone's trying to chase the highest paid agency, and people are afraid of losing deputies to other agencies. So as you know, all the deputies in Florida are part of Florida retirement system. So a deputy could be on 5, 6, 7 years at the Orange County Sheriff's Office and see a better opportunity to higher pay or a signing bonus and jump and would not affect their retirement. So there is a county in Florida, in Central Florida right now, who's offering a $20,000 signing bonus to certified deputies. So he's targeting my deputies. And so thankfully we have better opportunity and better benefits, but some deputies, they're going to take that. They're going to take that. So everyone's kind of chasing that. And of course, we're different from many other sheriff's offices in the state because of the growth, the 800 people per week. So that's what we're chasing. And that's what we're trying to keep up with.
Right. I wanted to ask you, I know that Commissioner Gomez-Cordero asked about the 911 audit, but I wanted to ask how your staffing is going with 911, because are you all now comparable to what fire is paying to your 911 dispatchers?
Yeah, correct, we are. And so because with your help, we were able to raise the salary over the past several years by about 32%. We have closed that gap, like I said, from 90 to 16 in just 3 years. And we've done some other things as far as things in the comm center to kind of make it a more welcoming place to come, and some management changes has helped as well. We just want to make it as, and you probably have visited the comm center like I have. I go in there and try and visit. You can't even talk with them. They're so busy. The calls are just nonstop. So that the closing the gap based on the salary increase has definitely helped, though.
So I've never had a chance to visit. Can I visit?
You can visit anytime you
Okay,
want, but
I
don't
Don't expect to have a
them to look
conversation.
up, because I'm
But
telling you.
I would love to see that. I've gone to fire, but I've never been to you guys, so I would love to. So I'll follow up. That's good to know, because I remember that was an issue at once, where you just didn't have enough folks working there. That's good. So my last question, not my last, I got to look. How's your retention going on? I mean, because you sat there and said, there's other sheriffs and chief of polices who are offering, and let's be honest, that workload reduces dramatically, right?
And so.
You know, just even by the call volume, you can tell that it reduces. So just curious how your retention is going.
Yeah, retention is going well because we have been able so far to keep pace with those other agencies. So that's my fear about dropping too far behind the other big agency in this area, that a deputy sheriff can leave here with 2 or 3 years on and go there and make more money. So we've been able to stop that so far. So the people that are leaving the Orange County Sheriff's Office are retiring 25, 30, 35 years on. It's very rare, extremely rare, that we have someone leave and go to another agency because of the things we were able to do with pay and with benefits. When people leave with 5 or 6 years on, it's usually to move to a different state to be closer to family. But again, there are other agencies in Central Florida targeting our deputies, and so that's why we need to be at the top of that pay scale.
Okay, and I know that Commissioner Semrod brought up, obviously, tourism and so forth. Have you guys ever analyzed how much, because let's be honest, we have about 1.5 million people in Orange County. Granted, it's about 900,000 that are unincorporated, but every given day, there's at least 200,000 people in our town who aren't from here, right? When you just do the math and divide it up. Have you all, and this may be a lot, and I mean, I hate to put you on the spot, have you ever looked at the amount of work volume and balancing of that has gone into it? Because when you think of 200,000 people, that's another town.
Well, exactly, and so the best way I can answer that question, if you go back to this slide right here. Sorry, it's right at the beginning with the crime decreases and increases. So look at 2021. That's because Disney and Universal shut down during COVID. So that should tell you right there, I can't give you an exact figure because we've never studied that, but that should tell you right there, the visitors and the tourists that come in generate crime and calls for service, obviously, right? More tourists here, more victims. More victims, more crime. More crime, more law enforcement needed.
That's interesting. And I know we can't analyze that data, but there is a trend of what was going on here and what was happening. And of course, there's always, people were home more. You know,
Absolutely.
They weren't out.
Absolutely. Correct.
We were in a weird zone. Okay. I mean, I would love to see, I mean, I know we can't take everything, but I would love to see some input of that, because public safety is what makes us a viable town to visit also. And I think that there should be and could be conversations, and you all carry a lot more leverage than we do when it comes to public safety and having to fight for that. So I think it should be viable. But I also agree, and I brought this up earlier, Kurt, we had $12 million in excess revenue that we ended up having at an adjustment, and we gave it away to nonprofits. And when I think of investments, I would love to see an investment in safety. And I think we have to have that difficult conversation.
I don't know.
I
We gave
appreciate
12
that.
million away.
The money, when we had over revenue and we gave extra money to Career Source and other nonprofits at mid-year, when we had excess in our funding that came in, it was a conversation I had where I said, why can't we put more in reserve? instead of just give away funding when we had excess
I
revenue.
think the only commissioner that we rebudgeted was the children's services funding. I don't think we did, all the ARPA money was for career source. I don't think we provided any extra.
Not the cash ball.
Yeah.
Well, again, when we look at excess funds, this is the kind of thing we need to invest in.
And that's what we've been doing. That was the commitment that Mayor spoke, said that would be the appropriate opportunity. And that has been the approach, just that, to do each year, to look at that cash brought forward. And that has been the strategy. And what the mayor committed is anything that's provided, it goes back. Obviously, we did have a conversation about what that amount, because we always look at what those needs are as well. But that has been typically how we address the year-end cash brought forward. Again, the other dollars you're talking about is a little different than the year-end cash brought forward. And we have used year-end cash brought forward always to actually bolster the reserves, general fund reserves a little bit each time we've had that year-end cash brought forward.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Mayor, before I go into my question, I know the comptroller wanted to talk, so I want to.
Comptroller, did you have a question or comment?
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Uribe, I think that's a great question. And I wonder, Sheriff, there isn't some way to track, number one, the people you arrest to see who's local, who's from out of town, and then also the victims? Are they local?
Yeah, the corrections has that in their database, based on address. At the time they're arrested, there's a code that goes into the system. So we know that. We know how many are homeless, et cetera, male, female, et cetera.
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Scott, you.
Mayor, I'm going to yield just temporarily to Commissioner Cordero. She wanted to say something before me, and then Commissioner Simrad says she has something quickly, so I'll yield to
okay.
Ladies first.
All right. Commissioner Wilson.
She's eating.
She's good. Okay, she's good. All right, so Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify my angle on the TDT. What I'm saying is that we need to make sure that when we're talking about doging things, we're not doging public safety. And what I really want to see is our legislative delegation get marching orders from this board to go to Tallahassee to advocate for that tax reform, to update a model that's more than a half a century old, as well as to follow the governor's direction, which was to find a way to tax the people that don't live amongst us daily, which are our tourists, through things like additional communications tax, live entertainment fees, taxes, things like that, so that we can get the money to the areas that we need it most. So that's what I just wanted to clarify my angle. I know we can't use it today, but I just want to see us get it on a legislative delegation to doge areas where we are marketing private businesses on public dollars. Thank you.
So that doesn't exist today.
I know.
Okay. In terms of the Department of Government efficiency at the federal level, they have not exempted out, public safety, and nor at this point, nor has the Florida governor. And we don't know, this is evolving, what they're doing. And, the letter that we received last week with a deadline, I think, of the 21st to respond at the state level, asked for general information that is readily available. The Office of Management and Budget probably has that already completed. If not today, I know it'll be tomorrow, and we will submit the general information. And so what the state is going to receive from all 67 counties and subunits within a lot of data and information. What they choose to do with that, I don't know, but the state needs to doge itself as well, because from the legislative reviews, the state has some issues itself. So we don't know where we're going to end up, Commissioner, but there's no exemption, no express exemptions at this point. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Sheriff, I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you again. I have other questions, but I'm going to email them to you so I don't take time. But this is important because of my residents in Southeast, the Windham's Lake, Weatherby, and you smile because you know where I'm coming from. The substation that we have is the Lake on the Hill one and the other one in the 33rd. Do you have any plan to do something for the Southeast?
So, Commissioner, I'll answer it like this. So, we have a capital improvement plan for a new substation in Sector 5. That plan started before I got here 6 years ago, and there's been little movement on that. So I'd love to help you on that, but I'd love to get Sector 5 up and running, the move, but these things take time. I know real estate has to be found. I know the county has to look at properties and all that, and but that's been going on for 6 years. So I'd love to tell you that we'd get a substation there quick, but we haven't even really moved on Sector 5 because
Sector 5 is where?
Out in the tourist area. It's a
Is
dilapidated
Is your question
sector.
about your area, Commissioner?
Yes, that's my area. And that's the thing that, tourism and the tourists, we need to protect them. I get it. But, the people and the residents are like, but what about us that live, so that's why I'm bringing it again, because in 2019 I brought it.
There's a Sector 2 substation, and not far from there. I get it. Everyone wants a substation in their neighborhood, and that's not always practical or feasible. But like I said, we've been waiting on this Sector 5 substation for over 6 years.
And this come from your budget too? The
Capital improvement.
Well,
So
okay.
it's over here now. We're ready to go.
Okay.
So we're just waiting on
Yeah, so
those
it's
funding
important.
and for us to find property, for you guys to find property for us to relocate and build that substation in Sector 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Scott, were you trying to go last or?
No, I wasn't trying to go last, but they had asked could they
okay.
chime in, so.
Commissioner Scott and then Commissioner Wilson.
All right, good morning, Sheriff, Undersheriff, Chief Deputy, Majors. Thank you for coming and senior staff. I think how I want to do this is, Sheriff, I'm going to ask some questions of staff for public benefit, and then I'm going to come to you.
Okay.
Nanette, yesterday at the conclusion of our Budget 1 meeting, you passed out the budget presentation and you passed out the proposed annual budget from the Sheriff's Office. On the proposed annual budget, the first page, the letter from the Sheriff, it's dated May 1. Is that when you received it?
No, we received that copy that I passed out yesterday. We received actually yesterday.
So
Yeah.
the budget presentation you received yesterday?
Yesterday, and also the spiral yesterday. All yesterday.
No, he's referring to the letter.
The letter, there's a letter.
Yeah, there's a letter in the spiral. So the whole spiral notebook and the whole presentation, all of that was received yesterday, the hard copies. Mm-hmm.
Did you receive an electronic copy or no?
Commissioner, I got a draft copy of that early on when they submitted their budget. They have to submit their budget by May 1st to us. So we did know about the request, yes. But, we were working with them to come up with a number, yes, if that's what you're asking. But not the official, not that document that was handed out, that we just received yesterday.
But the draft you didn't share with any of us?
I got an email.
Okay. But was that shared with any of the commissioners?
No.
Copy that. All right.
No, it was submitted like all the other, everybody who submits theirs, that's the work that we then do with the budget.
I'm tracking. All right, so the MSTU, can you just kind of talk us through that process and the timeline for notices? And when you answer the question, answer it kind of in a way for the public benefit. That's why I'm asking the question, the MSTU in terms of increasing it.
You mean increasing the MSTU?
Yes, or having the hearing, just the entire process, if you could just talk about that.
Okay, so yes, if the board decides they want to consider increasing or reducing an MSTU, they have to tentatively approve that rate this afternoon, because by August 1st, the property preparers already noticed, by August 1st noon, we have to supply them the rates, because they are going to put them on the trim notices that go out mid-August to tell the taxpayers, here are the proposed tentative tax rates that are being considered by the Board of County Commissioners. And then on September this year, September 4th, the first budget public hearing, the board votes on those tax rates and the budget. Now, the board at that time can decide, hey, I want to lower the millage rate, but the board cannot increase the millage rate at that time, because the property appraiser then would have to resend all the trim notices out and re-advertise, because that's considered the advertisement, the trim notice. So the board on September 4th votes on it, and then there's the second public hearing to do the final adoption 2 weeks later. I think this year it's on the 18th, September 18th.
So although we didn't specifically notice that we would make a action to the MSTU from a notice standpoint, we can make that decision today and then finalize it in the budget hearings, correct?
Correct. So the board could decide today, I want to tentatively, increase it, and then the private appraiser will put it on that trim notice, and then the board could decide in September to lower it back, but could not increase it in September again.
Okay, and then in the budget book on 3.6, you have, and it's a summary, you have it for each one of the Constitution officers. You talk about the sheriff's office budget, and one line in it says, the operating budget is increasing by 14%, primarily due to increase in funding for the body cameras and the like. So is that our number or the sheriff's office number?
That's the sheriff's number that he presented.
Okay, copy that. Okay, thank you, Sheriff. So Sheriff,
Yeah, so incorporated in that, there's information in that budget, like on the operating, that reflects what the sheriff's office submitted. The overall number in the mayor's budget that he presented with the balanced budget, though does not reflect the number he presented. It reflects the 423, but it does incorporates much of the requests that the sheriff made, with the exception of a different dollar amount.
copy that. That's the 10%, right? Or around.
Right. So the body cam, we recognize that. We recognize that cost. We recognize a lot of those other items. So it does reflect a number of the requests that he made. It's just there are certain areas where overall on that final number, our conversation was coming in with a number that was more in line with overall what we were trying to do and have a balanced budget.
Copy that. Sheriff, when we met back in April, me, you, and the undersheriff, I think the number, did it change? Because my notes have it was 1255, but then I see 1362 in the paperwork here. So I'm just trying to figure out. No, it's still 1255. It's still 1255. Okay, cool. On page 2 of this would be the proposed budget, the spiral binder, you have 2 line items. Retirement for the fiscal year 2024 and 25 that goes from 56 million to 72 million, and then you have retiree health subsidy from 900,000 to 1.5 million for the current fiscal year. Can you just talk about like what those 2 line items are?
Yeah.
Page 2. Page 2 under personnel, retirement, and then under operating expenses, retiree healthcare subsidy.
So the healthcare subsidy, that is what the state allows us to pay our retirees when they retire. So normally it's $5 per year for each year of service, and they get that monthly. They have up their healthcare subsidy. We currently pay $5. I think the number is going up to $7.50. So we budgeted that to increase that. And what was the other one?
The retirement. I'm assuming is that FRS contributions?
Yeah. So the FRS has increased by about just right around 2%. So particularly for the high risk people. So we have to pay that. So we've had to budget for that.
Okay. And then on the mileage, you have 337,850, no change from last fiscal year to this fiscal year, but the IRS changed their rate from 67 cents to 70 cents. So are you guys eating that cost, or that was just?
So I will tell you you have to look at our budget. A lot of the things we do eat. So, and I'll give you an example. If you go back to last year's budget, when we talk about what we turned in, we had, at the end of last year, we had to increase our contract with the union to compete with Orlando Police. They did an end of the year increase that caused us to have to respond. Because if we did not respond, there would have been a $7,000 difference between their starting salary and our starting salary. That would have cost us about $16 million. So we came back to the county and we said, hey, we have this increase and we have to do it. If we don't do it, we'll lose deputies. We came up with the idea, like, hey, we can make it work using our excess fees. If we gave us $13 million, we can make it work. And then we turned in about $7 million for our POs for vehicles. So that came out to about $20 million that we would have needed in January as a budget adjustment. We got 10. So we normally try to be very, very responsible because we've had vacancies for so long that we try to make it work with what we have. So we're not asking for extra or additional. If we can make it work within our budget with the money that we're allocated, we make it work.
Okay. I think about 3 more things and I should be done. So Commissioner Simrad, I want to go back to her. She made a good point about helping advocate in Tallahassee, and this is her first budget, it's my third. Sheriff, I don't know who you talking to on your team, Tallahassee, maybe it's the Sheriff Association, but you continue to get wins. Like, y'all are hitting buckets in Tallahassee every year. And so to what degree you can help us with our endeavors, whether it's our staff or our lobbyists, I think we would be well served to try to get some things done.
Yeah, we have been very successful in pushing legislation related to things that are important to laws and criminal justice, and not only affect here in Orange County, but the entire state.
I should have sent your folks to Tallahassee, because then I could have kept my $2 million for the Ola Vista flood mitigation that got vetoed. Sheriff, I had sent you an email asking about liaison officers, and I wanted to kind of give a little bit of background as to why I was wanting liaison officers for the commissioners. And you said in that email that it would be about $1.3 million salary and things like that. I think that number could be smaller potentially, because I know that the deputies that work in the courthouse, I think, are a different type of deputy in terms of pay scale. Likewise with OPD, they have airport officers, and maybe it's not necessarily we all have one officer or one deputy, but maybe it's a deputy that works with 2 commissioners. But I certainly would want to see that, and here's why. The security component is only a small part. We see judges, different elected officials getting attacked in different areas of their jobs, but we are out probably more frequently in the nighttime in community meetings where it's a little bit more volatile. When the mayor is there, he has the benefit of the deputy and potentially other resources. Like as an example, we were here all day for our first budget hearing, and I left here after 11, 12 hours, and then I went to Orla Vista and left Orla Vista at 9 o'clock, and Deputy Radigan, who they love, was there. And so that's the one piece, the security piece of the commissioners, because while we all have different responsibilities, and the mayor serves as our CEO of this board, we all get one vote in how the direction goes. And so likewise, I think, there is some concern for all of our safety. The other piece is the relationship. You do a phenomenal job of engaging us in different community events, as you've said in your presentation. And I think I talked with you about the senior prom. Y'all did that this year, and that was well received by a number of residents, county residents in County 6 and City of Orlando residents, because they all went. So thank you for that. They're really happy about that. What I see when I go to the city HOA meetings where they have a city commissioner, Commissioner Burns or Commissioner Rose, is their liaison officers there. And that liaison officer provides maybe crime trends or crime stats specific to that area, whether it's Richmond Heights or Carver Shores or Paramore, and they answer questions, but they also stay, and then they're able to build a relationship with that community. You guys' first priority is the calls for service, particularly violent crimes, right? And so when we have officers or lieutenants or captains come, they're there, and sometimes they can stay, sometimes they can't. It doesn't allow for the building of a relationship with that individual or a unit. And so I think it serves two purposes. And the other piece, going back to the security, I think having a liaison officer does so much more, but God forbid something does happen and the statement was it's not in the budget. As it relates to the MSTU, I would support having that conversation, and I would support having that conversation today and making a vote today. That's why I was asking you the questions about, like, from a notice standpoint, because although we didn't specifically notice the MSTU like we did with fire, I guess we noticed budget conversations, so it's kind of germane. And so I would support that piece so that you can have the resource to do everything that you need to do, the things that you know about, but also the unknown, because something may happen and you have to pivot, and then you wonder, do I have the budget to make this adjustment based on the crime need? The other thing is, you made really, really salient points and valid points about the competing interest of recruiting. I think you guys are going, I think y'all went to Puerto Rico and New York. I follow you guys on Instagram, and so you're very good about going different places to bring people, because it brings a diverse staff, a diverse group of deputies, and just different perspectives that I think leads to an overall better law enforcement agency. But, you know, we are also in a time where we have to do less with more. I presented a budget. I think y'all took 19, how much money you got on a budget? Like 16,000. And we all have been on the receiving end where we're working with someone, hey, you have to do less with more, or maybe some of your subordinates are saying, hey, and not saying you're subordinate to us, but I'm just saying someone in your team, you're saying, hey, I know you need $50,000 to do this. I can give you 40 or 45, make it happen. And we always rise to the occasion. I think our community is amazing in meeting the needs of our people. But what is important to me is that we have a liaison officer, and also, and the chief just started this. I think it's quarterly, and I don't know that because the county is so large. But I would love to see a district meeting with you for each one of us, where our folks in our community can come and just talk with you. I think the chief talks for 10 or 15 minutes, and then it's just kind of like a reception. It's not very formal, where they're able to meet the captains and stuff like that. Right now, you guys do it, and it's more tailored, which is cool, but also just kind of meeting the folks who don't come to a community meeting. And so you have my support in having the conversation about the MSTU, because I think it's well deserved. But also, just again, you also have the benefit of when taxes get raised, they're not coming to any law enforcement officer, they're coming to us. We got beat up by folks in the community for raising the taxes, and we got letters from the municipal mayors who, one of them was going to potentially enter into a payment plan. And so those are the things we think about, because like you, we're all elected. And we want to be able to stay in our roles to be able to advocate for the things that we think are important to our district. But I appreciate you coming. I fully support you, and I definitely want to have that conversation at the end of the day about MSU, because I think it's well past time. If we did it for fire, we should definitely do it for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think, Sheriff, anytime that a commissioner is attending a community meeting and believe that there's some safety or security concern, I'm sure you would assign a deputy sheriff to be there, right?
Yeah, so a couple things. We attend, I don't know, 300 to 400 community meetings every single year. I was at a community meeting myself last year, or last night, and so when asked upon, you know, I was chief of Orlando. It's a smaller area. Certainly, if you want our staff at any meeting, or like the mayor said, if there's any kind of threat or anything, you know, please call upon us, and we can definitely. I know we have special projects deputies in all the sectors and have helped out. I know the captains and lieutenants are more than happy to come to those meetings. So you just have to keep us apprised of those issues that come up, and that you know, that for the liaison deputies, I mean, that was just 6. If it raises, you guys are going to 8 commissioners, that would be more like $1.7 million for that, you know, additional costs. And I would say the vast majority of city commissions, city councils, county commissions do not have liaison officers or deputies assigned to them. You know, in a perfect world, that would be a luxury, I think, that we could do. But, you know, like you said, we've been doing more with less. So even this increase, we're still doing more with less, right? Calls for service still come in. There's still 800 people a week moving here to Orange County. So we actually already are doing more with less.
Well, right, and to have an honest conversation about this, you're talking about an $8 million closing the gap, and to add 1.7 million, you're talking $10 million to close the gap. So everything's, I think, a matter of timing, and just like Sheriff Meena, I've been the chief of police in Orlando as well, and you know, I was there during the majority of my time when there was not a police officer assigned to every city commissioner. And in fact, when I was chief, there were some city commissioners didn't want an officer assigned because they thought it was more beneficial to the community to have that law enforcement officer out in the community providing police services as opposed to following them around and sitting around for many days. You invoked the mayor's role into this, and I can tell you that I'm not your typical mayor. In terms of the threats that I have, you don't hear about it because of the whole overall history that I have. There's a reason why, even though all of my predecessors have had a liaison person from the sheriff's office assigned, I readily agreed to do that when I was sheriff here as well. I'm not aware of the kind of threats that you allude to, but I am thankful for Master Deputy Curtis Barnes being assigned over here because of I'm fairly high profile. My wife is fairly high profile, and that creates a whole host of other challenges for us that I would dare say is fairly unique in this community. So when we sit and have a conversation, I want us to make sure that we have a full conversation about what the costs are and timing, okay? So Commissioner, let's see, Commissioner Wilson came out, she's back in. Commissioner Wilson.
I finished my croissant. Thank you for your patience with me. In terms of the MSTU, and I do think that from, at least from the angle of, I think the difficulty in asking people in a difficult economic time to continue to look for places that they need to contribute more, that public safety is generally speaking something that everybody agrees with. But we want to make sure if we move in that direction that it can be something that can be applied to all the things that we're talking about, right? So personnel, we've talked about. Would it be something that we could apply to also those capital projects, substations, or other capital improvements?
It's my understanding, yes, that's correct.
Well, that's more of a question for us.
Well, I'm like, I don't know.
Right.
That's funded differently. Now, and it depends upon how much you're talking about an increase of the MSTU. It's not typically, that's not how we fund the capital projects. Not saying yes or no, but that is, and at the dollar amount, I'll be honest with you, again.
Right.
That
and I understand that that's
factor.
not a all or nothing question. I just want to make sure that there's not some narrow application of the MSTU that we need to know about and understand in order to support it on behalf of what we hear from our constituents. Like if it has to be used for.
No, I mean, the
Sheriff's
MSTU,
Department.
as long as it's used for the sheriff,
Okay.
that's pretty much the restriction. I know they do some minor capital right now using that, but most of it we take care of through our rest of our budget.
Yeah, and seeing sort of the differential of what was supposed to have been the majority of a budget makeup now becoming the minority of the budget makeup, in hearing that it's been, over 20 years since there was an adjustment in the MSTU. I am in agreement also in moving in that direction today, knowing that we have from today until September if we need to adjust whatever that is, but we can't move in that direction in September. So I also, in addition with Commissioner Scott, would be preferable to me to listen to what I believe are the people working in this to move in that direction and be able to provide what is needed in a sustainable way. Because I think if we try to cobble it together like we have, I think it looks like in the past, those are the pieces that feel like they're on the chopping block everywhere, right? We know ARPA's going away. We know all these grant situations that really have been able to bail us out. So anyway, that's my position on that. And as a follow-up on sort of the conversation about the commissioner's offices and our partnership, we have a great partnership with Sheriff's Department. They do come out when we call for community meetings and engagements, and I only really do that typically when it's something that we're opening the floor and we want to build that community relationship. I will tell you that I have had some very serious issues at community meetings over development discussions about applications where we had to call law enforcement because it turned into a fight. And so, you all have seen it here on the dais, right? They come out. And I was told by that division, the case manager in that division, that our office budget would be charged for an off-duty if we were to call them to have them come to be there in case of a scuffle. We had heard actually from one of the applicants last year that they would not do an in-person community meeting with us because they had heard that the residents come out and that there's a certain amount of antagonism. So we had to move it to an online community meeting because I was not provided with any other options through that division. So that's a discussion I think is legitimate. It's not for my own personal safety. It's quite frankly for public safety. We go into public elementary schools, and it's usually like two 20-something-year-old caseworkers in my office, which when Aaron was there, it was not a problem. But now, you know, there are times that we have felt very unsteady when we see a lot of cars in the parking lot and people clumped up on the outside, that we have zero control over a situation other than calling 911. So I just want to make you aware of that.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
I also want to take a moment to echo, we actually have regular town hall meetings. We're your sector captains, and a lot of our meetings, they do come out. But I did want to make a note about the trending of aggressiveness. We had a community meeting recently where the gentleman who approached you last night approached me. And luckily, my husband's very tall and so forth, and went outside with me to have the conversation to really de-escalate the situation. And I want to give kudos to Deputy Barnes, Curtis, because I had a brick thrown through my office. I had people outside of my house, and he was very kind to let the sector captain know to just kind of drive by my house in case if there was any aggression. And it's not been unusual that I have found notes on my car, not bad ways, but there's definitely, I know they're talking now about hiding our personal information, but it's too late for us. Yeah. Our information's out there. And though that circumstance where they leave notes, it's happened probably about 5 times over the 7 years, and it's usually nice. It's usually nice. I've also had pecans, you know, so it's not all bad. But I think it was 2020 when Curtis really had, and I'm so sorry, Curtis, for calling you Curtis. He's Curtis, that's okay, I apologize. But he checked in with me when I had, and OPD came out and did a police report when they threw the, because it was in the city of Orlando, but when I was concerned, and quite honestly, at my house, if we don't expect you, we don't open the door, because my doorbell rings all the time. And so, and I have cameras all over and things like that, and our house is armed. You know, we carry, my husband and I carry when we're not here. And so, but it is something that's happening, and it just seems that those boundaries really don't exist anymore. You know, people are just really kind of feeling like they can come to you any way they want, social media, in person, and it's just, that courtesy is kind of going away, and it is bothersome. I've never honestly felt like, oh, something's going to happen to me, except for the once with the brick. That was the only violence I've ever had, but it is something to be conscious about. So I do appreciate the conversation. I normally feel fine, but normally I'm not by myself though either. So just wanted to bring that. But
I understand the concern. As an elected official in this community, I've had people come to my house as well. Even though my information is protected, they will find you. Trust me. So anytime any of you receive a threat or feel threatened or feel unsafe, just call us. We'll come.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Just so I clarify my point, we're talking about, in the 3 years that I've been here, I have not had any concerns. I've had issues where people were maybe a little bit more aggressive, but nothing that I wasn't well equipped to be able to de-escalate and have patience to resolve. And like you, Sheriff, I think it's the same exemption for correction officers and juvenile detention officers, so I have those protections. So I'm not concerned, but there may be future iterations of a board. And I just think about our news cycle. There are things that have happened to folks they didn't think was going to happen. And it's like, oh, now what do we do now? And so that's the one piece of it. The second piece of it is building those relationships with the individual community, because I've seen what it's like going to the city commission meetings. And then, Mayor, it wasn't specific to, you know, your role and your wife's role, just to the position. We all have the same responsibilities to some degree to, you know, advocate for the people. Us is more administrative and policy and budget, and mayor's operational and everything that we do. And so if each member of this board gets a vote in how this direction of this county goes, each member likewise is under varying degrees of scrutiny depending on what the concern is. And so that's just the point, you know, a point for you guys to think about edification, you know, and us have a conversation. And so, you know, again, God forbid something happened. We're having this conversation now. What will be the conversation happen if we're not proactive? Sheriff, I hear you saying there are things in your budget that are important to you. I'm telling you as a commissioner, this is something that's important to me, and that I'd rather be reactive or proactive than reactive. Reactive is calling you. I've never called you guys for a meeting and you come up. I think I had a meeting in a COE where I called someone because there were some threats. It was a joint meeting between me and Commissioner Moore. She wasn't able to make it in Citrus, and I called the chief of a COE because I guess the staff had concerns. They shared them with me, and so they stayed for the whole meeting, no issue. They were a little bit aggressive. They even followed me to my car, but it wasn't anything that I couldn't overcome, and I didn't have to do that with the law enforcement officer with the COE police. That's the only time I've had to call law enforcement for a meeting. But again, I'm here, you know, I may be reelected for another term and then I'm gone, but what if someone else who maybe isn't in that position to be confident in their security? So that's the only point that I'm sharing, just for the benefit of the body in the conversation. Thank you.
All right, Sheriff, we kept you here far longer than perhaps you wanted to be here today. But we do have to move on. Thank you for your presence. We will finish the dialogue at some point, perhaps today, about your budget. But we're going to move forward at this point. Thank you for your presence.
Yeah, so just one last thought. So I just wanted to reiterate that I am supportive of an increase in MSTU. And then, again, want to reiterate this increase is to fairly compensate our deputies who are risking their lives every day and to keep up with growth throughout the county. So we just ask that you guys back up your priority of law enforcement and public safety with action. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move to LYNX. I think I saw Tiffany Humler-Hawkins here. There she is. All right, we're going to try to get LYNX in, and the library, that should go fairly quickly, and then we'll look to take a break. All right, Ms. Humler-Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor, and still good morning, Commissioners. So it is not lost on us that we stand between you and wrapping up the library board with lunch. So we have been in front of you over the last several months, especially as it relates to the Accelerated Transportation Safety Plan and the impact that those improvements have had on the system in Orange County. I do want to highlight real quick before we move into the budget presentation that of the 264 shelters that are in the ATSP program, 100 of those shelters are either in design, permitting, construction, or have been completed. And then another 164 of those are under evaluation, and we're looking at right away and the appropriateness of the shelter. So just to give you a little bit of that's the latest number as of the July. We are submitting you all quarterly reports on the ATSP. And so if you have any questions, please reach out to us. So quickly, we'll just recap FY24 and where we stand at FY25. We'll go, and I was remiss, I am joined by our CFO, Leonard Antman, as well as our Chief Development Officer, James Boyle, for any questions. So just real quick, daily service in Orange County, we have 60 local routes and 6 neighbor link routes, and for all intents and purposes, we are a 24/7 operations in Orange County. That does not mean that all service runs 24/7, but our operations base does. Peak frequency is 12 to 15 minutes on the heavily used routes, and we have increased frequency on several of the routes as a result of the ATSP. Ridership, 112,000 boardings and alightings in Orange County, average weekday. And in FY24, we had a little over 17 million passengers. And those are just fixed route numbers. For a total, through all modes, we were over 19 million passengers in FY24. Of that, in Orange County, that's almost 90% of the ridership in the LYNX system is in Orange County or on routes that are shared with the other 2 counties. Access LYNX, which is our service for our most vulnerable, in FY24 in Orange County alone, there were 425,000 trips.
Through May of this year, across all 3 counties, we are at over 500,000 trips. So the paratransit trips do continue to increase. And this chart shows the breakout of the ADA versus the transportation disadvantage trips for Access LYNX. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Antman to talk about the general budget overview, and then we will both be available for questions after. So with that, Mr. Antman.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners.
All right. Afternoon. No, it's still morning.
So going over the key budget assumptions that were built into our fiscal year 26 budget is to maintain the level of service that we are providing in fiscal year 25, and that there are no fare increases included in this budget. We are having a fare analysis done, and pending the outcome of that fare analysis, our board will revisit that. We will be using $6.8 million from FTA funds for preventive maintenance to help fund the program. The funding partner contributions are based on the approved regional funding model policy, and fleet replacement will be to right-size the fleet and provide safe and reliable service. We will continue a passenger amenities program, which has been enhanced by the Orange County ATSP program and other facility improvements that I'll go over with the capital portion of the budget. So on the operating budget, the fiscal year 25 is at $211.2 million, and in fiscal year 26, we're targeting $222.8 million. That's an $11.6 million increase, or 5.5% year over year. Looking at the revenues in more detail, the areas that have changed, we are trying to trend based on the current ridership, slight tick up. We've increased the fare revenue for fiscal year 26 by $1 million. Moving down to interest and other income, we actually are budgeting a decrease from what's in the current budget, $3.3 million down to $2.1 million. The decrease is associated with the fact that we're utilizing budget stabilization funds, which reduce our reserve balances, and also it's projected that in fiscal 26, the interest rates will be lower than they are right now. Moving down to the local revenue funding partner, for fiscal year 26, it's targeted at $122.7 million, and stabilization fund usage will decrease accordingly from $24 million down to $19.2 million. Looking at that as a percentage, we don't have any dedicated funding, so 73% of all of our funding is local revenue, 10% comes from customer fares, 7% state revenue, and 6% federal revenue. And the thing that I want to point out is that the state and federal revenue is very constant from year to year. It does not go up as CPI or other increases go in. So all of the increases we incur are dependent upon local revenue contributions. Looking at the expenses, salaries and wages are going up from $123.3 million to $131.8 million. That's an $8.5 million increase, and it's broken out into a few areas. Out of that increase, we have $4.6 million for the wage increase for fiscal year 26, $1.3 million for pension cost increase, and $1.1 million for medical cost increase. Other services are going up by $740,000. The lion's share of that is $600,000 associated with a new contract we have to provide services for our bus shelters for picking up the waste and garbage at all those shelters and keeping them clean. And moving down to purchase transportation, we have an increase of $2.5 million over fiscal year 25. Out of that $2.5 million, $1.8 million is associated with the annual budget contract increase, and the other $700,000 is associated with increases projected in the number of trips that we will be providing. So overall, there's a total of $11.6 million increase. The wages and the purchase transportation account for $11 million out of that $11.5 million. Most of the rest of you'll see some ups and downs within the expense categories. but net, they're flat year over year. The LYNX staff work very hard to control cost and not raise things, to find creative ways to make sure we keep things under control. So all of the increases are associated with labor, purchase transportation, salaries and wages. And so the breakout, you'll see salaries and wages account for 59% of our expense, and purchase transportation 19%, which is also labor. So 78% of the total budget is associated with our labor, 6% in fuel, 6% other services, taxes and miscellaneous 5%, and materials and supplies, which is to the cost necessary to maintain our fleet and keep it on the road, 5%. Looking at the capital, the budget for fiscal year 25 was $145.2 million. In fiscal year 26, it comes in at slightly over $188 million. Now, we haven't provided a increase in the amount of funds that are available from FTA or any of the other funding partners for capital. The increase is associated with a few one-time events. For example, we were provided this year a grant for 30 fixed route CNG buses at about $27.6 million. We were awarded a Protect grant to help replace the windows in our LCS facility. That was $5.8 million. And we have the ATSP program from Orange County that's contributing $3 million a year towards those 264 additional shelters over a 5-year period. So it is a fully funded program. And as usual, the bulk of the funds come from FTA federal dollars, $173.8 million. 2.3 is state funds. Out of that 2.3, there's 1.1 that we have a pending grant on to put real-time signs at our super stops and station and our central station. And the rest of it is the contribution that the state is providing for vehicles in our rural territories. On local, $11.9 million. There's about 3.8 that is provided by the funding partners based on the 3 cents per service hour towards matching on our other grants from state and federal opportunities, and the rest of it is associated with the ATSP funds that have been provided towards additional shelters. So in total, 92.4% of all of the capital funds come from FTA federal dollars, 6.4% are local, and 1.2% is state. Normally, the local is down around the state level. We do have additional dollars this year based upon the Orange County contribution for ATSP. So looking at it by category, as in most cases, almost half of our entire capital budget is for vehicles. And so this year is no different than that. So out of that $92.5 million, it includes 80 new CNG vehicles. 55 of those were ordered during fiscal year 25 and won't be received until 26, and there's 25 additional planned for fiscal year 26. In facilities, we have an increase, and that's associated with the Southern Operation Base. There are funds set aside to acquire land to begin the design for a new future Southern Operation Base. In addition to that, we have funds set aside for the window replacement at the LCS office tower and station. Also funds set aside for the HVAC replacement for the 3 major buildings we have, LCS and 2 at LOC. Technology at $4.4 million. 3.6 million of that is geared towards real-time signage at our super stops and main station. The rest of it is life cycle replacements. So in total, as I mentioned, almost half of the entire capital budget is vehicles, comes in at 49.2%. Facilities at 35.6%, and that is slightly elevated from the average because we are working towards a Southern Operation Base. 10.3% for amenities. That includes our traditional amenities program and the additional dollars provided by Orange County for shelters. Technology, 2.3. So all of this, what it means is from a partner funding standpoint, 74.3% of the total funding that we request comes from Orange County, and this is for a base service provided. It does not include the ATSP program. It's a separate contract with the county. Osceola County, 13%, and Seminole County, 12.7%. So in total, the fixed route and LYNX funding we're looking for in fiscal year 26 comes in at $87.9 million, paratransit at 34.8, and Sunrail feeder routes at 1.7 million. Normally, Sunrail feeder routes will be part of our fixed route, but in fiscal year 25, the county's paid for 9 months of it and annualizes. In 26, it'll be a full year, and so we kept it as a separate line item so we can see that impact. So in total, the operating dollars we're looking for are $124.4 million. Capital contribution is the $3 per service hour for matching on our other grants at $3.9 million, bringing the total funding request to $128.3 million. What that means to Orange County specifically for fixed route and LYNX, $68.3 million, paratransit, $23.1 million, Sunrail feeder routes, about $800,000, total operating, $92.2, capital contribution, $3.1 million, bringing the total funding request to $95.3 million. With that, if there are any questions, we'll try to answer them.
All right, we'll open it up for questions by members of the board. We have a question, Commissioner Moore.
I'm happy to be first because I'm leaving you here in about 5 minutes. But I was doing the math. Are we increasing services? Because I know that was some of the goal of the ATSP.
Yes. Part of the ATSP program is $9 million a year, $3 million for towards the 264 additional shelters, and $6 million for additional service. And so that $6 million is in a separate contract and is in addition to what's in this request here.
Okay, so I guess because I did some math here, it looks like it was a $26.8 million increase. So then I was trying to figure out what the percentage is. I've been a little bit of a broken record today. You know, our goal is to keep you all under the 7.5% that we saw an increase in our tax revenue. Have you done that math at all?
Yeah, overall, the budget increase for the funding partners is at 15.5%. And back during COVID, we kept the contributions from the funding partners the same for 3 years. And we created a stabilization fund from the funds we received from the federal government. And so after that was done, in order to get back up to full funding, we gradually increased it over a 5-year period. And the funding partners all agreed on the increase that was necessary over a 5-year period. It came out to about 15.5%, even though our actual expenses are only increasing by 5.5%. And so we have fiscal year 26 will be the 4th year of that project, and fiscal year 27 will be the 5.5%. And so we have fiscal year 26 will be the 4th year of that project, and fiscal year 27 will be the last.
Have you all, like, one of the things that really stands out at me is paratransit. One, because there's money, but we're not being allowed to use it. Secondly, the implications of less funding from one of the tri-counties in our region. And it seems like the brunt of it is being put here in Orange County. And it's concerning. Also, the other thing that really concerns me out of this is I always hear, well, there's not enough, public transportation doesn't pay for itself. We're always having to subsidize public transportation, but where do we actually go and advocate to Tallahassee for funding, like direct funding or access to our funds? And so I really would love to hear that, because we even hear like the jail system looking at Medicaid and other sources of revenue to help compensate that burden on taxpayers. And when you really look at this, while you gave us great numbers as far as where it comes from, and I know we work as a region, the people who are subsidizing this are usually the people who aren't writing on this, because that's the majority of the taxpayers, the 1.5 million people that live here. So I'm trying to see where that happens. And also, trying to see when you, if you guys have any, I know we're looking at alternatives for the tourism areas, like high job areas as far as, we talk about the airport, we talk about iDrive. You guys have been very proactive on that. I commend you again for looking at routes and being smarter than working harder and things like that. But it seems like we've got to continue to really look at this. And are you looking elsewhere to see how they're doing this? Because while we just told the sheriff's office, okay, you're a shortfall. Well, you guys are a shortfall, So, and then we can talk about homelessness, and we can talk about housing, and we can talk about everything. There's never enough money. So I'd really like to see, instead of just saying, well, we need this, and now we're going to have to cover. And I can understand why. I've talked to many Seminole commissioners who have given me their thoughts on what they think is better for them financially. I also know that I think effective 2 years ago, Byron, we're also paying, 17 million into Sunrail. These things are growing, but the income is not. And so if you could just kind of share some light on that.
So there's a lot in that question. So specific to paratransit, you brought up Medicaid. In 2015, LYNX and the other CTCs, the Medicaid program at the state, they went to their own transportation brokers. What that did was it cut a revenue source for paratransit, but what it didn't do is decrease the need. We have heard anecdotally, not only in our system but throughout the state, that if a Medicaid client is going to an appointment, they will call LYNX and they will call their Medicaid transportation provider, and whoever gets there first, usually LYNX, is who they take. Now, whether or not that Medicaid provider is still billing for that trip, I don't know. We do not have access to that data. And as an industry, through the Florida Public Transportation Association, as we get somebody at ACA who understands that issue, they either leave or get promoted, and then we have to train somebody else in that issue. So that is one revenue that did get cut over the last several years. The population is growing. We have an aging community, and this region does provide a higher level of paratransit service than most other areas in the state. Most other areas do not go beyond the 3/4 mile, and most other areas do cap their transportation disadvantage funding either by month or by year. So, for example, if you get funding for 1,000 TD trips a month and you have 1,200 requests, 200 of those trips do not get fulfilled. That is not how we do it in Central Florida, and that has been the way we have done it for 30 years in the history of LYNX. As it relates to, we are always looking at ways to increase the on-time performance for the buses, but our buses are stuck in the same traffic that we all are every single day in our cars. So it's requiring more buses to keep the headways and the frequency. And again, Seminole County, that is a direction that they are going. By all accounts, they intend to start on October 1. We have frozen 20 positions administratively, not operation, to deal with the impacts to Orange and Osceola. There's also another revenue source in the federal funding that we will keep Orange County and Osceola County whole for FY26. Depending on how Seminole County rolls out their microtransit and what that looks like for going into FY27, that's a conversation for the LYNX board and the region to have as it relates to how LYNX is funded. For example, MetroPlan. All the funding partners for MetroPlan pay a per capita, and that pays the administrative cost for MetroPlan. That is not how LYNX has done it, and that is not part of our regional funding model.
Okay, that's not quite what I was asking you. I know everything you just told me there. I'm asking you, what are we doing to get out of this same rut of saying, this is the same report, it's just dollars have changed since I've been elected, since 2018. And what I'm saying is, we know there's paratransit money. We know that ACA and all that happened, and it can't be that just one person who leaves, we have to start all over. How are we talking to other counties? Are we talking to other folks? You guys go to conferences? There's got to be a solution here. We can't just keep saying, well, this is just how it is. I mean, are we lobbying to loosen up those paratransit funds? And the reality is, through ACA, it gives these providers the opportunity, because I know you can't ask either. You can't ask people when they call in for their paratransit ride, who's your provider? Are they billing? And that's ridiculous. So they're taking advantage. These companies are being able to benefit off this because they get to send them to us. But yet at the same time, I hear complaints after complaints after complaints. And what worries me on the complaints about Access LYNX is the people who say, I'm getting to work either 2 hours early or I'm late. So I'm in and so I have Ubers on standby, and I had a constituent who reached out to me. She called Access LYNX because it got too close. She's legally blind. She uses it to go to work every day. She called an Uber. She canceled her ridership and said, by the time you guys get here, we're not going to make it to work on time. So I'm canceling. I've Ubered. I'm calling an Uber. They got there as the Uber did, and then she got insulted by the call center, like reprimanding her for that, because we're like working on backed up systems. And you go to the meetings as I do. I mean, it is a constant issue. And I asked at the last meeting, at our last TDLCP meeting, what you've said we know. How do we look and find other solutions? How do we not, I mean, Mayor alluded to going to conferences, and we all go to things and we hear how other counties across the country are changing. We've got to find something else. I mean, we've got to find something else to help people with paratransit. We've got to find something else to get our funding out of Tallahassee. So like, what's our lobbying efforts? What is transport? And you guys all work as a state, because I've gone to the state conferences. What are we seeing to help move the needle, to help absorb this? Because the reality is, to anybody who's listening, all this extra cost comes out of general fund. It's not coming out of tourism. It's not coming out of MSTUs. It's not coming out of anything. It's coming out of your taxpayer dollars. And all we're doing is we keep just increasing and increasing and increasing. So I'm just, and I know you can't give that to me today, and please, you got to understand, but it hasn't changed in so long. And are we looking at other ways to advocate for our funding, our own funding that is given through the tag registration every year that we all pay on? You know, that's where I'm looking at, because it's getting a harder bill to pay, and for you to say, and to hear like, well, we need more buses so we can keep that circulation. That's even a scary thought on having to buy more buses.
I hear you, Commissioner, and the option for the tag registration, it's optional, and that is a decrease. A lot of folks aren't choosing to check that box, because when you renew your tag, it's not just 3 options now for an additional $1 or $2. There's like 20 or 30 now. And so there's diminishing returns on the transportation disadvantage. But happy to sit down, talk about the technology and the specific case you mentioned. We have investigated that. And so when you all do send those complaints to us, we investigate them individually. So.
Okay. We're trying to catch up here. We still got one item left before we take a break. Commissioner Scott.
Oh, no, I'm good, Mayor.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have, I think they are easy questions, but how is LYNX planning for the future merging with SunRail?
So that is a conversation that is with the funding partners. LYNX stands ready to assist and help and manage at whatever level the funding partners want us to. We have been asked about our experience in the Federal Transit Administration grant program, the level of competency and technical capacity of our staff. So we are in those discussions, but that is a Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission issue.
Okay, and saying that, my other question is, with the other counties lowering their funding for LYNX, will that affect services in Orange County?
It does not impact any of the service in Orange County.
It just impacted our budget. We have a greater proportionate share in the cost that we're paying because of that.
So then, as it is right now, currently stands, will LYNX be able to continue the level of services without a dedicated funding source?
LYNX will continue the level of service based on the local funding partner's contribution.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, is that it?
Sí.
Okay. Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm new. So can you, I don't understand, is there, I thought I understood, and then what the mayor just said, there's no revenue sharing between LYNX in Osceola, Orange, and Seminole, but their reduction, what is the relationship and how it impacts Orange County?
It's the overhead cost. The overhead cost, there are less hours to spread the overhead cost across. So when you have less hours to spread the overhead, the fixed cost, the administrative, because you are reducing service in Seminole County, you're not going to get rid of a CEO, proportionally.
Why not if they decided to reduce their side? Why not? Why doesn't their administrative reduce as well?
Because our administrative cost is low anyway, and that's why we have frozen the 20 admin positions so that we can help offset it.
So is it a joint office where administration is located in LYNX and LYNX services the Tri-County area, and therefore?
Tiffany, you might want to kind of explain how the ridership translates into the cost per funding partner.
Yeah, so what we do is the joint revenues are we come up with our budget, all the revenues are taken off the top for our expenses, and then costs are allocated by service hour. And that service hour has a cost associated with it. So let's say it's $100. 90% of that is the service on the road, the 10% is the administrative cost. If you're spreading them over less hours across 3 counties, more of the hours are in 2 counties, those 2 counties, those admin costs, we'll be happy to sit down and show you the spreadsheet. It makes more sense.
Okay, because in my head, what I'm thinking is that the unit hour of service cost would be reflected on their side of the border, so like of the boundary, and so like they're losing their service hour costs on their side, so it reduces their operation costs. But I get, are you all functioning from the same budget?
Well, yeah, we have, when we take a route off the road, the driver, the vehicle, the fuel, the maintenance, the mechanic, the supervisor, all of that cost comes out of it. But we operate and manage that from a central standpoint. So we have one chief operating officer over the 300 vehicles. If I take 5 off the road, I still need that one chief operating officer. I have one director of operations. I have one CEO. I have, in administration, I have one payroll person. If I lose 20 employees, I still have to pay the other 1,100. So there's fixed cost that doesn't come off. And so when you're dividing the cost of that fixed cost over less service hours, incrementally the service hour, cost per service hour goes up slightly. It's not a lot. It's probably around $2 based upon the entire change that Seminole wants to do. And in fiscal year 26, it won't impact Orange County at all because we're looking for alternatives to offset it.
Understood. So it's a centralized budget, so
Yes.
that clears it up for me. So is there the ability to then decentralize? so that we protect on Orange County's side
That would
without?
be more expensive. Like I said, I have one director of operations. If I decentralize, I need 3 directors of operation.
So
The
is
cost
there?
would go up.
Okay, is there any type of a penalty clause for a county that reduces? There's no penalty clause?
That doesn't
Okay.
exist. And Commissioner, our costs are more because the majority of the routes are in Orange County and the majority of the people are paying. That's on the variable rate side. And so that's why you'll see Orange County pays more. Now, it didn't help when Seminole went out. Our fixed cost share went up, but we still have that variable cost based on ridership.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that was the last question. Thank you all for being here. And just do the follow-up with Commissioner Uribe on the piece that she inquired about. And we're going to move to the next section now, the library. And, okay, so at this time, we're going to adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Orange County Library District Governing Board. And with that, Ms. Stephanie Herdosha is going to come forward from the City of Orlando as a member of the library's governing board.
Mayor, she had to go back to her city job.
Okay, so, all right. Well, we still have a quorum, so we're going to have to move forward then. All right. And so, with that, I'm going to now call on the director of our county library system to come forward and present the budget. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, and Comptroller Diamond. I'm here to present the library's fiscal year 2025-26 budget request. Before I begin, though, I would like to show you a brief video that highlights where we've been, where we are, and where we're going.
At Orange County Library System, we're all about bringing people together. Whether it's uniting over a shared interest, resources that improve lives, or bringing the library to the community, our goal is to enrich lives and create opportunities for people to learn, grow, and connect. This past year, we celebrated our community's rich diversity through standout cultural programs, including the African American Read-In and Chinese New Year celebration. We built partnerships that extended beyond library walls, bringing the library experience to children at Arnold Palmer Hospital and giving more than 1,500 books to children through Orange County's Head Start program. Our Melrose Center marked a decade of technological innovation, while our new book bikes brought library resources to neighborhoods throughout the county. During this summer, kids in our community used the library to log more than 2 million minutes of reading time, building their literacy skills and broadening their horizons. We're growing with Orange County, breaking ground on eagerly anticipated Lake Nona and Horizon West branches. We continue to connect with new people who quickly discover that the value of a library card is limitless. Looking ahead, our proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 reflects Orange County's growth and our commitment to meeting the evolving needs of our community. Among our future projects are the reintroduction of a bookmobile in 2026, the grand opening of our new branches, a reimagined children's library at the Orlando Public Library, and a master plan to help ensure that as our community grows, we're growing with it. This budget isn't just about numbers. It's about investing in lifelong learning and community connection. We're proud of what we've accomplished and excited about the future we're building for our residents.
All right, Mr. Powell.
All right, so I have the pleasure of working with 475 talented and dedicated staff members and a committed executive team. With me today are COO and Assistant Director Bethany Stone, CFO Chris Shoemaker, our Chief Marketing and Public Relations Officer Aaron Sullivan, and Marketing Manager Lee Andrus. Make them stand. Commissioner Wilson would like you to stand.
All right.
So today, what I'd like to go over is the library's organizational structure. I'll mention some notable accomplishments. I'll talk about statistics, including a slice of life at OCLS, and bring you up to date on our current initiatives. Then I will get into the numbers and provide an overview of the fiscal year 2025-26 operating fund budget and present 2 recommendations for your consideration in September. At the top of the library's organizational structure is the Library Governing Board. The Governing Board is made up of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners and an appointee from City of Orlando staff. The library's Governing Board approves the library's millage and budget. The next level of the organization is the library's Board of Trustees, which consists of 3 county and 2 city appointees. Each member serves a term of 4 years and can serve 2 consecutive terms. Currently, the county appointees are President Crockett Bohannon and trustees Sharon Smoley and Vanessa Tomlin. Vice President Nicole Benjamin and trustee Ashley Cisneros-Mija are the city appointees. And the library consists of 10 different operational units, further broken down into various departments. The director manages the assistant director and supporting business components of the library, and the assistant director oversees all aspects of customer service, including branches, materials management, and the website. I would like to mention some notable accomplishments. Last October, we adopted a new strategic plan, and that plan tasks us with maintaining libraries that are welcoming, connected, and forward-thinking, and staff that are empowered to offer Orange County residents the best library services that we can provide. When we launched our new strategic plan, we also rebranded our libraries and introduced the new logo that you see here. Our community engagement department had a stellar year. They've only been up and running for just over a year and a half. Between visits with our social workers, story times, outreach events, and off-site programs, that department participated in over 4,200 events and programs, reaching more than 150,000 people in the community. On January 24th, the first Lily and Louise Farr Author Series event took place at the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, and the event featured author and Orlando native John Green. Excel Adult High School offers library card holders the opportunity to earn a scholarship, complete their high school credits online, and earn an accredited high school diploma. Since its beginning in 2023, the library has offered 50 scholarships. Of those, 41 scholarships have been awarded, 27 students are currently enrolled, and we have 15 graduates. In 2024, we participated in the annual Orange County Mayor's Toy Drive for the 2nd time, and we collected over 1,000 toys to be distributed to families. And during 2024, Some Write Your Library program, more than 4,400 participants logged over 2.8 million minutes of reading with OCLS. We saw nearly 81,000 people attend a Some Write Your Library event during June and July last summer. And more than 14,600 free summer lunches were distributed through the Orange County Public Schools mobile lunch program at a library location. And additionally, with the support of the Friends of the Library, over 6,000 books were given to kids. In 2024, we saw 1,266 teens and 55 adults volunteer at an OCLS library, with a combined total of nearly 14,000 hours of service. The library was awarded a grant from the American Heart Association, and those funds were used to purchase AEDs for all library locations and every floor at the Orlando Public Library. In 2024, OCLS was also the recipient of a John Cotton Dana Library Public Relations Award from the American Library Association for our Proud Past, Bright Future campaign, which highlighted our 100-year celebration. And OCLS recently received 2 awards from the Florida Library Association. The first is for communication excellence for our Meet You There marketing campaign, which focused on increased outreach initiatives. And the other is the Administrator of the Year Award, recognizing Library Director Steve Powell for his efforts to make Orange County Library System more welcoming and accessible. In December, we partnered with Sally Ride Elementary School and Orlando Amateur Radio Club on a project that enabled their students to conduct a live interview with an astronaut on the International Space Station. And in November, we launched an exciting new Storytime event held at the Orlando Executive Airport. This partnership with the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority brings story times to children on the first Tuesday each month. And the Government Finance Officers Association awarded a Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting to the Orange County Library District for its annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2023. This marks the 21st consecutive year that the library has received this award. And at this time, I'd like to say thank you to the entire finance team at the library. We have a number of high-profile initiatives underway. We anticipate delivery of our bookmobile in March. This bookmobile will be equipped with library materials, Wi-Fi, computers, an exterior screen with speakers, and an awning for shade. This will enable us to truly bring a mobile library complete with programming, technology, and books to communities where access to libraries is a challenge. We are currently rethinking the use of space on the first floor of the Orlando Public Library. We're specifically reimagining and redesigning our children's library to better meet the needs and expectations of the families who use it. And the design process is underway and a construction timeline is yet to be determined. For fiscal year 2025-26, staffing is expected to reach an all-time high. This budget allocates resources for 556 positions, 47 of which are designated for the 2 new branches and the bookmobile. And in the upcoming fiscal year, we will develop a master plan to ensure that the library's resources, facilities, and technology are allocated effectively to meet the evolving needs of our growing community. On November 13th, we broke ground on the Horizon West Branch Library, and on February 11th, the first concrete was poured. This branch will span 20,000 square feet and is situated on 11 acres in the northeast corner of the 250-acre Horizon West Regional Park. The site is progressing well, as you can see here, and we hope to move in early next year with an opening date to be determined. And at the Lake Nona branch, we broke ground on December 3rd, and site work and infrastructure is underway. This branch will also be 20,000 square feet and will be located on a shared campus with the city's Southeast Community and Government Center, which will house Commissioner Jim Gray's office, an Orlando Police Department substation, and other city services. It's too early to tell when we can move into the new branch, but we're being very hopeful for summer of 2026. So now let's talk about some remarkable statistics from last fiscal year. We added over 65,000 new card holders and averaged nearly 351,000 active cards each month. We saw just over 1.8 million people walk through our doors. We checked out just over 4 million physical items and had just over 3.5 million items downloaded, bringing the total number of items checked out to just over 7.5 million. We delivered almost 449,000 items to people's homes through our very popular home delivery service. And we maintain a collection of over 3.3 million items and added over 74,000 new physical items to the collection last year. This is the busiest we've ever been in the 21st century. So here's a slice of life, daily life at the Orange County Library System. Just over 4,900 people visit us, and checkouts average 896 per hour. And although we're only open a certain number of hours a day, that's the checkouts for the 24-hour cycle. Customers also use 726 one-hour computer sessions. For those finding us online, we get 16,000 web page views and nearly 18,000 social media views. And between phone calls, chats, and emails, our call center answers 260 questions per day. And before I get into the numbers, I'd like to recognize the library's outstanding employees. Staff makes OCLS the incredible library that it is. And as you are very well aware, public service is not an easy job, and it's not for everyone. But library staff show up every day ready to serve, support, and inspire. They do this with compassion, creativity, and professionalism, and are always looking for ways to improve and adapt. They create fun, inclusive experiences for all ages, fostering lifelong learning and civic engagement. And I cannot stress enough the incredible work that the library's employees put in every day. So I'd like to say thank you to all staff for their dedication, commitment, and hard work. So now let's move into the numbers that make up the operating fund budget. So here are the key factors that we considered when developing this year's budget. Branch expansion is underway in Horizon West and Lake Nona. We'd like to give 5% raises for all eligible full and part-time staff, the addition of 23 positions to meet library service needs. Our capital projects were prioritized based on assessing available funding and developing a master plan to guide the future. So based on the projected increase by the property appraiser's office and no change in the millage rate of 0.3748, and after the required 5% statutory deduction, budgeted ad valorem tax revenues will be up next year just over $5.3 million over our current budget to $78,800,000. We are anticipating intergovernmental grants revenue of $500,000. The $295,000 reduction is due to uncertainty regarding federal funding from the Institute of Museum and Library Services and the National Endowment for the Humanities. Additionally, we are being very conservative with the state's state aid to library funding. Charges for services next year will come in at just over $400,000. You'll see a $59,000 increase there. That is due to higher than average fee card subscriptions and increased revenue from copying and printing services. We estimate that lost materials revenue will remain the same at $48,000. Although we stopped charging fines in October of 2022, customers are still responsible for lost and damaged items. Miscellaneous revenue is going to go up $10,000 to just over $1.4 million, and we're projecting transfers revenue of just over $700,000. This revenue is paid to the library by the property appraiser and tax collector based on overpayments to them in the previous fiscal year. Since revenue is up, we estimate that transfers will increase by just over $84,000. So before reserves, revenue is projected to be up 6.8%, or just over $5.2 million to just over $81.8 million. We've allocated just over $2.9 million to reserves next year, bringing them to just over $36 million. And overall available revenue for fiscal year 25-26 reflects a 7.5%, or just over $8.1 million increase, with total revenues coming at nearly $118 million. So what will next year's expenditures look like? Salaries and benefits will increase just over $4.2 million to $45,100,000 next year as a result of hiring more staff and increased wages and benefits cost. As I mentioned, this budget allocates for 556 employees. That includes 397 full-time and 159 part-time positions. Operating expenditures are projected to be up just over $2.3 million to $21.8 million. And our capital outlay expenditures are anticipated to decrease by $1.5 million next year, but we still have a lot of projects on the books, so we're planning to spend just over $10 million there. Library materials spending will increase by almost $2 million next year to just over $8.3 million. And this increase is due to the use and cost of digital materials. And as I mentioned in some of our meetings, last year we were talking about 9,800 digital checkouts per day. Now we're averaging 11,400 digital checkouts every day. Transfers next year will be $6 million, and those transfers include $5.5 million to our capital projects fund to support future renovations and branch development, and $500,000 to our sinking fund. So total expenditures before reserves are estimated to be up just over $7.5 million, or 8.9% over last fiscal year, to $91.5 million. On the expense side, reserves will be just over $26 million, and overall total expenditures for the 25-26 reflects a 7.5, or just over $8.1 million increase, with a balanced budget and total expenditures of nearly $118 million. These are the two recommendations that I will request on behalf of the library in September. Approve the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed millage rate of 0.3748 for the Orange County Library District, and approve fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget for the Orange County Library District. And that concludes my prepared presentation, and I will gladly answer any questions you might have.
All right. Thank you, Director Powell. There are questions. First, we'll start with Commissioner Wilson, then followed by Commissioner Uribe.
I don't have any questions, so I have to confess, it's actually just a thank you and a continued, I don't get to hang out with you all, because if I don't have a problem, like, when I was fighting to get Horizon West up and going, we got to see a lot of each other. And now I just want to tell you how happy the programs and services, they make my residents, because you come to them, even in areas where we don't have brick and mortar yet, they still have services, which is really incredible. So thank you for that, and for what a clear, concise layout of the budget for a very complex day. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
I know when we had our budget hearing, I probably should ask more questions, but I get so overwhelmed when I'm with you guys because I'm a library girl who hangs out a lot. And I have not gotten my letter of overdue yet, and we're about to drop off books tomorrow. But I wanted to publicly commend you guys, one, for your storytellers. And I saw one of them in the screen, and she is amazing. She even has the staff intrigued when she does her stories. And that's a little story that many people don't know, is your storytellers. And then we've had the lady who does a puppeteer too, and she did our Halloween and our Christmas event. And they're just phenomenal, because the kids, as much as technology is huge, they're so drawn when they see her, and they're still trying to figure out how this thing is talking when she's not. So, and lastly, for anybody listening who have kids who are reading Commissioner Samrod, their AR process is amazing, where you can find out which books are AR approved, and they also have their Sunshine books. But I never asked you this. I wanted to ask you guys one question. Obviously, over COVID and as you guys came back, your hours got changed a little, right?
Yes.
Are you going to maintain still in that time span? It's so funny as a parent who has to run and get books. I've noticed the Sunday smaller hours and the 6 during the week and things like that. And I know budget-wise, where everybody's being very responsible, you plan on just kind of keeping that model for now unless you see the demand grow, or what are thoughts or conversations about that?
That's our plan. We're constantly monitoring those hours, whether those are the right hours or not. We have not gotten enough feedback to support expanding those hours, either earlier or later. The good news is the 2 new branches that are coming online next year in Horizon West and Lake Nona will both have Sunday hours.
Oh,
So
that's fantastic.
That'll be a change for us, but when you get out to the fringes of the county, if you're not open on Sunday, you hear a lot about it.
It is. It's true. And I'm really bad. I never realized how you guys observed holidays. And I was like, what do you mean they're closed? I think it was Martin Luther King recently that you guys were closed on that Sunday. The other question, publishing has gotten so different now, right? Like, everybody can write a book. There's self-publishing. There's all these. How are you handling this dynamic thing? Are you guys offering opportunities for, book writers who are local to showcase? I mean, it's been interesting watching this, unveiled now that people are looking at self-publishing, people are looking at different aspects, and that's got to be out of control, where you won't be able to kind of keep up with buying. If you had to buy every self-publisher, you wouldn't have room, and 2, your costs would be crazy. Just curious how you're doing that. Are there opportunities for local writers who come and showcase? I know it's really dumb, but I saw a Hallmark movie on it, and it was kind of cool, so I'm just curious to know how you guys handle that.
So we have a materials management policy, a collection development policy, and if we bought everything for everybody or bought every local book, we wouldn't be purchasing responsibly.
Right.
I mean, I think there's an opportunity there for us to continue to support literature for the community that we know is going to be used, and spend our money wisely. We do have a complete local authors collection where we do get submissions from local authors. We review their materials, and we do add them to our collection. But we have not interacted directly with anybody for publishing. We just don't have that skill set to do. So we sort of shied away from that, as we can't be everything to everybody.
Right.
And focused on what it is with what we're hearing from the community as what they do need.
The only reason why I ask that is because, obviously bookstores have really gone away, right? And those were usually opportunities where, like, local artists could go and hopefully either sell or read their book and so forth. And I'm not trying to impose that on you, but it looks like that's the future trend, and it'd be kind of cool to maybe pilot something like that to see, because it would be nice to support local writers if there's an appetite for it, or if it lures more people and brings more people to the system. And one last question, not Hoopla, Lily, is that what it is?
Libby.
Libby, okay, because I couldn't find it. Okay, Libby, got it. That's the online free reading, okay. Because Hoopla's not that good. Go with Libby, got it. Thank you. Great job, guys, like always.
Thank you for those compliments. And, you know, I don't view us in competition with local bookstores, but there are several local bookstores that are doing very well. We had an author at our Southwest Library a couple years ago that just opened a bookstore in Gainesville that seems to be trending very popularly. So there are opportunities for authors, and we are a connector for them as well.
All right, we'll move to Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for everything you do. People don't even realize all the services that you have packed into those buildings, from parenting classes that I've benefited from, to Spanish classes, to books. It goes way beyond the books and the videos. So you're such an integral part of the community, and I just want a friendly reminder, when you get that mobile book van up and running, Bithlow, Christmas, Wedgefield, they would really benefit from access, as well as having like a place to, you can get the library materials delivered for free, but to be able to drop them off too without having to come all the way, almost 30 minutes in, it would be so helpful. So thank you for everything you do in our community.
Thank you very much, and there'll be plenty of invitations and opportunities next year for us to see each other.
All right. It does not appear there are any other questions. So is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Uribe.
Second, Gomez.
Motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, Mr. Powell.
Thank you all very much.
Always good to see you and your team here. With that, we're going to go into recess, and we will return at 1:30, and we'll at that time convene as the Orange County Community Redevelopment Agency, also known as the OBT CRA, and then we'll carry on the remainder of our business. We'll come back and address other issues before we adjourn. After the Convention Center's presentation, we will have the conversation about law enforcement, MSTU, sheriff's budget, or other things that remain unfinished. We'll talk about impacts of any of our decisions on our reserves and what that means, so that you have full knowledge before you make any particular decisions. All right. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission, July 17, 2025 budget work session. As we begin this afternoon's portion of the meeting, we will now convene as the Orange County Community Redevelopment Agency, commonly known as the Orange Blossom Trail CRA, the OBT CRA. And with that, I do see Ms. Vanessa Pinckney, the Executive Director, who's going to come forward, and she'll be leading us through this item. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Demings, Administrator Brooks, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vanessa Pinckney. I'm the Executive Director of the Orange Blossom Trail Development Board, and I also serve as the manager of the Orange County OBT CRA. I'm here to present to you today proposed budget for fiscal year 2025 through 2026. So this is the presentation outline. Today I'll roughly go through our background, current projects, proposed budget, and the requested action. So the background, the Orange County Orange Blossom Trail Community Redevelopment Agency was established in 1990 through an agreement with Orange County and the City of Orlando to revitalize Orange Blossom Trail and the surrounding areas. There was an initial 30-year term, which was then extended until 2049. The BCC, this board serves as the board of directors for the CRA. And again, it's managed by the Orange Blossom Trail Development Board. The Development Board consists of 9 volunteer board members, 6 which are appointed by the county and 3 by the city. Along with myself, we have 3 additional staff members that also serve with me. So the OBT CRA was created to address slum and blight areas, and we do that through infrastructure, roadway infrastructure, housing and commercial redevelopment, sanitary sewers, crime prevention, and the CRA Trust Fund is funded by tax increment funding, which is basically increased property values over the established base year. So our established base year was 1989, and so for every year after that, whatever the increased value is, that amount of money is put into the CRA Trust Fund for use back in the CRA only, within the boundaries of the CRA. This is our current list of board members. We, of course, want to pay absolute respect to our Commissioner Scott. I know he's still having lunch, but he has been serving with our board diligently over the past 4 years, and we look forward to continuing our work with him. And we have 4 brand new board members, probably within the last month, and so it says that we have a vacancy, but I just learned as of Monday, the City of Orlando has made an appointment, so we no longer have a vacancy. So we have a full board of volunteers to help us manage the CRA and other programs. Here's the boundaries of the OBT CRA. The OBT CRA boundaries extend from Colonial Drive to I-4, bounded on the east side by the west side of Westmoreland, and bounded on the west side by Rio Grande Avenue, the east side of Rio Grande. Comprises of 759 acres, 37% of those are located within the county and 63% within the City of Orlando. So now I'm going to go through some current projects. These current projects are projects basically that I'd like to update you on since I was here last year. And so, as some of you may remember, the CRA had provided grant funding to Blue Diamond USA for the block and lock manufacturing facility. This is somewhat of a novel concept of interlocking block. It is a mortarless system. The blocks are lighter in weight. They have great safety ratings when it comes to fire because there's no way for it to transport through there. So we held our grand opening late in the fiscal year of last year. But since I hadn't not seen you since then, I thought it would be nice for you to at least see what improvements have been made and that we are progressing forward. So they are currently creating the block on the far right. That is the block within the warehouse. They have about 20, 30,000 blocks sitting there waiting to be utilized. And we are a part of our agreement, our existing agreement through the grant was that in addition to the Blue Diamond promised to extend to the CRA a block to build at least one residential home. So with that is this next slide. And this is a potential project. We're still working with our other housing partners to see what can be done with this. But for now, I'm proposing along with my partners, that we utilize one of the lots that we have there along Woods Avenue CRA project that we brought to you a couple of times. So now we have a partner, we're ready to move on. We're in the stages of contractual agreements. And so we're looking at retaining lot A5, which is the one down to the right corner. It's a solo lot. It wouldn't impede on the design or the flow of the other lots, and it could serve as a model or a prototype for the actual block. And we see it as an opportunity to connect the dots between us funding the block and lot product, helping them to get off the ground, and perhaps utilizing that in our CRA district with a house that then we can then showcase. So either a prototype or a showcase home that we may use that block and lot product. Okay, so we refurbished the sidewalks along OBT from West Central to Boulevard to Gore Street a few years ago, well, several years ago now. When those improvements were done, we had brick inlay, and you can see there to the left that the brick inlay began to decline. So we had someone go out and we just dug that up, relayed the blocks, cement them, made them safe because like I said, they were failing, they were coming out, they were easy to pry out, and we found that that was a problem. So we wanted to make sure that we secured those blocks and make it safe for our pedestrians and those who frequent the sidewalks along Orange Blossom Trail. Here we have a proposed repaving of West Central Boulevard. In support of our growing sports and entertainment districts, the OBT Development Board approved the infrastructure support for District 5. The project would consist of repaving West Central Boulevard from Westmoreland to Rio Grande. So Rio Grande running right up into the stadium there, and so we think that would be a great addition with, like I said, with all of that we're doing with the stadium and the downtown, the arenas and everything, that was really in need of some updating. They did not have that scheduled, and we did have infrastructure money in our budgets that was not ready to be utilized. So when we were approached by this, the board is going to present that to this board for final approval. The process is that the development board has to recommend to the CRA, which is all of you, whether we move forward on these projects. So this is one that's in process, perhaps. This is the current condition of Central, as you can see. It's in pretty bad state. So these are a list of our current projects, and basically I'm just kind of gives you a synopsis of the status of these projects, the amount that was budgeted, and the amounts that are encumbered to date. There's a few that I would just like to highlight very quickly. The installation of mast arms at OBT and Michigan. That was a project that we were previously going to do with the state. There were some problems with the the financing, documentation, the LFA, and so we were kind of at an impasse last year. We weren't able to do that, but that project is now back online, and I would like to give a special thanks to Orange County Public Works, particularly Humberto Castellero, because he was able to come in, take charge of this project for us, and make sure that it's being done. So it's now being done through the Orange County's contractor. So we are very happy that we were able to save that project. And I'd like to talk about, that's basically it in our neighborhood, because we already talked about the repaving, and I don't want to take too much of your time. I know that you've been at this quite some time. Please, you can ask me questions if needed. Okay, so moving on to residential development. Again, we have our housing partner, and we are now in contract with them, contract negotiations with them. So it's very promising that we'll be able to move forward on that Woods Avenue Missing Middle housing project. We've committed $130,000 of our housing rehabilitation grants currently, and we're looking to do more before the year end. I know we only have a few months, but we're pushing hard as much as we can. What has really been a really great project for us this year is getting off the ground is our economic development business grants. And so I would like to take a moment to highlight those for you. So here, we've received about 25 or more applicants at this point. These are currently the ones that have received approved funding. These grants range, we have 3 separate tiers, and they range from $1,000 to $100,000, depending on the need, depending on the longevity of the business, how long it's been in business, and what their criteria is. So just to give you a little snippet, 212 South OBT is Sweetie's Ice Cream. Most of us probably are familiar with the old Goffs. Well, these are Jones High graduates who went away, did something else, and decided to come back home and do something in their local neighborhood. So they acquired the Goff's Ice Cream, and they call it Sweetie's now. So they have come to us to assist. So they plan to add some new equipment, redo the exterior, and so that's a really good story about our homegrown youth coming back to the community and investing. Ivanhoe Park Lager House is a large facility, probably familiar with, you're probably familiar with that location as well, at 23 North OBT. So they have over $200,000 expansion that they want to do. They want to expand their venue space because, again, with all of that we're doing with the sports and entertainment, it's a lot of opportunity to use that venue space that they have. So they want to upgrade that. They have some brewing and some canning that's done off-site. If they can bring that on-site here, that will bring jobs back to this community instead of having them done out of town. And they'd like to expand on some of their offerings, include some ciders and some seltzers and some other things. So while their project is over $200,000, essentially we granted them $100,000 towards that. They will be putting up the other more than matching funds. And then we have the Orlando City Deli, which is kind of a local hidden gem for some people, but they are famous for their New York chopped cheese. It's truly a husband and wife store. It's kind of a mashup between a little restaurant and a corner store. But they're super friendly. People love them. They get a lot of business, but they really just need to expand. They needed more up-to-date equipment, and they're looking to expand into the space next door, which is currently vacant. So they are some of our awardees, and we have these two young men, Sear Productions and the Dirt Master. They are relocating to the OBT CRA. They both have deep connections in the CRA. Sear Productions has worked with the Development Board. He's worked with Commissioner Burns. He's worked a lot with the Paramore community. And so he'd like to be present in the community. So he wants to move his operations into the community, as well as Dirt Masters. Dirt Masters, again, is a local youth, turned his life around through this business, and he employs a lot of formerly incarcerated men, and a lot of those live within our CRA district. So that's, again, a great story and showing how, people have come and want to give back. And then lastly, but not least, we have Bernie Services. They've been in, they live here in the CRA, they have their business here in the CRA, and he has a great story about how he just started, seeing that there was a need to refurbish pallets, wood pallets, and that has grown into quite a business. But again, he was working with some day labor staff and different things. They want to expand, and they really want to continue to improve on their service, and they see more and more need. And they also have contracts with some of the theme parks. So they are a small local business, but they're doing big things. And on this next slide, I just kind of give you a little overview of how we lay out the tiers of the grant, the start up, a stay up, and a scale up, and some of the purposes that they may be used for. Next page again, just some of the criteria that we need from those applicants. We ask them for, they have to be in the area or are planning to relocate, 2 years of their prior IRS documents, prove their bank account, share any plans for community engagement. That's going to be a requirement. And for those businesses that have applied that are startups that don't quite meet the criteria for getting off the ground, we refer them to the National Entrepreneur Center of Orlando, hoping that they can get what they need there and then come back to us, and we'd be happy to work with them. So now moving on to the proposed budget for the 2025-2026 year. And we'll start with the TIF revenue slide. This shows the increase of our TIF revenues from 2020 through 2026. As you can see, we have been on a constant incline, and quite a large one. I have been here when that was absolutely flatlined, and matter of fact, we bottomed out more than one time. So this is the first time that we've really been on a hardy trajectory, and so we're looking forward to be able to do some larger scale plans in the future. And so this is the CRA fund. Okay, so in the fiscal year 2025-26, the revenue budget is projected to be, as outlined here, about nearly 1.4 million from Orange County, 1.1 from the city of Orlando, giving us a subtotal of 2.5. And then we show the amount of interest that was on the revenue that was within the trust fund. Again, goes through the statutory deduction, cash brought forward for prior years, and then we show the planned expenditures, so therefore showing a balanced budget. Here is a line-by-line breakdown of how we plan to expend those dollars this year. We have some small neighborhood improvements. We have our roadway improvements, residential, commercial, marketing and communications, crime prevention, administration, and then we have future capital outlay. And the total of this year's budget is projected to be $8,674,177. That's line by line. And now I'll take you through the proposed projects that we have for the 2025 year. Again, we're going to work on that, continue to work on that Woods Avenue housing, and continue with further housing rehabilitation. We're going to actually do a housing rehabilitation similar to the small business development grants. We want to work with some small developers and work with them on building or renovating in the area and help maybe supplement those to make those for more affordable housing for our citizens. The maker space that we have been looking at, we're still in contact with the city, and we're still hoping that we will be able to get that off of the ground at some point. We've increased our funding for the economic development business grants because we are having a lot of applicants. We're having a lot of applicants, and we see that that's really going to be, really something that's going to be feeding back into the CRA on a continual basis. So we've increased that some. And and then we've reserved some money again for installation of lighting and maybe some septet improvements, crime prevention. And again, we have set aside money for our, I'm sorry, I skipped. I was reading faster than I was pointing. My apologies. This is the second slide to the first. And then that brings us to our final requested action, that the Board of County Commissioners approve and adopt the fiscal year 2025 through 2026 budget resolution of the Orange Blossom Trail Community Redevelopment Agency related to the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget of the Orange Blossom Trail Community Redevelopment Agency. Questions, comments?
All right, thank you very much. We do have questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. Very exciting to see. I've been here long enough now that I get to see these compounding effects. So it's really exciting because I know sometimes probably working on your side it feels like a little, slower, but I get to see sort of the snapshot, and it's really tremendously beneficial for us. I was wondering about I'm going to mispronounce it, the mistitle of the block and lock. Are those, so I think I met with this family. Are they lighter? Is this the one that's a little lighter and doesn't require the adhesive?
It's about half the weight of your traditional cinder block is about 40 pounds.
Yeah.
These are about 20 to 25 pounds. And then they're kind of made, they interlock. So they have interlocking systems that makes them mortarless. So, we're losing a lot of skilled labor and those who, and people lifting blocks. The blocks are very heavy, spreading that mortar requires a certain skill. So now when we look at a product that now is still CMU, still a concrete, unit, but that is form-fitting and does not require the mortar, it's very helpful.
I'm so excited to hear that this is happening. I met with them, and obviously sometimes it's hard for me to visualize where to plug them in our county that would have the most benefit. But I think clearly this is where it's happening, and they're located there, and I know they are very interested in continuing to support employees there that are from here, will stay here and grow that business. So
They are.
I know it's not my district. Please share anything you have with us so that we can continue to support. I can just see such expanded growth in that business and the need for that type of product. I know they said it was hurricane rated even more than some of the heavier materials. So very exciting innovation, and to see it being put to use somewhere where housing is such a need. This is the stuff we work for. So, and then the other small businesses, I would love to hear more about them also. So I will probably reach out and get some more info, because we want to support, even if it's like doing a little lunch out and highlighting it on social.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I've lunched at Orlando City Deli quite often since then.
All right, we have Commissioner Gomez-Cordero and then Commissioner Scott.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm seeing you every
Commissioner.
year. I just have a question.
Sure.
It's because I didn't see it here in details. For the crime prevention, what exactly you all, do? What it is that you
Right. Okay. So what we're going to work with our businesses, one of the things that we're trying to do and really get off the ground again is, as we fund these grants and get these businesses engaged, we're going to roll that into a full-blown business association. So a part of their commitment and a part of our commitment to them is that we're going to help them really establish that. And so we'll be working very closely with the businesses and finding out some of the hindrances, because a lot of them do face, crime or the perception of crime. And so we want to address that and really help and go to, each business one-on-one and see if there's anything that we can do to further help implement that. And, of course, SEPTED design or whatever else that we can do, if it's lighting, because a lot of these businesses may not have sufficient lighting, but those types of things. And we will continue to work with our Orange County Sheriff's Office and the Police Department. So we don't have any, there's not one singular goal, but we want to make sure that we have enough set aside that if there's some ways that we can see to address specific issues for these communities or these neighborhoods right off of the trail, then we want to be able to do that.
So what can we say, because I know crime prevention has come, in your budget request, for the years, prior years. What can you say as an example that, this a crime prevention help? Like, for example, somebody was going to go in and because, CRA prevent that from happening. Do you have any example of that? Besides, because I know it's a lot of education and a lot of,
Yes.
But okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of education. And again, it's a lot of working with our local law enforcement. I mean, we have looked at and included in some of our previous plans, we have looked at different things about, dealing with the streets and not allowing, because we have such a great grid in CRA when it comes to a traffic grid, but that also makes a very good grid for those who aren't doing, legal business, for them to go in. And so I know that we have had some things in our plans to talk about diversion tactics, if necessary. So again, but that will require us, again, working with the Sheriff's Department and making sure that we try to implement projects where there's an actual need instead of where we perceive that there's a problem. So it's the coordinating between the businesses who are there now and, those change. And of course, like I said, the local law enforcement.
Okay, so the business owners, they call law enforcement and they also call CRA.
Well, it's not the CRA. Through another program of ours, our Safe Neighborhood, we also have a safe neighborhood task. We have a safety task force. The mayor knows about this very well. He headed up that task force for quite a while. And what we tried to do with that task force is we deal with the crime prevention from the inside out. So we get the agencies together and we talk about the issues internally. So we have, you all get calls, all the commissioners get calls from their constituents, law enforcement gets calls, we get calls at our board, for different problems. So what we felt was a better thing to do than try to weed through all those is we gather those from whatever agencies we're from, and then we bring them together and collectively see how we can address those issues. And so that, the people are being heard, but we're also talking with each other and talking with the individual agencies who can do something about it, whether it be law enforcement or code enforcement. And we have people who want to be whistleblowers, but they don't really want to be on 311, to be honest with you. So they may call and just tell us, but it puts, we can take it directly to our captain, in Sector 4, because he sits as the chair. And so we take that directly to our law enforcement. And so that's a way of us addressing crime.
Thank you.
A little bit more thoroughly.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vanessa, for your presentation. Commissioners, these small businesses are, like you said, they're at that cusp where they're making great strides, but need capital. And as you know, a lot of banks aren't approving capital, even for larger organizations, particularly in housing. And so there's a need and a gap that's being filled by the OBT NEX. Commissioner Cordero, the OBT NEX does a safe neighborhood, so they have different events that involve youth and businesses. So it's not just specific to the business needs, but the holistic of the entire community. What do you need to feel safe? What can we do proactively to make them feel safe? And so it's a really great program, and things are going well so far. And so we got a lot more to do. We're having fun and learning about these different businesses, the ones that are known to us and the ones that are unknown through this process as they come to the different OBT next board meetings. What's your big win for the upcoming fiscal year when you think about this board and all the things you articulate and what you're going to do specifically when you're back here this time next year? What do you hope to say you've accomplished?
I want some houses out of the ground. I want us to actually be able to say that we have moved forward on building those homes. It would be great, again, as Commissioner Wilson said, to be able to see the block and lock product, whether it's on this, these lots or some other lots. We want to see that kind of innovation move forward, and where we can actually, test it out, see what it's like, because I think we all like it in theory, but let's see it really, at work. And I'd like to continue to work with the county and the city and see what we can do with, the areas around Woods Avenue and the improvements that we'd like to make, and that concept that we have of the maker space and building, putting a space here locally where people can come and learn. They have small businesses, they can come and use these large-scale machines and different things to be able to do, to be able to help people to step up and be able to earn that living wage instead of just having low-level jobs. They need jobs that can put food on the table and that they can afford the mortgages, and even at a reduced rate, you still need some help.
Thank you, Ms. Pinckney. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Pinckney, how long have you been with the organization now?
33 years.
33 years. I was going to say, man, I didn't have any gray hair when I first met you. So thank you for staying in there. You're one of the longest serving executive directors or CEOs of this type of organization that we have in our community. So kudos to you. Commissioner Scott, I'll entertain a motion.
Move requested action.
All right. Is there a second?
Second, Morrison.
All right. Second, Commissioner Moore beat you. All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you so much for your
Ms.
time.
Pinckney. With that, we will now adjourn as the Orange County Community Redevelopment Agency and convene as the Orange County International Drive Community Redevelopment Agency Governing Board. And with that, Mr. Daniel Caponin will be framing this issue. He's our Chief Planner and Assistant Project Manager from Neighborhood Services. With that, you're recognized.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, my name is Daniel Kilpinen with the Neighborhood Services Division, and I'm here to present, along with Krista Tarashevsky, present the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 budget for the International Drive Community Redevelopment Agency, commonly known as the iDrive CRA. Today, we'll go over some background information about the iDrive CRA. We'll describe the redevelopment area and the redevelopment plan, followed by the proposed budget and the projects within it, and lastly, the requested action. The iDrive CRA was established in 1998, and it originally focused on transportation deficiencies in the redevelopment area. However, in 2021, the CRA plan was updated to add 4 focus areas that are listed on the screen. CRA projects use tax increment financing placed into a redevelopment trust fund for use within the redevelopment area. And this fiscal year, we added a new position to manage the overall operations of the CRA. Just a reminder that you, the Board of County Commissioners, are the CRA governing board for the iDrive CRA. The CRA has an advisory committee. It was established in 2002 to advise you on implementation of the redevelopment plan, and also to identify and prioritize the projects to be financed by the trust fund. The current advisory committee members and the membership categories they represent are listed on the screen. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Krista Tarashevsky. She is our new CRA project manager. She will review the redevelopment plan and the projects in the proposed budget by focus area. Krista?
Thank you, Daniel. Board. The International Drive CRA area is encompassed of 7,315 acres surrounding International Drive and the Universal Boulevard as shown in the image above. The Community Redevelopment Plan helps to identify the focus areas that will provide the greatest return to our area and greatest use of our funds. In 2021, the CRA plan and Community Redevelopment Plan was updated to expand the CRA revenue uses. It set a cap on the generated funds that are collected and reviewed the sunset date. The CRA was expanded to the 4 new focus areas that Daniel just reviewed. The cap was set at $22 million at a percentage of 75%. What that means is any TIF funds above $22 million that's collected, just the excess will be split with 75% going to Orange County and the city's general funds in their substantial distributions, and the remaining 25% will remain with the CRA. In 2021, the sunset date was reviewed, and it was determined it was best to maintain the date of 2028. As that time quickly approaches, we do have a number of projects that are planned in design and construction phase, and we are ready to present. We'll come back to both the advisory board and the governing board next year to review details of those projects and determine the best avenue moving forward for the program. Now to review the proposed 2026 fiscal year budget cycle projects. Please keep in mind that many of these projects you may have seen in each division's review as they are managed through their capital improvement projects. While they're great achievements for the divisions, the budgeting requests are part of the International Drive budget cycle this year. The overall budget request is $129.4 million and is encompassed of the operating budget, the capital improvement projects, and future capital outlay. This is a decrease of 34.9% from last fiscal year, and that's due to mostly the reduction in capital improvement. We had a major project in funds allocated for the Kirkman Road extension last fiscal year, so there was a large amount of funding used as it was a major roadway that was constructed and opened. Under the transportation focus area, we are requesting $29.4 million for the projects listed above. We're going to review each one in depth. First, the Regional Transit Connectivity Project is a project that was requested by you, the governing board. This helps to improve the transit operations in the International Drive CRA area. In the past, any workers that are in the International Drive that rely on transit operations to get to and from work were forced to work either shorter shifts or earlier shifts in order to get back to their bus and onto it before it leaves between 11 and 12. This project helps to improve 4 LYNX routes, all within the International Drive CRA area, to extend their hours beyond midnight and closer to the 2 or 3 a.m. that most of our hospitality industries are ending. In addition, it includes the frequency of shuttles that came through, allowing our workers to spend more time either at home with their families or working instead of riding the bus. The requested funds of $2.3 million will continue the extended services to routes 8, 37, 38, and 42 throughout next fiscal year. The Kirkman Road extension opened to traffic on schedule with the opening of Epic Universe. This partnership project with FDOT, the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, Universal Orlando, and Orange County provided a multimodal cross-section with transit from Universal Boulevard north of Sand Lake Road into the city's current Kirkman Road. The requested funds for next fiscal year is $5 million, and this will be utilized towards a rebate that was already predetermined as part of the interlocal and corporate agreements determined in 2019. The International Drive Transit Lane project provides a new lane, both northbound and southbound, on International Drive in parts of Universal Boulevard from Destination Parkway to Sand Lake Road. This new lane will be used for shared use between bus, transit, and right-turning traffic. The current project is in the design phase, and 90% design plans have been submitted, and we anticipate that the design will be completed by the end of 2025. We've began our re-engagement with our stakeholders to review the right-of-way and easement needs for this project as well as other projects in International Drive. We will continue that review with the stakeholders on into next fiscal year, where the requested funds of $2.5 million will go towards the right-of-way and easement agreements and prepare for construction next year based on completion of the right-of-way. The Tangelo Park Pedestrian and Traffic Calming Project continues to provide a great relationship with Tangelo Park Civic Association and providing an improved pedestrian and traffic flow throughout the community. The requested funds of $100,000 will be used to assess both the traffic and the pedestrian flow into next fiscal year as the community center is finishing to determine where pedestrians are flowing and determine improvements that are needed to sidewalks and bus shelters. The funds will be used for planning, design, or implementation of those projects. The Pedestrian Enhancement Project continues to be successful with 2 new traffic signals completed on Universal Boulevard. Those are shown in the blue on the image, and 3 that are currently under construction, with 2 on International Drive and 1 on Universal Boulevard that you see in the orange. These intersections will not only improve traffic flow, but will provide breaks in traffic and a safe crossing for pedestrians that are trying to utilize our major roadway networks. In addition, there is 1 more traffic signal that was installed by others with the Kirkman Road extension at Universal Boulevard. The requested funds of $1.2 million will continue pedestrian safety throughout the International Drive CRA area and enhance the pedestrian safety component. The Trade Show Boulevard continues to be an important project for the overall regional effort. This roadway, Trade Show, is currently a 2-lane road, and we are requesting to expand it to 2 lanes, both northbound and southbound, and a transit lane in the center. This project is important because it connects the Kirkman Road extension down to Destination Parkway, where the LYNX Super Stop, the Catch Lake Crossing, and potential for future transit near 528 will occur. All of this has occurred while still maintaining the freight access to the north-south building for the convention center. The project is currently in the design phase and has completed 60% designs, and we anticipate design being completed next year. The requested funds of $13.5 million will go towards the preparation of the right-of-way agreements and to begin construction after right-of-way has been completed. The International Drive Pedestrian Overpass has completed their study phase and recommends a complete overpass at the intersection of International Drive and Sand Lake Road. Each corner will get stairs and an elevator to help pedestrians and bicyclists maneuver the intersection safely above traffic. The recommendation is to provide a covering over the overpass and put solar panels on the top to help it to be sustainable into the future. The requested funds of $4.2 million will progress the project into the design phase with our engineering division as approved during the public hearing just last month. And last, for the transportation focus area, is the Sand Lake at I-4 beautification project. This project is a continuation of FDOT's existing project to install a diverging diamond at Sand Lake Road and I-4. FDOT's project is underway and is planned to be completed by the end of 2027. This project is to follow that project and provide both landscaping and hardscaping to the area. Our planning division was tasked with the conceptual analysis to prepare a gateway that is both enhancing to the tourists and complements the overpass at the intersection of iDrive and Sand Lake so that they are consistent with one another. In addition, the planning division worked with the stakeholders to determine what best landscaping and hardscape are both appealing and easy to maintain as they're installed. The requested funds of $620,000 will move the project into the design phase with our engineering team. In addition, next fiscal year, we plan to return to the Florida Department of Transportation to update our MOA and determine the cost sharing for the project. We will review the maintenance requirements based on what type of landscaping and hardscaping is determined during the design phase. Then we'll be able to make a plan for maintenance moving forward. The next focus area is affordable and attainable housing, where we are requesting $1.3 million towards the housing repair and housing infill projects. The Tangelo Park Housing Repair Project is an income-based project to provide minor and major repairs to homes within the Tangelo Park community. Once residents meet the income base, we will provide priority to homes that have disabled, elderly, have any code enforcements or safety violation. On average, there's 9 projects per year, and 29 projects have been completed since inception of the program in fiscal year 22. The images you see above are an example of a kitchen project that was done just this past fiscal year. The top is what the kitchen looked like before. The bottom picture is the after. The resident was extremely happy with this project and able to provide a new hood and be able to cook for their family safely. As you can see, the cost of the projects vary based on if it's a minor or major and what type of project we're initiating. But the average is about $80,000 per project. Next fiscal year, we are requesting just over $1 million to continue the housing repair program into next fiscal year, starting with the 10 applicants that are currently on the waiting list, waiting for either a contractor or this funding to become available. The Housing Infill Project encourages mixed income residential projects and enhances the ability to provide attainable, affordable, and profitable housing all in the same neighborhood. This project is consistent with the Housing Trust Fund and the county's Housing for All initiatives that are progressed through the rest of the county, but focuses only on the International Drive CRA area. The requested funds of $325,000 will be added to the other fiscal year's funding to build capital in a future project effort needs. Under the Workforce and Economic Development focus area, we are requesting just over $1.33 million for the 5 projects that you see above. First, the ESOL for working adults continues to be a successful program with 4 employers hosting the program and 199 students participating just this past fiscal year to learn English as a second language to them. The students are permitted to attend 4 hours a week and can repeat a class if needed, all during their regular work hours. Partnerships from this past fiscal year include the UCF Global and Orange County Public Schools Adult Education Program. The requested funds of $500,000 will continue the program into next fiscal year and allow us to explore the potential partnerships that will provide the greatest return to the employees and use of our funds. 2 new pilot programs are recommended for the iDrive CRA areas. These new pilot programs focus on professions that have a specialized skill set that not everybody has. When determining what 2 professions we should focus on, we went to the advisory committee and the stakeholders, and we asked them the question, What professions will provide the best opportunities for growth in the employees? The first is the culinary training program, which will focus on recruiting new people to the industry and providing them with the entry-level skills needed to succeed in the program. The second pilot program will be focused on building maintenance, where we will upskill existing technicians, bringing a Tech 1 to Tech 2, Tech 2 to Tech 3, and so on and so on. Having proficient technicians not only provides growth for the employee and benefit to the employer, but provides a safe and comfortable environment for visitors when they come to the area and encourages them to come back for the next year. The requested funds of $400,000 will build these two programs and help us to determine what partners are best to educate the programs. Under the focus area of community and cultural institutional programs, we are requesting $250,000 towards the Tangelo Park Youth Services. As many of you know, we excitingly broke ground just this past year on a 8,565 square foot community center within Tangelo Park. This included improvements to the gym, a full community center and pool to be installed. And I'm happy to report they are not only just broke ground, they've began vertical installation with the block cement walls starting to be formed. This time next year, we hope to have a full community center that's open and operational, with our scheduled completion sometime in the spring of 2026, and we plan to open the door to people to come in on May of 2026. The requested funds of $250,000 will go towards a new youth program for the residents, which includes 250 elementary school-age students that live in the Tangelo Park community. The program will be curriculum-based and provide both after-school and summer programs for the students, and will help fill the void of the removed program that was previously at the elementary school. Based on the current funding operations, we anticipate the $250,000 being able to fund up to 60 students for the program. Currently, there is a temporary program being held at a local house of faith, and they have funding through the end of 2025. So Orange County, beginning their program in January of 2026, will allow for a seamless transition of the students and allow no downtime that they'll be home alone. Then, once the community center is open, they'll transition into the community center, and the full-blown Orange County program can start to be planned for the future. And the last focus area of beautification and aesthetics is requesting just over $3.2 million for the electrification of the wayfinding signage throughout International Drive CRA. This past project, during phase 1 this past year, we have installed 47 gateway and vehicular signs, which are the larger signs that go on the outsides of the International Drive areas to let visitors know that they're coming to the International Drive tourist corridor. And then this phase 2 will include the planning and design of 130 pedestrian and vehicular signs that are a little closer to the road and are focused on providing informational kiosks and wayfinding for pedestrians that are using the sidewalk. The requested funds of $3.23 million will be used to provide electricity and power to these signs. And I'd like to keep in mind, some of these signs are set back since they're at the limits. They're not near existing development. So some of the signs require a lot of underground utility to get power to them. The funding requested will provide 10 directional bores, 40 transformers, and an individual meter for each one of the signs, totaling 93 meters to be installed. In addition to the wayfinding signs, this past year we installed 2 new neighborhood entrance markers at the Tangelo Park community at both the entrance off of Sand Lake Road and the northern entrance off of Kirkman and North iDrive area. The signs were designed to not only let motorists know that they are entering a residential area, but also be crossed, designed as a bench for people who are waiting for a bus at the nearby bus stop. What you don't see in the picture is the design plans also call for trees to be installed. So that tall one that says Tangelo will have a tree next to it, so as it matures and blossoms, it will provide shading for the bench that's next door. The maintenance and utility payment has been funded through 2026, and we are coordinating with new sponsors to determine how the funding can be progressed in maintenance periods moving forward. A budget summary is shown above. The revenues, including interest, the 5% statutory deduction, transfers from the county, and the fund balance that was in there before this fiscal year, total $129.4 million. And the expenditures, including all the projects that we just reviewed, future capital outlay, and the CRA rebate, also total $129.4. I'd like to point out that line for the CRA rebate. When we talked about the cap that was put on the CRA, over $22 million, that dictates how much money that was returned in the general fund this past fiscal year. And that amounts to just over $7 million that was brought back to the general fund for full county-wide uses. The requested action for today is to approve and adopt the resolution of the International Drive Community Redevelopment Agency regarding the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 budget of the International Drive Community Redevelopment Agency. And at this time, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you for comments and questions. I do have our project managers for each one of the projects here with me today.
All right, great job, Ms. Tereschewski. I just want to make sure I'm clear on earlier when you were speaking, you said that the excess of the $22 million would go back to Orange County and the City of Orlando general fund, but it all comes to the county general fund, correct?
Mayor, there's a small portion that the city, it's proportionate share.
Yeah.
Most of it comes back to us, but their portion goes back to them.
And what's it's a percentage?
95% county and 5% city.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, Commissioner Wilson.
All right, like, that's like a gold star for like having that like on the spot. That was amazing.
Jay's a genius.
That was incredible. I knew that, but that was just like the timing was incredible. Thank you so much for the presentation. Once again, it's been such an honor to be here long enough to recall the discussions we had when, I believe, rightfully so, we were approaching the sunset and said, how do we make sure that this reinvestment is truly going into not just economic development, but also into residential areas and especially the historic areas that are right there that have been pretty impacted by the economic development and tourism industry right there. So it's exciting to see these things actually sort of, falling into place as actual items of interest on a timeline. And I think it's also something that makes me go back and look at sort of those original commitments, which I know were majority transportation type investments in front of or along the iDrive corridor and the other road there that is going to be huge. They're both going to be huge, right? So we're adding pavement. And I know that you probably watched the very captivating hearings yesterday and heard us talking about the cost of maintenance and the concern that comes with every inch of pavement and mile of pavement and exponentially what we're committing ourselves to over the lifetime of that pavement. And I'm thrilled to know that there's going to be some dedicated transit lane, but it's going to come at the expense of additional width. So my first question is, has there been a engineering workaround for those beautiful trees on that section of iDrive that we know this is coming in that provides some shade for the pedestrians that are daring enough to walk in that area? And the second question is there a plan, because I know this is going to eventually sunset, for maintenance, because we will continue to look at, for those expenditures for years and years to come, knowing how much we're having to pay exponentially over the years.
The second part I'll answer, and the first part, we do have Raymond here, that's with the transit lane project, and he'll be able to provide a little bit of information on what the plan is as far as trees come with that transit lane project. The second part is how do we plan for maintenance beyond the sunset date? We have started to look at the sunset date and looked at what projects, not only do we have planned for design and construction, but also what projects do we have planned for that maintenance beyond that 2028 date. We've started to compile, and we will come back to the board to determine what's the next best steps for the program in sunsetting in 2028, and if it needs to be extended or if it needs to be sunset with a plan of how we will take care of this.
Yeah, I was going to say I would support and encourage a plan anytime that we have, seeing those exponential costs at the cost we know it will be today. Feels like it's probably an underestimate. So I do think that there's something that if we have the ability to now plan for that, and any, not just in this set of circumstances, but any of those where it's a legislative tool like this where we get to actually kind of create some language, I would support that. Thank you.
Raymond?
Commissioner Mayor, for the transit lanes on iDrive, we're going to be widening to the median to accommodate the transit lanes, and that will allow 10-minute headway for the pedestrians on that corridor. We'll be able to move them much quicker. You are fully aware of the congestion we have on that corridor, so the transit solution is the optimal solution, and there has been quite a few studies that have been done to provide that solution. We're also going to be providing enhanced landscaping to mitigate for the loss of trees that we have in the median, both on the sides and within the median as well.
So that means that we are losing that one piece of shade that we have along iDrive.
That is going to be the, one of the costs, but, we'll mitigate it as
No,
much
all
as we
along
can.
iDrive. The south side, because they're not using an existing driving lane, they're going to make it even wider. So you're going to essentially create an impassable and 600-degree, series of blocks there. So I mean, it's not the way I would have wanted it. It's someone who picks out, like I said, visiting places based on, to some extent, their natural beauty and my ability to go out and explore on foot. And it's a shame because some of those have been there long enough that really they are providing, a tremendous amount of benefit.
Yeah, well, it won't be removing all of the median. There'll be still a substantive portion of the median remaining. And as I said, we'll supplement that with additional landscaping there as well, just to try to maintain that lush look as much as we can.
Yeah, and then obviously and I think we had the design, right? So is there a way that I can access it again, just take a look? Because it's been a while.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe and then Commissioner Simrad.
Yeah, I did have a couple of follow-up questions. One, all of our attention got pushed on return funds to general funds, which was a tune of like $7.3 million. And hey, we have an $8 million deficit issue to fill it. Is that something that you all require? Is that something that you guys set aside, or is it if you can't spend it, it comes back? Can you kind of explain a little bit?
In 2021, the plan was updated, and the governing board decided to put a cap at $22 million. And then whatever amount of funds, it depends on how much funds was collected for that. They subtract the $22 million, and whatever that excess happens to be.
It was vaguely in my mind, but I wanted to make sure. Okay, that's fantastic. Well, Raymond, you sat down too quickly because you were my next guy. I know there's been a lot of talk about the Sunshine Corridor and about expanding the CRA to cover it or help offset and things like that. Is that something that is still being considered? Is that something that this board is going to have to bring in? Or where are we sitting on that topic? But Raymond, you're next, don't worry.
The way that the developed plan is written, along with that 2021 update, we modified some of the language to change rail to transit. And we also changed the verbiage to designate certain areas to anywhere in the International Drive CRA.
And I remember
So-
we expanded it too at that time.
Yes. So the plan is set up for the Sunshine Sunrail extension to come to the convention center area. But when it comes to actually utilizing the CRA funds, we will follow our regular process, going to the advisory committee and you, the governing board, to determine if that's how we want to utilize the funds.
Okay, and then my last question then, Raymond, this might be you. So, you know, we talked about, I actually love the fact that when you get to Sand Lake Road and you're going west, when you make a left, it's gorgeous. You know, the landscape, the trees. Yeah. It is probably one of the most pleasing things about that corridor that we have. So I am too. And the one thing I do worry about is you've got a lot of tourists who aren't used to our heat. So it is a bit of relief. But we've recently just talked and moved forward the pedestrian a bridge. Wasn't that to be partially funded with the CRA? And if we were to sunset the CRA, wouldn't that, because I know we can't afford it all right now, it's going to be paid in phases, couldn't it actually cause an issue to get that bridge done?
You're correct. There are a few projects that we have in the iDrive CRA transportation program that will outlive the current sunset date of the CRA. So that is something that would need to be addressed at some point by the board if the board sees fit.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, when we're looking at, I see Brian in the back, when we're looking at this project and trying to move it forward, that's something that's going to be very viable and important as you commit and contracts are issued and funding begins and ground is broken on that to make sure that they can be completed.
Yeah, currently only the design phase is funded within the CRA. That's one of the requests that we had just presented, $4.2 million. That's the only phase of that bridge that's funded right now in the CRA.
And Tiara, specific, I guess being a bit more specific, she's referenced a few times now about we're working on the basis of bringing forth a presentation to the board regarding, quite frankly, to speak direct, regarding the sunset date for the CRA, understanding other possibilities and how they may be affected. So she's alluded to it a few times. We are working on preparing that. So you also have that holistic view, including, for example, you just mentioned the
Yeah, and I'm
Sunshine
confirming it
Corridor as
because while that landscape and everything we do for the pedestrian safety, which there's a significant investment in our iDrive CRA for pedestrians, knowing that's probably one of the highest populated pedestrian area. We don't feel so bad when we say CRA helps pay for it because we have those needs all across the county. So moving forward, you'd want to be very conscious of that.
The good news for that project is that we plan to know what the actual construction needs are before the sunset date. So they are starting design now, and we usually have about 2.5 years of design. So we should know before that 2028 year what the construction needs are for that project if we wanted to allocate those funds.
But we don't anticipate waiting that long to bring
Yeah,
conversations
I'm
to the
sure we're
board,
not
so.
going to wait that long. Yeah, because you guys, take long on everything. So I mean, on the steps. And let me rephrase that. Okay, thanks, guys. Great work.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would also just like to advocate, no tourist wants to come here and get to their destination of where they're trying to walk or do a scooter ride to, all sweaty, nasty, and hot. So those trees, people can't walk in the median, and we don't want them walking in the median. We want them using the sidewalks, and I think that, I don't like that design at all, wiping out the whole tree line. And shrubs don't provide shade the way that we need them to. So I wasn't crazy about that project.
And Raymond, correct me if I'm wrong, the landscaping that's being added back in, is that being added to the median or to the sides?
She's adding predominantly to the median. Not all the landscape will be taken out, and we will look at ways to minimize removal of those trees that are there and accommodate the additional lane at the same time. And we will, as I said, add as much landscaping as possible to the median.
Thank you. I still don't like it. I understand you're trying to minimize and such, but they are mature trees that provide the shade, and it is, tourists will walk. They like to get out. They like to experience the destination. They like to be foot-friendly, and we need to encourage that form of transportation as opposed to putting more volume on the roads. And a quick 10-minute walk for a tourist they're willing to do, but not in blazing hot sun.
Yeah,
So-
we can brief you on the design. We're more than willing to show you that.
If you just brief me on the same thing, I'll still say I don't like it.
I know.
Okay.
Commissioner Scott?
My colleagues covered all the questions, so I'll just say thank you for the work you guys are doing. I really appreciate it. As you can imagine, I get a lot of questions from the folks in Tangelo, both the Civic Association and the Senior Chit Chat Club, and all of them are well pleased with the engagement and level of customer service you all have provided to them. So just thank you on behalf of the residents there. And I'm good, Mayor.
All right, move approval for the requested action.
Second, Scott.
All right, seconder was Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thanks a lot, everybody. Let's see if we can't catch up a little bit here. We'll adjourn as Orange County International Drive Community Redevelopment Agency Governing Board and reconvene now as the Board of County Commissioners. And the next item on the agenda is our Convention Center and Tourist Development Tax update and budget proposals. Mark Tester, our Executive Director from the Convention Center, and Ray Walls, the Deputy Director, will be making this presentation. Mark, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator, Comptroller. It's great to be here presenting our budget for the Center of Hospitality, the Orange County Convention Center. As Mayor mentioned, Ray will come up and do the TDT, and then we'll answer any questions that you may have. So we're just reviewing. That's me. I'm sorry. Just going through the proposal exactly the way that you've went through all of these. I won't belabor that. We do have our on board our organizational chart that overviews both our executive team, our 5-person executive team that includes myself and our management team, very steady. I did want to point out one of our deputy directors who we're calling the busiest man in show business right now, Terry Devitt, not only oversees our facility operations, he's the lead for our capital projects, including the Grand Concourse project, and is the volunteer chair for this year's United Way campaign for the county. So thank you, Terry, for your leadership. He doesn't like to be recognized. I'm embarrassing him, but that's okay. Thank you, Terry, and for all of our team that helps us make us. We desire to be not the best convention, biggest convention center, but the best. And I think some of these numbers and results will certainly point out to that. The following is our operating revenue. This is the revenue that is generated through our facilities. You'll note of the 6 categories, 5 of them we're proposing increases. The only one that is relatively flat is our building rental, which we ultimately, I think, will achieve based on events in the year for the year. You'll notice that we are proposing $11.1 million increase, which is 14% for a total budget revenue of $92.4 million. That really indicates the health of our industry, the variety of events that we have in all categories: conventions, trade shows, corporate events, social, military, educational, religious, such as the Lions Club International, which we have in the building right now, and of course amateur athletics, which has been incredibly strong for us. One of the real key indicators on our health is how well our food and beverage revenue is coming in from our food and beverage provider. And you'll notice that we're proposing a $7 million increase, and that really indicates the health and the optimism of the events that we'll be hosting at the convention center. Food is the first thing that you cut and the first thing that you add when times are good. And then it relates to our operating expenses. Our personnel services, we're proposing a $3.7 million increase to $53.9 million. That does include the 5% increase in salaries and wages to our employees. Our operating budget, which is really dependent on the events that we host, we are proposing a $2.7 million increase to 55.6 for a total operating budget of 109, $6.4 million increase, and a budget change of 6.3%. Again, the good news, revenue is increased by 14%. Expenses are only 6.3, so certainly that is a good signal when you talk about the health of our organization and our industry. We are requesting 7 new positions. 6 of them are senior event workers. They are in our environmental services or housekeeping department. We rely very heavily on temporary and contract workers, especially in our third shift. We will be adding 2 service workers per shift for each of our 3 shifts, and they will help manage our temporary and our contract housekeeping staff, which we ultimately believe that we'll see some decrease in expenses from that area. So will help us be more efficient, and then we are requesting 1 senior event coordinator who work directly with our customers in servicing our events, and that is due to the increase in business levels. Due to the increase in compensation and also the signing on bonuses that you all approved, our vacancy rate is at lowest by far that it has been in many years. We have currently 35 positions that are currently open. And in regards to operating efficiencies, this really, our budget on the operating really, as I mentioned, is dictated and managed by the events that we host. Here is a list of some of the incredibly large and robust events that we have. I do want to point out 3 of them that are of significant note. First is the American Society for Hematology. That event will be coming to us for the first time since 2020 with 40,000 in attendance, 101 million in economic impact. That event will be held in early December, which is a slower time for the convention industry and also for leisure. So a great event over a great time period. They will be utilizing over 20,000 hotel rooms per night when they come in early December. Very, very good, robust medical event. In addition, I'm going to point out the International Builders Show and Kitchen and Bath. That is 2 events that will be co-locating with us, utilizing every square inch of the Orange County Convention Center, both buildings. An incredibly large, robust event with over 120,000 in total attendance and $309 million in economic impact. And their hotel room usage will be well over 20,000 rooms per night. And the last I wanted to note is the Society of Human Resource Management, which will be coming to us really for the first time in June of 2026, 25,000 in attendees and $63.4 million in economic impact. And the great thing for that is all of our Orange County human resource professionals will be able to take part and get some more training and be able to attend that event when it's right here in our hometown. They will be utilizing over 10,000 hotel rooms per night. Again, a new event that we captured with, of course, as we do with all of our events, with our partnership with Visit Orlando. And it relates to the budget efficiencies. We look to layer events. Right now, we have 136 events that are definite or contracted on our books. In the year, for the year, we will get right up to that 180, 190 number as we layer events into the calendar for the year, for the year. And of course, with our Grand Concourse project, we do look that will be able to add additional events that we'll be able to layer into our calendar. And certainly budgets are impacted by the size of the events. We currently have 2 million in attendance on the books right now. That is exactly what we're going to end the year with. So as we add events in the year for the year, that number should jump up a little bit. Event attendance has remained really strong. Again, we have a very diverse book of events in all different type of categories. The trade shows and conventions, our traditional core market with about 30% of our total events, have come roaring back. Many of them, if not all, are at pre-COVID or above pre-COVID levels. Amateur athletics have continued just to really boom and continue to grow and post records. We just got done with AAU junior volleyball with over 300,000 attendance, their biggest event per year, and they're really, really optimistic about the future. This is the one area that we're really paying attention to and watching as it relates to tariffs and to any political headwinds that could negatively affect attendance. As of right now, we have not had any material negative effect on any one of our events yet. We've heard anecdotally some shows lose a small number of exhibitors, say from Canada. But the good news is that domestic has been strong enough to replace that. So again, no effect, but something that we're keeping an eye on. Certainly, economic impact is our mission, and you can see the stats of what we do. You'll see the graph in the bottom jump up. That is been in 24 when we updated our every 3 years we update the plan from a third party, and so that was done, and we certainly will concentrate on making that number as high as possible with $4.8 billion of both direct and indirect impact to our community. Here's just a showing of the sort of size and scope of the events. The average event in the Orange County Convention Center is with us almost a week, 6.14 days, with 2.5 of move-in days, where a lot of the trades and a lot of people are working to set the events up. Average of 3 event days and 1 day on the way out. And the average event straight across the board is 11,000, over 11,000, which is actually up some from last year. We do and are very proud of how we layer events throughout the calendar year, and we have in this fiscal year only 8 days where we don't have an event that's either in move-in, event mode, or move out. And while we might not have an event over those 8 days, which are obviously over Christmas, we will be having dust fly, and we really concentrate on hitting our capital improvement projects during that time. Again, we continue always to work on sustainability efforts. We've done a lot of work on how we can implement energy savings and trash reduction plans to reduce costs. Our continued implementation of CIP projects will help us increase building efficiency. We went through and are changing to energy efficient LED lighting. Our north-south roof project, where we were replacing the solar panel array, is almost complete. And so we're excited for that project to be done. And then we continue to look to see how we can streamline our staffing, looking at how we staff during events, and also how we can utilize time in between events to pre-mark and do a lot of the work, especially in our rigging and our utilities department, to get a big jump to ensure that we're as efficient as possible, and also helping our customers once they come in. They're ready. We've got a lot of this stuff work completed, and they can hit it hard as soon as they get into the facility. Relate to our capital improvement project plan. You can see we're requesting $315 million. 85.5 million of that are the ongoing renovations on our 2 existing facilities, and then we have a placeholder for $230 million for Project 5A, which we're now calling our Grand Concourse project. Ray will be touching on that when he comes up as well. And then what we're doing on our building with our capital improvement projects, we continue to work on our north-south building. It is pretty much original in all aspects of the facility, and we will be doing over the course of several years is renovating all 25 of the current meeting rooms. All finishes are original to the facility. They range from 4,000 to 20,000 square feet. Our budget for this fiscal year is $17.6 million, with a total project cost of $70.9 million. Again, we'll be doing that in phases as availability occurs, and again in and around events, so that it doesn't interrupt our operation. In addition, we will be renovating all of the 92 restrooms, again original to the facility, doing it in and around our events, a budget of $3.4 million this fiscal year, and a total project cost of $62 million. In addition, this is both the west and the north-south buildings. We'll be going through a multi-year process of replacing our elevators and escalators. You can see that we have 32 escalators, 24 elevators, and 1 cargo lift. All of them are 20-plus years old. I believe we have a couple freight elevators that are original in the west building, so they're over 40 years old. Obviously, it's very difficult to run a center without escalators and elevators, so that's a very much needed project. Again, working around our events, this year's fiscal proposed budget of $3.2 million and a total project cost of $56.7 million. And it relates to the Grand Concourse project. Again, this project will enhance connectivity, connect the north and south concourses, will give us a dedicated ballroom, which we do not have, will give us additional meeting rooms, which we are lacking, and then also, and most importantly, allow us to layer additional events throughout the calendar and drive more economic impact. And where we're at, we will be receiving the 90% design in just a few days in August. In September, we will be bringing the guaranteed maximum price for the enabling work to you, and then beginning the enabling work in October. The enabling work is preparing the site, doing some demolition, and getting ready for construction. We are on track for 100% design in November. We will be returning to you in February for the construction guaranteed maximum price, with the goal of beginning construction in March of 2026. So all systems a go on project 5A, the Grand Concourse project. And in summary, revenues are increasing more than expenses. Events remain robust with attendance. A number of events and scope are all very, very strong. We are requesting 7 positions to handle increased workload, and we're continuing to renovate the north-south building to coincide with the opening of the Grand Concourse project, which we're scheduling for late 2029. And with that, I'll call up my associate, Ray Walls. Thank you, Ray.
Thanks, Mark. Mayor, Commissioners, sorry to inform you this is the last departmental presentation we'll have to hear today, so I'm sure that's a bummer for you all. So I'm going to talk about the tourist development tax today. For those of you who've seen this presentation before, it's very similar to those that you've seen in the past with a few minor updates. So I'll try to be quick and efficient through it. So in terms of background and uses, as you all know and have discussed, the Florida statutes authorize collection and limits the uses of tourist development tax. It's a tax imposed on short-term rentals that are 6 months or less, and its uses are limited by that statute to the things that are enumerated in the statute. So things like convention centers, tourism promotion, venues that generate economic activity from tourism. In Orange County, the levy is 6% on the lodging price for hotels, houses, any type of short-term lodging. It was first enacted by the voters by referendum in 1978 at 2% to construct the Orange County Civic Center, which is now the Convention Center. I added this, so this is an update because it relates to the discussion that's happened this past year with the legislature as they talked about changes to the tourist development tax. There is in the county's code, and it was part of the referendum, a prohibition on general revenues being used for the Orange County Convention Center. We're very good about that, right? There is no general fund that gets used on the Orange County Convention Center. It's only TDT and revenue generated by the Convention Center. So if a proposal were to pass, such as one of the ones that was proposed this year, where tourist development tax essentially becomes general revenue, then you have a problem in terms of funding the Convention Center. So I just wanted to point that out there. Obviously, as you all know, the TDT has been increased from the original 2% to the 6% that it stands today, and that happened periodically over the years. In terms of the uses of each cent, so the first 4 pennies are specified, their uses are specified in the Tourist Development Plan. You have the Tourist Development Council that advises on that, and then those advisory recommendations come to the board, and you all ultimately approve what those uses are. Currently in the plan, the first 4 pennies pay for the convention center debt, capital, operations and venues, arts and sports events, and tourism promotion, among some other things. The 5th penny is only used for debt service, and the 6th penny is split evenly, 50% for the Amway Center, and so right now they're paying down the debt that was issued to build the Amway Center by the city. And then you all recently approved $226 million for the renovation of the Kia Center. It's now the Kia Center. I need to update the slide, but the Kia Center, you all approved that $226 million in renovations for it, and so ultimately, once that debt is paid down and worked out, then they'll continue using that half penny to renovate the Kia Center as approved. The other 50% is used for tourism promotion that goes to Visit Orlando under their agreement, and that's used to build the 30% of the total TDT revenue that they receive. In terms of historical collections, this is the slide that I steal from the comptroller's office every year, but it's an awesome slide because it shows the strength of tourist development tax from its inception through the final collections last year. And as you can see, it's the tourism in Orlando obviously is very strong. The collections have been robust except for a few points where there were rough patches across the entire national economy, right? And so those dips in the bars reflect that. But you can see the last 2 years were record years, and we'll talk about how we're looking so far this year. So when we started for this fiscal year, so fiscal year 25, back at this time last year, we set the budget at $345 million, which is typical for us. So, we don't have a lot of data at this point in terms of what's going to happen next year, and so we go conservative. So last year we set that number at $345 million total. In January, we came back to you and asked to bump that number up to $360 million, which you all did. Going through the first 8 months, the comptroller's office just released the May numbers. They were a record May. So things are going quite well. So through 8 months, the total collections are $266 million. At this point in the year, that puts us $13 million ahead of last year, or about 5% ahead. So going quite well, obviously, with the opening of Epic and some of the large conventions that we've had at the convention center, we're driving some good revenue towards TDT. For this coming year, so we're following the same conservative approach. 2026 budget, we're proposing to start out at $360 million. We'll do the same thing that we've done the last several years, right? We will monitor collections over the next several months and the first few months of this coming fiscal year, and we'll adjust accordingly in January. This is the entire TDT budget, expenditure budget summarized. And so you'll see that the 25 number or 26 number is much bigger than the 25 number, and that's for one reason. That's the 5A Grand Concourse expansion that Mark just talked about, and I'll hit on that. Other than that, the numbers are very similar to what they were last year, and I'm going to just go through each one of these quickly. The debt service number, so that number stays the same as it was last year. We haven't changed anything in terms of debt. You might remember a couple years ago that number was $70-something million. We paid off a little bit of debt, and so now that number is at $56.5 million, and that's not changing from the current year. The one thing I will point out here is that obviously as we talk about the debt service that might be issued or that will be issued for the 5A Grand Concourse, this number will go up some, right? So once we issue that debt, our loan amount that we pay each year will go up. And so that'll change at some point in the coming year or potentially next year, depending on how the financing is structured. In terms of the convention center capital and expansion, so that number, this is the big number that's changing across the board, right? Going from $131 million to $316 million. Of that is $86.6 million that's for ongoing renovations and small capital projects at the convention center. And then in addition to that, there's that $230 million. And what will happen is, so when we issue that debt for the Grand Concourse, we will use that money that we get, right, in the loan to pay for this project. And so this number will actually come down in the TDT budget, and so we'll make all those adjustments when that happens. However, currently, while we're waiting to do that, we're paying for the design and other things with the cash from TDT, which will be reimbursed at some point. Visit Orlando funding. So this is changing just slightly from 98.6 million to 103 million. This is based on the agreement at 30% of TDT revenue. This is less the $5 million that's carved out for ARC grants from the amount going to Visit Orlando. Included in that 103 million is the 10 million sports incentive budget that we're requiring Visit Orlando to pay as part of that agreement. And so the net marketing budget, if you will, that Visit Orlando will receive is $93 million in fiscal year 26, based on that $360 million TDT budget. The city venues payment changing just slightly. This is the half of the 6 penny that's going for the Kia Center. The application review committee budget is changing just slightly. So we set aside 15 million each year for application review or ARC. Plus that additional 5 million that comes from Visit Orlando. This number, this 19 million number reflects what we expect we might spend. So we're setting aside the full 20 million. 19 million is what we expect we might spend, and we'll change that as necessary, depending on how those grants flow. The convention center operations. So this is the subsidy, the operating subsidy that goes to the convention center. Last year that budget was 21.8 million. This year we're coming in at 17.2 million. So requesting less money as a subsidy from TDT than last year. We haven't really shown this before, but wanted to break this out just quickly so you can kind of see the components of that subsidy. So this down below is the fiscal year 2024 budget for the subsidy, which was 22.3 million. Where we ended up based on the comptroller's financial statements was 21.5 million. The components in that, if you want to break them down, we have it about 11.6 million in one-time capital type expenses. And most of that was roadway repaving and parking repaving at the convention center. So something we'll do, once every 12 or 15 years. So if you take those out, and we also have about $500,000 or 400,000 in arts contracts that get totaled up in our budget. They're not really convention center expenses. These go to United Arts to manage the arts grants that get awarded each year. If you take that out, the adjusted operating subsidy, as we measure it, is about $9.5 million, and was about $9.5 million in 2024. So just kind of wanted to walk you through what that looks like. The arts budget is the 5% of the first 4 pennies plus $2.5 million, and so that reflects that amount in 2026, that $14.5 million. TDT agreements. So this is made up of several components. The biggest being $10 million per our agreement with UCF for their stadium improvements. So we're anticipating to pay that. Plus a newer agreement that was entered into this past year, $750,000 to the Greater Orlando Sports Commission for their operations. That number will be adjusted up or down, probably up, right, based on population. So whatever the population number is at the time, when it's time to pay that, we pay 50 cents per person, essentially. And then the balance of that will go for sports incentive payments, not to get too deep in the woods in accounting, but what will happen is as Visit Orlando pays out sports incentive agreements, that money will get taken out of their budget and will get put into this budget as an expenditure, so that's recorded separately. And then finally, History Center and others, so just over I think it's 1.1 million of this 4.7 million is the fee that's collected by the comptroller for collection of TDT, and then the remaining 3.6 million or so will be going to pay for the operating expenses at the Orange County History Center. And that is the TDT budget. As I mentioned, we're going to evaluate and update the budget in January based on how TDT is coming in. This expenditure budget covers all required and approved expenditures to this point in the tourist development tax. Just one note, we will be updating, which I mentioned for the Grand Concourse expansion, but you may have noticed that not included in that budget right now is funding for the Camping World Stadium improvements. So right now the city's working on the financing arrangements for that project. Once they figure that out, then we'll come back to you and update this budget for that, depending on what that number is. Sometimes, depending on how these arrangements work, you may not have to pay a payment for the first year or so. So it may not even be this budget, but we'll see depending on how that arrangement comes out. So if you miss that, that's why. That's all I have for everybody. If you have any questions, Mark and I will be here to answer them. Thank you for your time.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Good morning. I guess it's afternoon. Thank you for your work. You really show us when a budget is well organized and presented, it's not difficult to look at all these things. And I did have a tour. I'd love to come again when there's a little more time maybe. And got to go to an educational conference, educational technology conference, and it was impressive to see the work that goes into hosting a convention of that size. And so we look forward to the construction and keep us apprised of your progress. And we have to say, we were not necessarily as pleased with the increases in revenue in some of our other budgets, and TDT is still producing a tremendous amount of revenue that particularly the arts groups have been able to capitalize on. And so let us know what you need to keep up the success, because you're certainly an economic engine for this region. I appreciate it.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah. So, Mark, I know you were giving us an update on conventions and reoccurring folks and AAU and all that kind of good stuff. But we've noticed a trend, just not only nationally, but globally, with just economic uncertainty. Have we had any cancellations? Have we had any deals that have not gone through? Anything like that we should be looking at? So everything's on the books, just like normal?
Yep, we have not had any at all.
Okay. And, recently on Tuesday, we had Vicki Landon, our new arts person here. And one of the things, I was recently in Seattle, and at the conference we were in, there was a big, big effort, and I really appreciated them. They had a panel on arts and sports and so forth. What are we doing? And you know what, maybe I'm going to ask, because I don't hang out at the convention center. Are there any efforts being done by you all to really get people to go see a Magic game, go see an artist at the Kia Center, go to our museums, go to anything locally that would support economically here, from the Manila Museum to the Dr. Phillips Center? Is there anything being done out there to promote people to venture outside of that corridor to help our local artists and businesses?
That's a great question, and something I think we'll probably have to take a look at a little bit further. We do have, a very significant, robust digital signage program throughout our facility that we utilize with a third party. So they go out and sell that, and generally they are selling that to local iDrive businesses to promote, whether it's Icon or Red or other those things. But certainly that's something that we could look at to promote some of the local arts.
When I was in Seattle, they promoted the Women's Soccer League and also hockey, but then they were promoting museums, like local museums. And matter of fact, they even had stated, I don't know which, Broadway show that travels, that it was in Seattle at that time. So it was really cool to know that, while I'm there, I could catch a game. And I think when we were in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, that also happened. So it'd be great to start seeing other ways, and especially when it comes to arts and theater. We're not normally looked at as a town that has that, but we do have so much, from Lou Gardens to the Dr. Phillips Center to Manello to Shakes Theater. And yet I don't feel like we're, grabbing all of that. And one other thing is, all of those venues are desperately looking for funding. So if they could fill seats and they could get more people to come through. And one thing I also noticed is, we had gone to like a museum for like a dinner, so they're even, they can host events. So it'd be nice to make us more appealing. I mean, you have your option, we just did the FAC conference where everything was in the hotel, dinner, lunch, everything, snack, but then there's also opportunities where you see these maybe smaller companies who aren't bringing thousands of people would venture to try to do something else. And then I was at a conference last week, and it was nice because they had even added golf to it, like golf outing. So, and it was more of a DOT kind of thing, but still, just trying to continue to make us seem more than what you expect when you go to a conference. So just food for thought.
Yeah, no, those are great suggestions. And certainly Visit Orlando with their services, they service every one of our events. They don't only sell, but they also service. So those events that want to look and do off-site events, they're plugging them in. So they may be as well putting up private events and museums and other things. Obviously, a lot of events want to stay close to the iDrive corridor, but they're working to help find any need that any event would have.
Yeah, because I will say, one of the Michelin restaurants is in my district on Orange Blossom Trail, which we all know is a, selective special area, I'll just call it. And it is very interesting the many times that we've had dinner there to see groups come from iDrive that are not in the area, which is nice because they don't know the history of OBT, so it's kind of cool. But, Phil, why are you laughing? Okay. And so, it's nice to have people realize that there's more character to us than just the expected.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice to see, just because every time I read the Sentinel, what's the first thing I hear is another restaurant that's closed down, another thing that's closed down, and everyone's trying to hold on. And I just think we have to be super creative to, get some economic revenue going on locally to help the people that live in this town. Okay.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of questions. So first, I want to understand I know you guys want to protect your 6 cents in the TDT. I want to know your flavor of increasing the tax so that we can get some additional money coming in a very quick response.
I don't know if I would have an opinion on that. Certainly, we are lower than a lot of other destinations with
One of the
TDT.
lowest.
Certainly, I also know that a trend has been in our industry of getting tourism promotion districts approved and doing assessments versus raising the tax. I know that in Texas, especially where I moved from, most all of the major cities have went to TPIDs. Again, getting the hotels approving a special assessment, which is eligible under Texas law, which I don't believe Florida law, that law would have to be changed in order to do that. But that's the biggest trend in our industry is voluntary assessments that are added on top with the approval of, I think it's about 60% of the hotel ownership. And then they're doing that assessment, which is not a tax, an assessment, and therefore that money is flexible. It can be spent on anything.
So I'm hoping that the biggest trend in our industry here is that the private industry comes to the table with the public industry and that we sit down and look at revamping a taxation model that's more than a half a century old, and that we recognize and realize that there are funding gaps in our general funds, and that we look at a means and method to generate more revenue that can be diversified to help fill those gaps. Because we got police officers, we got corrections officers, we got firefighters, and we're struggling to find money to pay them the adequate salary that they deserve. So it's time for us to join and come together at a table and figure out how we can make that taxation model work to the benefit of our community, which includes the residents here as well as tourists.
And Commissioner, you've opened up an opportunity for me to talk about something I've wanted to talk about the Commission with for a long time in terms of the taxing structure here, because a lot of times the taxing structure for TDT here gets compared to Las Vegas or somewhere else. And so as we talk about potential changes to that structure, we have to understand the differences, right? And I won't advocate one way or the other. I mean, that policy's up to you all. But I will point out in terms of when we get compared to Las Vegas and others, in Florida, the way our taxing structure works, when you stay in a hotel, you pay the 6% TDT, but you also pay the 6% or 6.5% sales tax, right? So your total tax here is 12.5%. When you look at Las Vegas or some other place, Las Vegas, the tax on a hotel room is 13+%, depending on where you stay. If you're in the main gaming district, you're paying 13+%. But they don't collect sales tax, right? It's all one tax. And so we have to keep that in mind as we're talking about what that tax is on a hotel room, is that here we have two. where some other jurisdictions have one, and they're larger.
I understand, but what I'm talking about is reform, where we work together as a group to go to Tallahassee because we need legislative reform, and what that benefit then would be, like what the model would be to benefit the community. I had a question because I don't have the benefit of seeing your marketing budget line item. How much of your budget is marketing?
I would have to just guess off that number, but very small. I would say maybe about 3 million. Am I right, Eric? About two. So we
That's a lot of money.
Excuse me?
2 million is a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. Has there ever been a comparison where we look at what Visit Orlando with their almost $100 million is marketing versus to see if there's any duplicacy, overlap, redundancy between the convention center's marketing efforts versus Visit Orlando, just in regards to efficiency, to ensure that you're not targeting the same event planners, the same organizations, going to the same trade shows, sponsoring similar shows? Are we doing a cross comparison to ensure that there's zero overlap?
We are in lockstep with them. Now, our marketing budget is much public information and us working to help promote our events locally and to do things like that and help support them with their communication efforts. We do a little bit of advertising in order just to keep our specific name out there. We're using the Unbelievably Real campaign, but it's part of their contract. We're going to the trade shows and conventions with them, and they're paying the freight. So they're paying our registration fees, they're paying for the booths, and we're doing that in concert with each other. We don't go to any trade shows or conventions individually on our own. We're all there in support of each other.
Why is Visit Orlando not paying 100% of your marketing budget when they are the destination marketing arm and you are the venue that is marketed?
I could get you the exact number on advertising. I would say that's, a smaller number in relative terms. And again, the majority of it is our public relations team that does efforts to help shine a light on what we're doing, internally, where we do quarterly newsletters to our customers announcing what they're doing. We do videos recapping the quarter. We all do those with our team internally.
So we all got a memo to Doge ourselves. Where did you guys Doge yourself?
I'm sorry?
We got a memo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
on Doging ourselves. And I'm curious where you Doged yourself.
The convention center?
Yeah, your budget.
We've looked very hard at our expenditures, our staffing model. We went through a very deep dive on recycling and trash this year to help save money, and we're taking some different avenues. So really in staffing, we've really done some deep dives on those models to ensure, number one, that we've got the right amount of coverage, but not any excessive. So we've done a lot of things. One thing that came out of that was the recommendation to add those 6 positions that will ultimately help us manage a large temporary and part-time staff in our hospitality area. So those 2 per shift are going to help make sure that we are keeping our more of a transient population that come in here than maybe a temporary or a contract worker, that we can get as much production out of them as possible.
So what was your budget reduction after that effort?
Well, we haven't seen it yet because we haven't implemented the six people, but we do believe it will be significant.
So year to date, did your budget go down or up?
Our budget is relatively flat from last year.
So we, different from other departments, have the ability to adjust our revenues as well, our pricing to our clients. And so what Mark showed, when he showed the revenue budget going up significantly, part of that is adjusting prices up for our clients to match the market, to match what others are charging in different markets. And so when you look at the difference in that, and so when you go back to my presentation, when I talked about the operating subsidy, when you look at the difference between the revenue and the expenditures, this year and last year, the amount of money that we're asking for from TDT as an operating subsidy is going down. So we're actually reducing the amount of money we're coming back to TDT and saying, hey, we need this to cover our operating deficit by increasing those revenues.
But like from a PR perspective, I mean, you just got almost $500 million last year. It would be like a disaster if you asked for more, you know, so
It's a capital,
yeah.
It's a capital investment. Yeah.
So with the, I've been trying to go through numbers, and when you guys do your economic, like the output, I feel like I'm looking at duplicated numbers where Visit Orlando is counting the output from the conventions that happen, the economic output, as well as you are counting it. And so when we get that economic figure, it's inflated because we're double dipping and counting the economic impact from both entities, both agencies.
I'm not aware of anywhere that we're adding those two together. I mean, so what they're doing is calculating the entire nut, right? All tourism, meetings and conventions, all of those kind of things, and coming up with that economic impact number. What you're seeing in our presentation is the economic impact for just what's happening at the convention center.
Got it. So let me stage my question in a different way because I skipped one step. It's the ROI. So it's like you put out your marketing dollars and then there is a response that comes in for business, and the return on investment from that is counted, I think, in both your numbers as well as Visit Orlando's numbers. And then that generates the output.
Yeah, well, so in terms of ROI, I mean, our ROI, and if you're talking about marketing dollars,
Right.
so ROI from marketing dollars, I mean, we can go back and look at, we can get you the numbers for what we spent on advertising, but it's going to be sub $500,000. I mean, something very small. Most of our marketing budget, if you will, is for employees, and what those employees do, you know, is work on social media posts, and a lot of it, to Mark's point, was, you know, related to the events that are in-house. We coordinate very closely with the events that come in because, you know, we have to tell them, you know, what parking is available that day, what parking lots are closed. Like those types of things is what we're talking about when we talk about marketing. From a global perspective, in terms of marketing the convention center and the destination and that kind of thing, we rely entirely on Visit Orlando for that purpose. And so, you know, in terms of ROI from a marketing standpoint, you know, our ROI is huge because we don't spend that much in terms of marketing, but really all of that, the cost of that lies with Visit Orlando, if you want to add it all up.
Okay, and then in the numbers still don't add up, like when you look at the numbers, and it's because you can't really see, you know, and it could be what you're saying, but it could also be what I'm saying, but I don't have the benefit of seeing the behind the books and the line items that are published. So the transparency of that is very opaque. It's very difficult to determine and delineate between the two agencies. And to determine if there is any overlap. And I would really like to see, you know, a cross comparison between, and to line up the methodologies so that the methodologies are the same, because they're both different methodologies as well, which makes it even further convoluted. Additionally, in terms of the renovation, how come with 5A, the Grand Concourse, if there was going to be a need to upgrade bathrooms and halls and meeting space, how come in the other areas, how come that was not included in the overall cost of 5A? If I heard in your dialogue that you're trying to align, you know, kind of like you don't want it to go from brand new to old, so you're trying to align those. So why wasn't that expense included within that? Because now it's an additional expense to cover 5A, right? Because you want it to mesh and to blend and not to be a sore thumb that this is old and this is new. So how come you didn't include that in your $500 million
I would say that the majority of those projects that we're talking about, were something that we anticipated needing for a long time and started talking about and budgeting and even bringing forward before the project was even approved. So no matter what, we need to do the restrooms, we need to do the meeting rooms, we need to get them done. And it makes sense to coincide them with 5B, make sure that the building looks great, that the meeting rooms are similar in quality to the rest, so that the whole thing flows and works. That is something that we've needed and planned for quite some time.
So I think that when projects come in, if there's some foresight that shows that it's not just this area that we're seeking renovation on, but it's a catalyst to needing renovation on this, or then just do this and then do this, but to stage it in a way in dialogue of like we're trying to streamline and to make it all look good, it makes it feel disingenuous that you came and asked for X amount for 5A and then came back and said, well, now we need to upgrade to bring everything up to 5A. It makes it feel like it's a rolling ball that we'll never be able to stop, because then it touches something else and then a renovation is needed there, and then it touches something else and a renovation is there. And so the catalyst of Project 5A becomes much larger than the $500 million that was awarded for 5A.
Yeah. Again, we would be asking for these renovations whether 5A was happening or not. They are needed. We're hearing it from our customers. You can see it. It is all original to the original building when it opened in 2003. So it is something that whether we're doing 5A or not, we need to upgrade that facility.
Okay, and then there's a rumor that you're going to come soon for 5B. Is that true?
We will take direction from the mayor and from the commissioner on our next steps. We are in design, but
we at this point that's not the plan at this point. But you know, at some point in the future, maybe. But we got a lot of decisions to make regarding the use of our TDT, and it hadn't been through our own vetting process at this point.
Okay, so that $2 million, Mayor, in marketing is bothersome to me because it's a lot of money in other areas, and I know that while this is TDT funding, I also know that there are other projects in the TDT world that need funding, deserve funding, and when we have a marketing agency that's getting upwards near of $100 million, I'm uncomfortable with the convention center sitting with $2 million in marketing, where I think that can be streamlined.
So I think let's do this. Why don't you all schedule a meeting with the commissioner, sit down and kind of go through that more in depth, so she has a good, clear understanding of it, and there's no guessing at it, whether it's 500,000 or 2 million. Let's be a little precise there and kind of respond to her questions. And say that again, Commissioner Uribe. Okay.
Sure.
The same with Commissioner Uribe or any of the commissioners, if they have any questions about the convention center. But let's kind of keep moving forward this afternoon, because we're falling significantly behind now at this point. Commissioner Summerad, do you have any other questions for now?
I'm good, thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
And remember that they're your staff, so you have access to them at any time. If you have questions about their methodology or what is used, and if you have anything that you want to give them some advice on of how you, from your professional background, see it, work with them, because I will tell you, we're not perfect. We're not a perfect organization, but we should strive for perfection. And so they need the feedback from all of our members of the board and other county staff members to kind of get to the point where they're perfect. So work with them. Okay?
I will work with them, and I'm looking forward to working with you on tax reform and TDT diversification that benefits the community. Thank you.
Which is the policy, so
Just
we'll stay out of
keep
that.
an open mind,
Commissioner.
keep an open mind when you do that. All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Mr. Texter, for everything, and thank you to all your team and everything you're doing over there in the convention center. I have two easy questions. My first question, the capital outlay is decreasing by 49.1% or $1.1 million. Will this reduction impact any planned essential equipment upgrades or replacement?
No, it will not.
Okay, that was easy. Okay, then my second question is also, the reserve budget is decreasing by 22.1% or $83.6 million. How will this reduction impact the overall financial stability and planning for the convention center?
So Commissioner, that's a heavy question, but most of it goes back to what I talked about in terms of the expansion project. So right now, the reserves are going down because we're taking that money out of reserves right now because we haven't issued the debt. When we issue the debt, we're going to put all that money back. So more than likely, just like this year where we're adding money to reserves, next year we'll probably do the same. So we'll update that budget entirely when we issue that financing plan, and you'll probably see reserves go up.
Okay, so it won't affect the financial stability of the convention? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero gets the A of the day for being very precise in the questions that she asked. All right, Commissioner Scott.
Mark, can you, Commissioner Simrad had talked about, have you doged yourself, right? And so I recall in our briefings about the expansion, you talked about the value engineering. So could you maybe use that as an example and answer that question with that degree of detail about what you did from what we were going to do for the expansion versus what you had to do to be able to realize some cost savings?
I got that briefing too, and that really wasn't what my angle or my question was pertaining to in terms of valuation, cost engineering, et cetera, like on the cork ceiling that we had to change to more plaster. I'm looking at more operation, not
project specific.
Right.
You can still answer the question.
So we went out to design the facility to the $560 million budget, and when the pricing came in, we were about $75 million, $74 million over that budget. And then so we went through and I think it was 122 different items that we looked at and did a deep dive on with Terry Devitt's leadership and our partners, with both Populous CT Shoe and Turner, our construction CMAR, and went through and found out areas that we could value engineer. And some of it is the way that we constructed. Some of it was size. Certainly, some of it was scope. We were able to get that 74 down to the budget. And the great news is we did not affect the program. Still remains 100,000 square foot of ballroom space, 44,000 square feet of meeting space, and the connectivity and the lobby space. So it was things like lighting, some treatments, again, a lot of it in how we construct and how we operate the building that ultimately brought that number down to where we needed it to be.
All right, now, so going past the project, right, can you describe, I guess, how do you go about your budget? Like one or two things. You don't have to get very detailed, but like as an example, one of your division managers, Hector Clemente, I worked for as a county employee, and I know when I would prepare at least my part of the budget, working in that division, he would say, well, this is what you have, this is what you need to do, and we would go back and forth. And so talk about, like, just from a best practices and operation, what do you do to be able to find efficiencies, whether or not there was a Doge or whether or not there were any concerns about how we provide dollars.
Yeah, that is a great question, and something that we will see as we are continuing to with our sustainability efforts. We're going low voltage lighting. We're going to see a movement, I believe, when we get that new solar array up and running on top of the north-south building. We do believe and been told that the building will be carbon neutral when not occupied. So we have a full-time sustainability coordinator and a second sustainability person in that department that are just looking to see how we can be more sustainable and save more money. Certainly, as I mentioned before, as it relates to scheduling and operating and making sure that we're scheduling the appropriate amount of people on event days, and looking to tweak it on the front and back, and how we actually schedule is much more of a science and something that we've really done a deep dive on to ensure that we're maximizing the dollar as we can. Again, I mentioned before, we did a really deep analyzation of our trash and recycling. We found some areas that we can definitely save on, and we're moving forward with that. And we continue to do that all throughout the department. We have a department quality analyst that goes through and really does deep dive in each areas and quantifies and looks for areas that we can be efficient, and we've been very successful in controlling expenses.
And my final question, so kind of asked you or shared a bit of this last year and last budget session, and this may or may not be a hard question for you. Depending on what paper or article you read, folks will say that the investments in the convention center aren't the right move, and that those investments should be elsewhere. And I think there's good arguments to say, that to some
Commissioner
degree.
Scott, I don't think we can hear you clearly down here.
Sorry about that. Depending on what paper you read or what news article, you'll have folks say that, investing in the convention center is not the best use of tax dollars. They'll say that you guys don't turn a profit. And for me, I look at the opportunity, not just with the jobs, but for the people who are beneficiaries of the jobs. I remember last year, I think you had some high school students as on calls, and they were doing like parking, and they were parking at I think it's Freedom High School or Freedom Middle School. And so I look at the opportunity versus what specific to the dollars of turning a profit. And so to anyone listening, why should we continue to invest in the convention center? Like, why should we continue to do the things that you're asking us to do in this budget and future budgets as opposed to other uses?
We love to show the slide of the iDrive area in 1983 versus right now, and you'll see the stark difference and the development. And again, it's a part of our goal is we would like to have events running 365 days a year. And again, we're pretty close to that, and driving economic impact, especially in times when tourism and convention industry aren't the highest demand. And if we can do that, that ensures that people continue to work. That ensures that the drive is filled, especially in the summer months when convention and now kids are going back to school, leisure drops. In the next couple of weeks, we have the Assemblies of God coming in, which is an event that's held every other year, and it's held every other year with us. They will be bringing 25,000 people in a low occupancy time on iDrive, spending their money, enjoying themselves for 4 days, early August, that literally very few people would be here otherwise. So that is our goal is to have continuous economic impact driving all throughout the year.
Okay, thank you guys for your presentation. I'm good there.
All right. At this point, I think this will conclude the TDT portion of it. Are there any outstanding budget-related questions or concerns? If not, then I'll call on the board for action on the tentative budget and millages related to the tourist development tax.
Motion to approve more.
Second, Scott.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by.
There's no motion for TDT.
We don't need any action.
Yeah. Mayor, there's no action needed for tourist development tax. The next part is just board discussion on any budget and then the tentative budget, millage and budget approval.
Okay. We do have the discussion regarding the sheriff. Other than the sheriff, did we cover all the items? Right? Say that again.
Yeah, I hit my comment button just because I wanted to.
Okay. All right.
It was not articulate.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I just wanted to, because we don't get a chance to do this very often and talk about these issues. I know that you all, everyone participated in the visioning session, or at least I think everyone got the materials and information regarding potential revenue options and revenue streams. And now we're going to continue to talk about the transportation sales tax and the former iteration. I did want to just sort of get a read on thoughts that people had regarding the presentation that was done by Pagine and the places and spaces tax. Every single one of these presentations that we feel like how are we going to move forward and give the type of quality of life investments that we've been able to make demands us to look for potential other revenue sources. And what we do know from the history of Orange County voters, at least in more recent years, is that if it's about park spaces and trails and forests, that they are very, very, very encouraged to come out and to vote. We have tried to express the importance of a very narrow transportation tax, and it has not prevailed. So I just wanted to get a read from the commission, if that's possible at this time, on what they thought about that presentation and sort of the idea of rethinking the revenue source that would be an additional revenue source for the places and spaces. I know you're giving me a look. Do you remember during the transportation visioning session, Pegeen came and spoke about the Alachua County model, but they've done them all over. And the places and spaces allows, depending on what it ends up being written as for Orange County, and that would come with the right polling, but it would allow us to see what people do want in above and beyond sort of that, the roadway network conversation.
So what Commissioner Wilson is, okay, there were two potential methodologies that we tended to kind of focus on. One is with infrastructure type of a tax. The second was a transportation infrastructure sales tax that would allow us to do operations and maintenance. One would not allow us to do that. And what she's asking is there a preference essentially amongst the board at this point? Our goal was to have another visioning session where we would seek to further clarify the juxtaposition of the two. And I don't know that commissioners today have all of the information before them to really kind of give you that informed answer, is what I'm saying. That may be why you get somewhat the look
And that's A-okay.
that you're getting now. It may be better that we at least have one more session and kind of hone in on the question that you're asking. And then at that time, where we can walk through and kind of refresh the commissioners about what they heard, what they saw. Some missed portions of the presentations, and so this kind of speaks to our need to make sure that if we're going to have an objective conversation about it, everybody needs to be there, unless there's some kind of emergency. And then you hear us walk through all of the factual information and then make an informed decision. For me, I'm not necessarily focused on one or the other. What I am focused more on is that we need to make some decisions. We need to look at potential funding revenue source to move us forward, to advance us forward in some way. So that's I would say let's do that, and we'll. I know we have some potential dates. I know Roseanne. What's the date, Roseanne? September 23rd is the date that it seemed was going to be the best date for everyone. So.
And I thank you so much, Roseanne, for doing that.
September 23rd. She's asking what time. 1 p.m. Okay. All right. So.
Yeah, no, and thank you so much, Roseanne, your team, for doing the work on these transportation visioning sessions. They've been immense. I think it was top of mind coming into today after hearing yesterday, sort of from the divisions, that when I look at those examples of the infrastructure surtax and some of the applications that have been able to be used in those various buckets, that I continue to go back there as a viable option. And I just wanted to, hear whether or not it was on top of mind for others, but I'm glad to know we're going to be talking about it again. I will say the one thing that I feel like could be time sensitive, or would at the very least be something that I would want people to mull over between now and then, is that if we do want to allow Live Wildly to do the polling, and it was of no cost to the county, that they would be able to do that without anything more than a consensus from the county. And then they could find out what kind of polling is out there. That would be out of our hands. And I know that's something that is being done on a different level as far as getting a read on what's needed and where we are. But I wouldn't see any downside to allowing them to continue or to do that type of volunteer work for us.
I still think that that's something that probably isn't, today isn't the day to make that decision. We have to kind of hear the pros and cons of that, the optics of it, you know, and all of that. So I think that's for the conversation on the 23rd. So let's work to move to that date. Okay. So going back to, I think the only unfinished item is regarding the sheriff's budget. And if there's a desire by the board to, if the board wants to make a modification to what has been presented in terms of the overall balanced budget to do something with the sheriff, I'm going to ask Kurt to kind of give you a summary of a couple of options. One would be to look at an MSTU rate change. Another would be to look at additional funding coming from the reserve. But because we do have the comptroller here, you know, when we make fiscal decisions, especially when we start pulling money out of reserves, I'm always interested in his objective opinion as the only countywide elected auditor in the state of Florida, to give his objective opinion about that so that the board has the best advice going forward. So, so just as a recap, you know, before we had the conversation about adding deputy sheriffs to the already $8 million gap, if you will, to take it to $10 million. You know, if we don't take that $10 million from somewhere else within the budget, and it is taken from reserves, what was laid out for you was that we have some structural challenges, you know, by 2030, that if we don't make some changes in how we manage our budget, we're going to have some challenges where in 2030 it will not, we'll be at a critical state. So, Mr. Comptroller, do you have enough to kind of give an opinion at this point, or do you want me to have Kurt kind of walk you through the kind of summary of the numbers?
You know, actually, I thought Kurt did a very good job yesterday, and I was very interested in that chart that you just mentioned. I think, you know, I'm not going to jump into the middle of your policy discussion about the sheriff or any other department. That's your job. It's not my job. But I do think that I think Kurt's conclusion about the gap needs to be, I think it needs a little more discussion as far as how you want to go forward with dealing with it. And I know that it's 4 or 5 years off, but it also doesn't get easier to deal with these things. It gets harder over time as you get closer. So you're right, I do have strong feelings about reserves. I appreciate the support you all gave me when I proposed having a floor on TDT reserves, and I think we've been served well by that. When Kurt said that our reserve level was about 7% or so, you know, personally, I'd rather see it higher, not just 7%, but I think higher would be better. And I think that's especially true now because you've got a legislature and a governor that are very interested in changing property taxes. And not only would that impact the amount that the county will be able to receive in the years to come. But the other thing is, if other things get substituted for property tax is probably the most reliable form of revenue. You'll collect 98, 99% of the property taxes that are assessed. But when you start relying on things like sales tax or tourist development tax, if that's even an option, those can change on the turn of a dime. So I think given that you're going to have more ups and downs, I think I'd keep that in mind as well when you think about reserves, because those trying to look down the road 4 or 5 years, which I admit nobody can really do, but that seems to be something that I'd give some thought to. I think you may have more volatility in addition to having some revenue challenges.
So that is a conversation, I think, that even if you expand the use of TDT, what you're saying is you put yourself in a position where you're at the whim of a lot of economic things that you create some uncertainty there. But let's talk then about the merits of changing the law enforcement MSTU. Because I think that's more precise. It is based upon property taxation. Also, it could potentially negate a need to go into reserves. Okay, so with that, Kurt, let me just have Kurt talk about some options there, okay, so that you kind of understand if we have the conversation about if you're willing to change the law enforcement MSTU, what that looks like to you. Let me have him walk you through that first, and then it may bring some clarity to other questions that may come up. Okay? Yeah. No. Okay.
No. What I was going to say, Mayor, is before Kurt, just in time, if we could see if there's consensus, because I've done some research. I went over our stuff with fire, and just I don't think that we, given the information we received this morning, I don't think that we, or at least me, in less than 8 hours want to raise someone's taxes, and we haven't had a more long, thought-out, thorough conversation. There's too many variables at the state level, federal level, from a funding standpoint. And so what I'm saying is, if there's consensus for the board to move forward as we traditionally do, which is do a vote, then it would save us some time and Kurt time, and then we can have maybe more longer conversations in the future. But, you know, I just had fire send me some stuff, and I've reviewed a bunch of things. I'm not in favor of adjusting the millage in this particular meeting just because we need more time.
Okay, so so if there is, you know, I think let him do the presentation. Let him kind of at least frame it, tell you what that looks like. If there's no willingness to have a further discussion about it amongst the board, then we will be back to, okay, where are we going to pull the money from if you all want to do that? So, all right, Kurt, I'll let you kind of jump in here and just kind of talk about
it. Let me first clarify, because I saw some board members. So, again, if you don't make a decision on the millage increasing today, you're not going to be able to do it this fiscal year, for this next fiscal year. So, you know, we would have to, now, obviously, you could raise it today and then lower it, you know, in the September, but you cannot say, oh, in September, I've met with the sheriff and I'm going to increase it, you know, then you can't do that then.
So, Commissioner Scott, did you hear that?
And just understand that if we raise it today and we lowered it in September, you can believe that we'll fill this chambers with a lot of property owners who are concerned already when we have a state, leadership in the state saying, reduce property taxation, reduce taxation in general, and here we are, you know, talking about increasing it. I'm just, you know, just understand that's the dilemma that you have if you go down that path, okay, of raising the law enforcement MSTU. We don't have a whole lot of time, and I think that it creates an appearance that if we raise it now and lower it in September, that makes you look like you shouldn't have raised it in the first place, okay? So that you didn't have enough information. So I would hate to see our board create that kind of confusion in the community about what it is that we want to do. If you don't feel that you can live with making that decision today, then you ought to not make that decision today. It's that simple to me.
Can I?
So, okay. I still let Kurt, at least, because we're not asking you to make a decision now. We're only providing you some information about what it looks like if we did that. So, Kurt.
So yeah, Mayor, so what I have up on the screen is the unincorporated share of MSTU, and what this shows is the taxable value of that MSTU provided by the property appraiser of this year's tax roll for this next fiscal year, which is 123.5 billion times the current millage rate gives, which is $222 million for the share of MSTU. So if you want to increase the millage, below are scenarios. 0.1 mil brings in an additional almost 12.4 million, and so forth as you go down the list. And then on the right side are the estimated impacts based off taxable value. That right chart, if you look at that, like 0.1 is on a $250,000 taxable value, that's about $25. $300 taxable value, $30, and then $400 would be impacted about $40. So these are the scenarios. Now, when we looked at our models and we kind of put some of these scenarios in, for long-term funding, I would say 0.4 to 0.5 would alleviate public service tax in the general fund over time and provide additional funding for the sheriff based off some estimates that we have in the model of revenue growth, expenditure growth. I'm not going to necessarily make a rant. I'm just saying obviously the sheriff, if you use the 0.1, that's a one-time fix. Because the next year, the sheriff's going to have an increase for salaries and all. So then we would be right back in the same situation if you did a 0.1 millage change. Now, if the board decides we don't want to do a millage change, we just want to look at if you want to increase $8 to $10 million, that's an impact to the general fund reserves. We're at 7.3 now. It would be maybe about 6.8%. We would drop general fund reserves down to about 6.8%, let's say. And that would be the impact reserve. Now that's one time. Next year, again, it would have to be addressed because reserves is not a revenue source. It's one-time funding that's set aside. So next year, depending on what that growth is and revenues, this discussion would occur again.
Okay. Hopefully based upon, the information that Kurt has shared with you, at least we scratched the surface a little bit about the merits of the increase in the law enforcement MSTU. I understand the undersheriff is on the way back. Maybe he'll be here in a few moments. But it's easy. The sheriff has requested a $431 million budget, okay? And looking at all of the pressure points that we had across the county that you've seen coming here in the last couple of days, we did our best to try to get the sheriff to the point that he was comfortable. Now, from the budget guidelines that I sent out to all of those that we fund, most followed them. Some did not. The sheriff said, "I need more money. I don't intend to follow that." And he gave us, I guess, late yesterday afternoon, the printed documents that you saw, where he said, I'm not willing to change anymore. This is where I am. And that's what he came in and advocated for today. And I understand his advocacy. But understand this. When I talk to you as a mayor, as a former sheriff, the decisions, my decision regarding who and how many people I hired, that was my decision, okay? In fact, there were times when the Board of County Commissioners and Mayor Crowder came to me and asked me to reduce my budget and freeze hiring, and because the county, quote, was freezing hiring. And my retort to the mayor was, you can set the budget, but you can't control my hiring decisions. If I'm able to work within the budget that I have, I make the hiring decisions based upon how I prioritize within the budget that you give me. And that's what I was saying to the sheriff today, but the sheriff wanted to put the responsibility, the burden on us and say, well, if you don't give me this, I cannot hire 125 deputy sheriffs. And I was saying, I was able to manage when they were reducing my budget. And let me tell you something, I didn't lay off anybody. When the county was laying off people, the city of Orlando was laying off people, I didn't lay off anyone because I managed the budget that I was given. And that's all I'm saying is, because then, you know where the onus rests? It rested on me as a constitutional officer, independently elected constitutional officer, to work within the budget that the county was giving me. If I came over here and said, I can't manage in the budget, I can't do it, point the gun at me and say, okay, you all are going to be responsible if I can't hire people. And that's kind of what we heard a little bit of today. So it's up to you all, it's up to us, the members of the board, what decisions we make about whether we fund. Listen, I have the greatest admiration for sheriffs. And it's kind of obvious why. I've worked with this sheriff, okay? Matter of fact, when he first came on the Orlando Police Department, I already had rank. He was one of the young men that came through. I know the sheriff. We're friends. But this is a business decision that has an economic impact on the entire county. And we get to wrestle with those kind of decisions. If you want to make it easy to make decisions, it's not easy sometimes. I treat the people's money like it's my money, like it's your money when we make decisions. This is a serious decision that we have to make and wrestle with how we deal with it. I also heard from our board a little bit of, well, Sheriff, when we already have a problem balancing the budget, saying, well, okay, we want to add on to it. He's got 8 million. We need 8 more. We need 8 deputy sheriffs that can be assigned to us. You added on to the challenge. And do you want those 8 deputy sheriffs following you around, or do you want those 8 deputy sheriffs out answering these calls for service? And saying, well, when you have a community meeting, you call the sheriff. I heard the sheriff say, if y'all call me, hey, I'll send somebody there. What do you want to do? Okay, what do you all want to do? I'm asking you all the questions.
I rang
okay. Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Wilson.
Kurt, I appreciate this because I kind of wish we would have had this a little earlier so we kind of get it, but I appreciate you coming back to me because it was basically the questions I was asking. You made a comment that you said, even if we increase it, they're going to need more next year, right? So if we do the one and we're at 12 million, and you're saying next year, but also, wouldn't that generate more because now you've increased the millage rate off of the property? Because I remember with fire, when I was doing my numbers, originally, it was going to be bringing in 70 million additional, but this year it's bringing in 77 million because that rate is higher, so that return on that money. So I just wanted to confirm that math, if you could.
Well, yeah, so, yeah, if you increase by whatever millage, whatever the growth rate and value is going to bring in more money the following year. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Commissioner? Yes.
Yeah, no, because you just made a statement.
His point is that, so this year, the increase in the taxable.
I'm not agreeing, I'm just asking a question.
I was going to elaborate a little bit more, because I think I understand your question, but the Kurt's point, increase in valuation was 7.6%. So that's, so
Right.
say next year, yes, that would generate 7.6, but the requests have exceeded that.
Right.
And that's his point. So if the request comes in next year and it is another 12% increase, you're now upside down.
Back upside down.
That's what Kurt was
And so,
alluding to.
Kurt, if I was not mistaken, Commissioner Moore and I were trying to do the math here. You were suggesting in order to stay in line, it would have to be at least the 0.4?
Based on some scenarios, we just ran 0.4, 0.5, based on some growth rates and revenues and expenses. Over time, we would feel like that would probably be sufficient to sustain the sheriff without impacting our public service tax and general fund greater in the future. I don't know how long, it's anybody's guess, on revenues and expenses, but that's what our estimate is. Basically, it would take us past 5 years.
Okay. And then there was a comment today, obviously Sheriff Mina came and said, this is what I want. Have we had that conversation of what do you need as far as some middle ground? I mean, have we done any negotiating? And is that still his best flat number, or is he?
Well, we started this back in January. We met with the sheriff, the mayor, we all met with the sheriff and laid out kind of our financial situation at that time. And we were looking at 8% then. And then the sheriff presented his budget on May 1st, which is required by statute, at 12.5. And that's when, we had the conversation. And then the sheriff, as mentioned, we had done some analysis, figure out, due to some vacancies and all that, we could, have some savings there. So we had asked to cut that back slightly to 10.5%. Even so, we knew that's more than what we originally had asked the sheriff to stay within at 8%. So yes, we've had conversations to answer your question.
So is he at 10.5 right now, or is he, no? He did.
The 12.2?
Well, his request is 12.5. In our budget, we have 10.5.
Okay.
8% increase.
All right. I'm just going to give my opinion, and while we all have the floor, I'm very concerned about the legislature, how volatile things are. I'm also concerned about what could be done with dollars if there's a serious advocacy of us, advocating not only with us, but with them to try to see if there's other sources of revenue. So I personally would be more into the reserves, but I still believe there probably is still some negotiating that could be done on our end. I mean, when we look at this, or are we looking at everything in our county, all of our budget, to see if there's any kind of wiggle room anywhere along the way? I know we love the county. I mean, we're here every day. We love corrections. We love parks. We love everything. But there's hard choices. Just like families are making hard choices, we're all going to have to make hard choices because this isn't our money. This is the county's money. So
we've already done that. That's why we're at this. That's why we're.
So there's nothing else we can trim from anywhere else?
I won't say nothing, but we looked at not without sacrificing some service levels somewhere else. Okay.
Commissioner, I don't know if you remember my chart. The issue that we constantly face is, if you look at most of our departments, that $8 million is more than a couple of departments' increases in total. So it's the sheriff's our largest budget, and corrections is another. Public safety, which is important, is a large expenditure in the general fund. So the issue, if we went back and found $1 million or $2 million, it's not going to cover the $8 to $10 million increase that's being requested. That's the issue that we've been facing here.
Okay, and then that's all I've got. I mean, it's just tough, and it seems like we're always on the 11th hour.
Commissioner Scott.
Mayor, before I go to my questions, I don't know, the undersheriff's here. Do you want to speak, or you want to listen to us talk and then you comment after? How do you want to do that? Copy that. Kurt, with the budget book we have, I asked you earlier, so you all worked, we have a year-round budget cycle, but you guys started working on this the end of the year, and then you got the sheriff. When did you receive the sheriff's budget for the percent that they want?
So on May 1st.
So they told you that they wanted, but what we have here is not what they wanted. So when did you get the revised number?
Our number?
The sheriff came this morning and said that what the county wants you, the county staff wants you to approve is not what I am seeking. What I'm asking is when was that brought to you? Was it brought to you today, or?
I'll let Byron we've been in discussions going back for some time. So even over the last month or so, we were having, and leading up to last week or so, had communicated this is where we are. Here's how we would handle the difference. Thinking, and the budget will reflect the 10.5%. We moved from 8% to 10.5%. We'd had those discussions. I think Monday, I received notice that the sheriff has decided he wants to stay with his original request, and that's what he's going to be making.
Okay,
so that's when I got the notice on Monday that they were staying. Prior to that, we were hoping that they would move to the 10.5%, and that was what had been communicated in conversation. So to this point today, to your question, I guess you're trying to say, well, if we knew this, why weren't we already having this conversation? It was Monday when it was clear to us that the sheriff planned to come in and present his original request.
So prior to Monday, though, there was an agreement, I guess, in principle of sorts, that we would go with the 10%, maybe.
Well, that's adventure. I won't say they agreed to it. I'd say that's what we had been communicating. That's what we thought we were working towards. That's where we would be.
Okay, and then going back to Commissioner Uribe's exchange with Kurt, so then let's say we do want to increase the millage or not. Let's say we do want to make adjustments to the budget. One or two options would happen. We would have to take it out of reserves or ask each one of these department directors to go back and finagle their budgets to find money for the sheriff. Am I understanding those are the one or two options?
Well, I guess that's an option. Yes, you could go.
It wouldn't quite go like that. We wouldn't go back to the department directors and ask each one of them to find money to give to the sheriff. We're the senior leadership. We're the ones that wrestle with the numbers. If the board says, okay, can y'all go back and take a look? We've done that. We've done our due diligence to look across the spectrum, to look at the big picture and all of the pressures that we have to manage this budget, okay, and to fund all of the entities that we have to fund. We started out with every entity saying to them, in these times, we don't have a money tree, okay? Look within your budgets, because we knew it was going to be tight because of everything that's going on. We knew that we would be, whatever we spend will be scrutinized. We know that the legislature has set the appetite, I'm going to say somewhat the expectation for the public that there will be some type of taxation reform, either through sales tax, through property tax reform, or the combination thereof. I've heard my own neighbors say, if they do away with property taxes, I'm not going to fight it. If they do exemptions, if they exempt property taxation up to $1 million, taxable value of your home. They were like, absolutely, I'm for it. Everybody is for saving money, but they don't want to sacrifice any services for it. They put that burden on us and say, y'all still got to figure out how to provide these services. That's why you're here. That's why they elect us. They're like, okay, we elect you all to figure out to do the hard work. So that, I will say that I just think that there's an expectation of the public that they're not going to, right now is a bad time to see increases in taxes of any type. So we're working against the grain there. Okay, if you're looking to have everybody agree that it's okay, everybody wants law enforcement, good public safety, but everybody doesn't want to pay for it. They have this expectation that we're going to tighten our belts, that we're going to sharpen our pencils, and we're going to find a way to continue providing superior services within our community. Everybody has that expectation. But we have to, since that's what they elect us to do, we got to make sure that it balances. We don't have the continuing resolutions like they do in Congress. Let's just kick the can down the road until, we work from quarter to quarter what that resolution looks like. No, our budget has to balance, and that's what we presented to you, a balanced budget. Going and listening to everybody, we presented you a balanced budget. You all have said, and I get it. We love our law enforcement people, all of our first responders. We love all of our staff. Sometimes we get so caught up on loving the first responders, it makes it look to the rest of our staff that we don't love them too. But they're ours too, and so I hear that sometimes. They're like, in our union negotiations, we hear that, they don't want to pay us. Yes, we do want to pay you. I wish we had enough money to pay you everything that you're asking, but we don't. So I say to you again, this right now, the decision we have to make today is, if you want to do it, we've given you the merits of one option. That's a law enforcement MSTU. Increase it. Do you have the guts to increase it or not? Okay, today. If you don't, then we have to go back and say, okay, can you all go back and rehab a conversation with the sheriff, or either give the sheriff what he wants and take it out of reserves? That's where we are.
Kurt, with the potential for a millage increase, that wouldn't result in any immediate benefit to the general fund, correct?
So it would, depending on the amount, you said 0.4?
Well, Commissioner Uribe said 0.4. I didn't say a number, but I'm saying
Oh,
we
okay.
would adjust the millage.
I was saying, depending on the level, it would help with, because the sheriff's, like, let's say it's 0.5 or something, 61 million. That's not what we're short by. So that would help that would provide more funding from the MSTU, and then that way we would have money over the next few years, similar like fire, to basically save up, so we can fund those increases over time in the public service tax and general fund.
And then you mentioned fire. So with the fire department, just, rough number, how many months or weeks did that process, from the time it started to the time you brought it to us to increase the fire millage 0.6? How long did that conversation go?
Yeah, that had been over a course of years, just trying to understand, looking at the model. I mean, that was a very lengthy conversation, evaluation of more than a couple of years, and then getting to that point as we were going through the same process, and working with the mayor on developing his budget to finally get to that point of saying, quite frankly, looking at what those obligations, I won't say obligations, what those desires were, to balance all those desires, and what we knew ultimately is when the mayor put in the budget to bring that forth for discussion among the board. But that wasn't, I mean, that was a multi-year, just like this hasn't been a one-year conversation of understanding the stresses on all the different revenue sources as well.
Okay, Under Sheriff, I am in support of having the conversation about the MSTU. I am not in support of having that conversation now. I'm the only member on this board that is going to seek re-election to this board. I think it makes sense to have this conversation prior to us having. I'm the only one running for re-election. You guys are running for other, oh, well, I forgot the mayor. What I'm saying as a commissioner. I'm the only commissioner seeking re-election to commissioner. Let me say that.
You mean in the immediate future?
In the immediate, I'm the only one seeking re-election to the Board of County Commissioners as a commissioner. You don't have to run it. But what I'm saying is, I think I think we should have the conversation before the version of the board changes, because we'll have potentially 5 or so new people up here. But they've spent months in talking about a millage increase. We got information from your office yesterday, and you probably were still working on it, but it didn't give us time to kind of chew on it. Even when I talked with county staff, I asked, like, hey, send me some stuff so I can review. Because I may not need to have a meeting. I may want to ask some questions and understand. And I would have had less questions, as I shared with you before, had I had that information in advance. Every meeting I go to, and I think likewise of my colleagues, it's property taxes, and I'd say that's a state function, or our property insurance, sorry, not property tax, property insurance. I'm like, that's a state issue, or different things. People are struggling with how to pay their bills. And so I don't need security now. I told you why I was talking about liaison officers for community engagement, but I think I would need security if I'm going to these communities and say, hey, we just decided to raise your taxes in one day. It isn't a good look. We haven't had a long conversation. And so I think the prudent thing to do, at least from my perspective, is to approve the budget, not the one that was submitted yesterday, but the one that's in this sheet, because this is all the work is here. All the work is in this budget. Knowing that in the middle of the year, you all have the opportunity to come back and make adjustments. Nanette, they still have, if they're able to do an amendment, or can you talk about that process? Like if there's a deficit or a need, can the sheriff's office come back and ask for additional funds or something like that?
Usually we do that during the annual budget amendment process when we're truing up our cash flow from the year closing to the new, to current fiscal year that we're in. So usually that process will be through that discussion during the annual amendment that comes in January.
So I'm translating what you're saying, at least from my level of understanding. We could approve the budget as in this budget book, not what the sheriff asked for. The sheriff could go about his business, and then if he sees, hey, I don't have enough money, he could then come back with a different conversation to maybe make an adjustment to meet what it is that he needs.
Yes, I guess is the short answer, and that's the short answer.
So yes, it'd be a conversation.
So
I mean, because
Commissioner Scott,
this is a budget. Hey, I plan on spending this money, but you may get there. It's on back order. A number of things could happen between now and then.
But they've already said they're short.
Well, and we've even tried to say here that if the sheriff has excess fees, our commitment is we will put 100% of that back in. We wouldn't go through a negotiated process. We put that back in on top of what the budget is now. So, but all your other colleagues do have questions.
Well, crime is trending down. It's not like some other cities where they need more and more officers. I mean, you guys are doing a great job with what we have. So for me, I think I'm good with sticking with what the budget is as presented from county staff.
All right. We understand where you are. Commissioner Moore.
Yes, it was a little surprising to get here this morning, and so I had a question for Kurt, because I know that budget guidance was given to every department back in January, and you work with our office as well. I don't know if you have the quick ability to tell us what each of our departments, because they were told that, the increase in revenue, which we should be grateful for that, at 7.6%, we still had $1 billion of properties come on the tax roll, which does give us 7.6% increase. But I was curious if you could just run down what our departments are looking at with their increases.
Their budget increases,
Yeah.
each department.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you remember that slide. So most of our departments, non-public safety, most of them were between 5 and 6%.
So most of them came in under the 7.6 increase that we got countywide.
Correct.
And so we did that so that we could put more revenue in public safety already, correct?
Right, and because the two areas of public safety, the sheriff and corrections, that's where a lot of those increases went. It's in the general fund.
So anything over that was going to corrections in the sheriff's office already?
Yeah, because the corrections went up 11% to cover their salary increase according to their FOP, and then basically the remaining went to the sheriff for that 10.5% increase.
And that was why you gave them all the message about finding efficiencies, wasn't it?
Well, we gave the whole county, try to be as efficient as possible, obviously to utilize the funding availability we have, yes.
Okay. Mayor, so at this point, I think we need to stay with where the budget was presented by your staff. But I'd be open to, looking at this again for next year's budget if we want to look at that. But I think with the headwinds in Tallahassee and with our unmet needs in transportation, I think we should hold firm on giving the sheriff's office 10.5% increase.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson.
Mayor, real quick, Commissioner, I had him pull the slide up that you were talking about, so it's on the screen.
So, so I know that it's always obviously a well thought out, great question for us to consider these things. I will say that in my evaluation, well, first of all, I did have a briefing that I kind of knew this was coming. I remember this conversation last year. And my thought last year was we could not possibly be doing this in the fire and sheriffs in the same year. I will tell you that I feel like because the sheriff is a constitutional officer, does have discretion, that my evaluation, understanding that it's a policy evaluation and it's an overall budget decision we make, that there is some deference that I feel I'm giving, right, with the evaluation that he's making. I don't work there. I know you did. So I'm listening and trying to make sure I'm learning and absorbing. As the commissioner for a portion of the county that is growing exponentially, who have really no understanding about where the actual sheriff's department is, because there's no substation in like a 45-minute drive. It is hard for me to explain to them, no, it's okay, they work out of their cars, and their presence, they're there. They're doing everything they should be doing. But once again, growth doesn't pay for itself, right? We get a little bit on impact fees for the sheriff's department. When they first get there, we don't get any maintenance. And so the reality of it is, how long has it been since the last millage update? Over 20 years?
19 years.
19 years.
For the sheriff.
Update that goes back to 1990 for the
sheriff.
I wasn't even legal to drink.
For the sheriff, yeah. The last increase, there was a decrease about 19 years.
So how many years that's been?
This is, I'm legal to drink now.
25, 30, I don't know, long time.
Long time. So I know I'm just one person on this board, and I understand the concerns everyone has. I do think that in part of the frustrations we have across the board with so many of these things are that nobody wants to make unpopular political decisions. And so it's difficult. I do believe that after a 19-year hiatus from looking at what may be those gaps in funding, that it's a reasonable thing for us to move incrementally forward or forward. I understand that we have to do it right now and people aren't comfortable with that. So I'm not, I fully respect that. My position right now would be to move forward with the millage update so that we don't continue to kick this down the road. I am concerned about we have crime is trending downward for a reason, right? There's been a lot done on a increasingly more difficult timeline in a bigger county. And so we talk about those 900 families a day moving in, and those are the numbers in my head, right, that I think about. So in all the pavement that we lay out there, some more money that goes in that we now need people to make sure are driving normally on those roads. So anyway, that's where I am. I worry about our school resource officers who were on the chopping block last year. I worry about our crossing guards who are always trying to find staffing for crossing guards. And I don't know if I have enough expertise to say that my decision about the outcome of this millage rate request lies just financial for, I don't know, political convenience right now. I just feel like I'm very concerned about the safety portion.
I can tell you, I've been in this space for a long time. And as a police chief, you pretty much advocate on behalf of your department like every other department. And I will say that I always felt like as a police chief, the city of Orlando, the city council, the mayor showed some deference to what I requested. But there were years where they didn't have the money and they said no. And that was the end of the conversation. I had to make it work. When you deal with an elected constitutional officer, it is a little different there because they have a certain gravitas that they bring to the table, and they can speak more freely. But I've been in that role too, and going through some tough times, and they were not good times like right now, where I could have even began to have a conversation about increasing the budget. It just was not realistic. And so I realized that, and, I had to work with the Board of County Commission and the mayor, but we did so very creatively. And at times, rather than look at a $14 million decrease, we saved some money, we tightened our belt, and I had an agreement with the mayor that to offset the budget reduction, that he would give me back 100% of what I saved, and he did. The board agreed to do that. We have somewhat good positive times in terms of our revenue streams, and that's only because property values have continued to go up in our county. So I understand where you are. You're like, I don't want to be the bad guy here, is what you're saying is, I love these men and women who are in uniform. I want to protect them. We all do. Don't forget that. We all do. Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to play catch up a little bit. Tell me again why it has to be done today?
Trim notice.
The what? The trim notice?
The millage has to be set today to advertise on the trim notice that goes out to the residents. And it's due to the property appraiser on August 1st by noon, because they send it out mid-August. And these are statutory-driven timelines. So you have to make decisions on your millage rates.
And it's today is the due date.
August 1st.
August
by
1st.
noon, the forms have to be submitted to the property appraiser.
And can we call a special session? No?
The issue with that, Commissioner, there's a lot of forms that have to be submitted, trim forms, and it would put it under a very strict timeline.
So, did with the fire MSTU increase? Did it involve public comment, public feedback, like a public hearing for the public? What?
Yeah, the budget public hearings, the actual public hearings are in September,
Mhm.
but they react to what is set during the budget work session, and that is what's notified, and that's what the public then reacts to during the budget public hearings.
Okay, and then Mayor, that's what you were talking about with, we look like we increase it now, but then we lower it in September if we get public feedback. Is that what you were referring to?
They'll file in here
Mhm.
one way or the other.
They should,
Give
yeah.
feedback.
It's their money.
Yeah, it's their money.
I mean, the decision is pretty easy when you leave it to the people. All we got to do is what the people tell us to do. So I know it doesn't seem like a smooth transition, but when you got something that's sitting on the books and hasn't been updated in County Admin Brooks, did you say 30 years?
Yeah, 1990 was the last time it was increased. There was a decrease since then, but 1990 was the last time it was increased.
And when it decreased, did we ever do a, what is that called when you bring it back up to where it was? Did we decrease it and then I don't know what that terminology is referred to in government, where you bring it back up, you reinstate where it was, or did it just stay down?
I'm sorry, let me go back. My eyes were, was that
2000?
Was that?
So in 2008 is when it dropped, Commissioner, and that was due to property tax reform from the state, and they made us go roll back on all our millage rates. So since that period of time, no, the millage has not increased. That's the chart on the screen. It shows you when it had changed over time, going back to 1990.
Got it. So we never did a restoration.
No, we have not changed it since.
So I haven't changed since 2008. So that's 17 years, right?
But it dropped in 2008, and it was never restored. So is that part of the funding problem, is there was never a restoration?
Well, that was a period of time where the state was going through taxation reform. And during the Marco Rubio era and the Save Our Homes and all of that took effect at that time. And I'm telling you, that was popular amongst the taxpayers, the property owners, extremely. And that's why it hadn't gone up, because there's not been, with the exception of what we did with fire last year, there hadn't been a board in those 17 years that said, no, there's been some cycles, in terms of our economic ups and downs during that period of time, but there hadn't been a good time that the elected officials who were sitting up here saw fit to increase it.
Why? Just because it's unpopular to increase taxes?
It was all about balancing. It's real money. It's not funny money that we're talking about. It's real money that impacts our ability to pay and do everything across everything that we're responsible for.
Mayor, we made up the difference within the general fund too, though, right? Like, so this idea of it continuing to eat into the general fund.
So we have continued to, during my tenure, during Sheriff Mina's tenure, and part of Barry's tenure, the county continued to, I'm going to say, make us somewhat whole by pulling money from the public service tax, by pulling money from the general fund, and even adding in from the communications tax to make the sheriff's budget whole. Some of our reserves are restricted. We can't pull money from some areas to do this, okay? But those areas where we had some flexibility, and when we do that, we pull it from other areas, and we then put a lot of pressure on those other areas for what could have been funded out of those areas are not funded. When for example, your parks, when some communities say, we don't have a park nearby. Well, we only have so much money. And we're pulling money from, the public service tax to put into public safety, because we made that a priority from a public policy perspective. We made that a priority. And the other things kind of fell down. And that's what we are still doing. We're still making public safety the priority, to over $1 billion between just the three. And I would tell you that we have some public safety even where we protect the public safety and welfare, et cetera, and some other budgets too. But we've overly simplified it by the ones that people identify with more, because they're the men and women who wear uniforms. It's easy to identify with them. They're the ones that probably have the most risk. Hence, that's why the state is charging us more under the Florida retirement system for the men and women who wear uniforms under the special risk. They increased our rate that we have to pay. I even heard some conversation with some state leadership that said that, they may not say it publicly, but they said the public sector pensions, the state really needs to look at public sector pensions and force FRS-related agencies to get away from these fully funded pension plans and force them more into the investment plan. Because if they do that, they displace some of the risk or the volatility to the individual, okay, and not on the state. So because the states are looking across the entire state at it, that's kind of where I don't know what they're going to do, but some of this will be politics, what the state ultimately decides how they're going to do this. But I'm going to get back to where we are. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and then Commissioner Scott wants to weigh back in here. So, we can try to land this plane if we can. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
No, I had a simple question. Mr. Kurt, you said this morning that we can revisit this in January or no? If we don't take a decision today, I didn't. I think I didn't got that then.
Well, so in January, we always do our reconciliation with the end of year cash brought forward. So where we reconcile, we estimate in the budget how much cash brought forward, and then any excess cash we reconcile in January. And that includes, as the mayor mentioned, excess fees.
Okay.
So if by October 31st, the sheriff has to, and all the constitutionals, they have to return their excess fees to us. And then, so that's a part of our budget. So at that time, if, as the mayor mentioned, we could give back the sheriff excess fees at that time, whatever amount that is, that the sheriff has left in their budget.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Wilson, I just wanted to kind of speak briefly to you made a comment about a substation, and I know you know this, I want to remind you of it. Like, we own the buildings. The sheriff's office doesn't own the building, and if there is a substation to be had, it would come out of our budget, not the sheriff's.
They're not being had. Not in the years I've been here. I know that, when was the one on iDrive originally supposed to have been delivered?
Years ago.
So it's just not, it's not happening, and I don't know, that's a different conversation for a different day, but just know that people notice.
That conversation was had before I left the sheriff.
So I just want to put a thought out there, and then I would love to hear from the undersheriff if he still wants to speak. Like 8 hours ago, we were asked to make an adjustment to a budget that many people have worked months on. Independent of that, as an organization, we spend weeks, months, in some cases years, to determine how we spend the people's dollars. And so for me, I don't think that we'd be good stewards of the people's dollars if we say, hey, I'm going to raise your taxes, whatever that number is, and we did that in 8 hours without presentation and due diligence. And you all were talking about how we make decisions. I've heard from you many times, hey, we didn't have a chance to have public meetings or go out into the community. And so I hear what the sheriff is saying. I understand what he needs, but crime is down. And we have an opportunity in January or whatever, December, wherever the meeting actually falls, we have an opportunity to potentially give him maybe not all or some adjustment to make him financially whole. But to me, it's like right now, abruptly, to make a multi-million-dollar decision in less than 8 hours when every other decision we make with months, years of research and presentations on both sides. Because I think that if we did have a more prolonged conversation, it would be with county staff, probably some outside experts, the sheriffs. We would have a holistic conversation about what works so that if we do increase the millage, it is the right amount for today and the right amount for tomorrow. To arbitrarily raise it today without having those discussions isn't being a good steward of people's dollars. And that's just my thought.
That's a good thought, but remember, Commissioner, I don't know what made you kind of change a little bit from this morning, because
I was reading.
Yeah, you wanted to add more to it, and now you're like, wait a minute here. Now I don't want to do that.
I did.
Something. I'm like, what happened to you?
I've been
over the
harassing
last few
Kurt.
hours.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and I had my briefing, my staff, we were told, hey, we're not coming to the same place, and this is our concern. We had this conversation on this day last year, so I'm just a little bit baffled also why everyone's acting very surprised about it. It has been something that we've been talking about, but I understand the concern and the caution, and I think government should be approached that way, so I don't want to.
So let me say this, I am for increasing the MSTU immediately in maybe this fiscal year, but not right now today. I think we need to do some research.
You understood we won't be able to do that. All right. Commissioner Uribe was next in the queue.
Kurt, I'm actually going to go to facts right now. They presented a 12.5 budget. We had originally said, look, we're asking everyone to do 8%. We know.
We asked them for it.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you all had discussions internally and felt more comfortable at a 10.5%. What number value is that? That 10.5% is, they want, it ends up being $8 million more. Does that 10.5% get us to $4 million more? Do you guys have an idea? Because now I'm computing, we're going to get their final budget and how much excess funds they have, and we're willing to agree to return those funds. So I'm hoping we're getting closer to what they need to move forward. So do you know monetarily what that 10.5% was? Was it 3 million? Was it 5 million? Was it 4 million? Do you have?
You mean
I
what
know,
they were going to return?
No. What we came to them and hoped that they would negotiate at. Because Sheriff Mina came today and said he wanted 12.5%.
Right,
which is about $8 million.
48 million.
48 million, excuse me. And you all had originally said you felt more comfortable that we could kind of get somewhere at 10.5%. Can you give me a number idea of what that amount kind of values out to? I mean, you don't have to be precise.
I don't quite follow you, but say.
12.5% was 48 million more. So what was 10.5? Was that 20 million?
40 million.
$40 million.
Yeah, 40 million more.
So was
we increased their budget by
10.5%.
$40 million this year, right.
So we've increased it with the 10.5 at 40 million more, and his total was how much at 12.5%?
40, roughly, just round numbers.
Round numbers, correct.
Roughly $48 million.
So we're about an $8 million difference. Now, there's this expectation that as their fiscal year rounds out, there is usually, as the mayor alluded to, some return funds, whether it is they weren't able to buy vehicles, they weren't able to do whatever that caused those funds to come back. We are ready to reissue those excess funds back to them. Although I asked you, obviously as I was looking at you, we don't know what that number is right now.
No.
As it stands.
Then they may not know that number either.
Okay, but normally there is something that didn't go through, whether there wasn't enough personnel they could bring on and so forth. So there isn't a chance that there is a little bit more of a fill-in gap on that $8 million downfall. Right. I agree. I feel that we need to move forward. We've got every other department here waiting to see if we're going to move forward with this budget. Are they going to have to go back? Certainly Dr. Pino looks stressed, like what are we going to cut from him? And we're not. You're good. You're good.
No, he's making sure.
He just had that look. He had that look of.
He's stretching his back muscles. He's like, he doesn't have any money, so he's not stressed at all. But okay, all right, let's get back on. Okay, so remember, in terms of what we will be voting on is the budgets as presented, okay? And if you all are ready for the questions, that's without modifications today. It doesn't preclude us from making modifications in January. All right, I will entertain a motion.
So moved, Uribe.
A motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Scott.
We need a little more detail.
Where do we?
Mayor, I just want to make sure they're voting on the tentative millage and countywide budget.
Yes. Affirmation. Okay. We're voting on what has been presented.
That's what's on the screen.
Yes.
Okay. Mayor, I have a procedural question.
I'm sorry.
Just being the newbie. Okay. If today we vote, and like with Dr. Pino, I had said earlier, I would like to get him a little bit more money. Does that happen in September, or are we just, this is it?
There's,
This is done
we
deal?
make budget amendments throughout the year because of things that are extraordinary, unplanned emergencies, and you'll see on each Board of County Commission meeting, sometimes you'll see a budget amendment, but the formal process really is in January, where we kind of take a look-see, because as Kurt explained, at that point, he understands the cash balances brought forward from the previous fiscal year. We kind of have a better idea of it. And typically, you'll see some amendments. Sometimes we, Kurt?
Just to clarify, Commissioner, so this is just approving the tentative millage and budget. We do some re-reconciliation in August, and we will provide you another package of those changes to true up some cash estimates and some other little changes, and we will provide that to you. But overwhelmingly, this is the budget that goes to September. So in September, you have your 2 budget public hearings. That is where you adopt the budget for the new fiscal year and the millages. But you have to tentatively, because you have to give staff direction, we have to know, okay, this is the budget I'm taking for final adoption in September. And then obviously the millages, because the property appraiser has to advertise those for the budget public hearings. As the mayor mentioned, in January, we actually close out the prior fiscal year and true up the adopted budget. Does that, hopefully that makes sense?
So for today, the money is what the money is, and in September, there is wiggle room between different areas to.
Well, typically we don't change anything.
I mean,
in September.
no increase in the revenue, but I have this real concern, particularly in some of the areas that are so socioeconomic challenged in District 5, that we don't have enough in those areas, and I just have a.
Well, we never say never, but that's the art of public budgeting.
Mayor, before we vote, since the CFO and the undersheriff did come, can we hear from him before we vote?
This is a conversation between the board at this point.
Again, I know it's a conversation between the board. I'm just saying, out of deference and respect, they did drive over here. Allow them just to respond. I'm not saying stop their comment, but we've talked about the sheriff's office. We've all had comments.
I'll look to the board. You all
just allow them like 2
Okay,
minutes.
they want to move forward. Okay, let's move forward. I did call the question on.
So Mayor, could we have a separate motion for the millage and the budget, just
all
to
right,
be
we'll
sure?
take the motion first for the
I would like,
the
I'll
millage.
split that up, so I would like to file a motion for approval of the
Second, Scott.
millage rate.
All right, we have a motion for approval of the millage, the tentative millage, as presented in the countywide budget. There's a second, Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes.
And
It's
now I'd
unanimous.
like to file a motion for approval for the budget.
The consent agenda,
The
approval of the budget consent
Byron,
agenda.
they want a budget summary.
The budget
All right.
summary.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe. Did I hear? Second by Commissioner Moore. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right. Motion passes,
And then
it
the
is
last,
unanimous.
the last item, Mayor, is just approval of the budget consent agenda.
Approval for the budget consent agenda.
Second, Scott.
All right. We have a motion for the consent agenda, budget consent agenda. The last one was for the summary. All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Difficult day for
Mayor.
everyone. Thank you all very much. If there's no other business.
Before you adjourn us,
All right.
can we schedule something in the future for an MSTU increase discussion for the sheriff's office? Is that something we can?
We can do that in the
Yeah?
future, yes. And typically we'll do it early, after the budget hearing, we typically will do that early next year. Okay. All right. All right, we stand adjourned.